pretty much all the technology we have now were invented, except for
It's
the.
like at that time they were in a real hurry. They were in a rush to sort of grab the power seats of who was going to be in control, and they were dishing out the the ace and the king and the queen cards to all the people that had the bloodline families, and then everybody else just got the bottom of the barrel, and I think that it was just a massive power grab. That's all it is back then, because that's why they were showing or having these fairs all around the world to show and introduce all of their latest technology. But in fact, it was just reclaimed. But the whole purpose was just so they could state their positions of power.
Yeah, and I think those fairs were used to steal technology as well. Like people would show their stuff and they'd just take it. Because all these electric cars and these scooters, these little motorized scooters, they had them in that era. For some reason they were just got rid of. Obviously for the electric car, not the electric car, the petrol car. And I wonder what part Henry Ford played into this. Was he really an independent industrialist, or was he part of it? Maybe I think he was actually genuine. Hey, so you're in New Zealand, yeah?
It would seem like it, yeah. I would think Henry Ford would be involved, yeah, in one way or another. I mean, yeah, it seems like he's part of their family networks. I mean, it seems like he was kind of foisted up there.
Yeah, I'm gonna check out his photograph. Usually, you can tell from the photograph.
Same with Edison. That's all.
Yeah.
J.P. Morgan, and yeah, there was a whole bunch of stuff going on with Edison and the light bulb, and I mean, they built this whole kind of industrial type system through a lot of these different, frauds and.
Wait, Gio, how do you know about any of that?
Yeah, and the powers that be today, like Elon Musk, these guys, and the big Bill Gates, they're just actors.
Yeah, and they're very stupid people as well. You notice Bill Gates is a fucking retard. Elon Musk can barely string two words together.
What do you mean? Elon Musk is a great person.
Well, he probably is. He's doing some good stuff, but
I'm just.
Well,
I'm
not an
sorry.
idiot.
I was trying to be facetious. I was trying to troll a little bit.
Oh, you were.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know about Elon Musk or whether he's a good guy or not. But yeah, I was being a little facetious. He might be good. Maybe.
Yeah, I'll show you this photograph of Henry Ford when he was young. He looks very lizard-like with those, there's insect-like features. Have a look. See what I mean? Looks very like insectal lizard type person. Because I know people look different, man, but that's fucking weird.
Well, when you look in some of the history of like Tesla and the electric cars that they were actually using, and then J.P. Morgan, who's and a lot of his crew and these different bankers who absolutely opposed that and were trying to push their system of petroleum and nuclear power. Well, not at that time, not as early as that, but later developed into that. So yeah, they were already trying to shut down the electric car industry for the petrol engine.
Yeah, but that's just business, right?
If you're corrupt gangsters, I guess so.
I mean,
But anyway, but
wait. Like, aren't human beings corrupt gangsters?
I don't think by nature, no.
Maybe not by like deep nature, but like, isn't that a factor of our nature?
Well, it's a factor of those guys' nature. That's for
I mean,
sure.
we're capable of it. Like, even people who are just like minding their own business, like on Instagram, whatever, they're looking at all the new trends. They're also corrupt gangsters in a way. I mean, even in their own circle of friends, right? I'm just using that term, because it's like you do something on a really small scale, like even when you're a kid, right, in like a playground where it means nothing, and you do that on a large scale where it means, a lot of money, right? It's the same thing, it's the same sort of like essence, right? Nuance where you have to actually like put up an image and that kind of stuff. I don't think it's that different, to be honest. But I mean, or you look at those monkeys. Have you ever seen those monkeys that sit around those like hot pools of water in the snow, and they won't allow other monkeys to come in the water? Have you ever seen that? They're vicious, like it's this whole hierarchy. They're cruel, even,
Well, that happens all the time, right? Because when I was down on holidays, I was down the beach, right? And there's a couple of girls on a canoe. And they rode up to the beach, and I didn't notice them. I was walking past, and they just happened to pull up. So I just started talking to them, and I helped them get their canoe up on the sand, right? This guy comes over and just starts sort of butting in and just trying to bust my balls. It totally broke our train of thought.
Wait, what happened? Explain that.
Just a total con.
Wait, what were you doing in the first place?
Okay, I was down the beach in the summertime, right? And I wasn't gonna go snorkeling off the beach. Right. And there was a couple of younger women, I guess in 20s or whatever, and they had a canoe, and they were coming up to the water, and I sort of helped them up, and I just started talking to them naturally, and we were just sort of hanging out.
Word.
And this guy and his girlfriend, like they saw us talking together, and they were hot girls, in bikinis and shit. This guy just comes in and just sort of starts trying to butt in the conversation and trying to cut me out of it and shit.
Like push you away, like get like kind of.
Not physically push, but just distract the girls. And just trying to engage in conversation and shit. And I'm just thinking,
was he trying to engage in conversation to get you out of there?
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Like just this primordial fucking bullshit. And he had his girlfriend with him. And I'm just like, what are you trying to prove, dipshit? You're that fucking weak and jealous? But you gotta say, a lot of people are very petty.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just psychology, it's like anybody can be in that circumstance, or at a given time. You can't be in every single one of those circumstances, but you can imagine, any given one at any given time. Hypothetically, you could be in that similar place as well. But regardless, it's like, okay, we're playing this game, right? It's like squirrels, right? It's like you're gonna we're playing this game, you have a lot of these nuts, you're valuable, you're worthwhile, you have security, so everyone's trying to get these nuts. And I don't know, like we create this whole hierarchical system of like how we interact or what we consider to be valuable. And that's like the collective mind, the human mind, you know. And that's like the games that we're playing are all in that like superficial level, basically. But really, like what the other guy was saying is like, is that our true nature or whatever? Like our true nature is like much deeper than any of those, you know, I don't know, security, survival type of like. I mean, survival. I would leave that to the side because potentially that has some deeper implications. But really, like there is beyond all of these games we're playing, there is a deeper trend going on. Like the meaning isn't in, you know, this superficial framework of mind that we all operate within. That is the like the quote unquote matrix. But it's, you know, you can't go against it, you can't fight it, because you are it as well, you know. And it's like, even if you're the one that's going to fight it, then you're just another aspect of the matrix, you know, at a different time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I just yeah, I guess so.
I think I dragged this out to where I don't even know what we're talking about anymore, to be honest. But like, what what was the topic before we started talking about this?
Meeting girls on the beach and having competition.
Well, yeah, that's normal shit, man. That's the normal stuff. I mean,
yeah, but why would you bother if you're that fucking petty and jealous to butt in? And you know that I was talking and hanging out with these girls. So what was he trying to achieve? Like, just a
maybe he saw that you looked about. Maybe he saw that you looked about 48 years old and they were about 16, exactly. And you had a bottle of whiskey in your hand, and they looked very innocent and they were very concerned for their safety.
Yeah, but okay, I'm not even close to that old dude. But I'm just saying, like, you're fucking with normal human discourse. Like, there's no way that I was going to date these women or whatever. But he's taken on upon himself to act like some type of white knight. Who gives a fuck? This is what I mean. This is what's wrong with countries like Australia and New Zealand, right? The women do not think like the government, right? The majority of them do not go along with these agendas, right? But the men are told, like, you know, you've got to defend women, and you got to do this and that. And, you know, I'll tell you something else. This is another thing I noticed. If I was a Muslim or an African, there's no way that guy would have walked in and butted in my conversation. It's because I was a white guy. He knew that he could bully me. Right? And I've noticed this a lot. All these people act tough, but the moment it's another race or someone they're intimidated by, they run like bitches.
That's a part of the whole. That out too. That's a part of the whole matrix, man, of the mind. You know, it's like you can't do this because it's not worth it, right? And there are certain circumstances where it is worth to do.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, all of it.
You probably do this too.
All of it's dumb. You know, like you can see all of it clearly, not as being opposed to it. You know what I mean? And then it's done, right? It's easy.
Mm. But this happens all the time. Like, they always single out white people as aggressors and all these false bullshit. But you're not missing the larger picture, who are the real aggressors in society. You know, that's where it all collapses. He's just trying to turn people against each other.
Well, it collapses into hypocrisy, essentially. Like, and where like that's the good place that it needs to go, really. But like the bad places where like it's so hypocritical, where we don't even want to see our hypocrisy, right? So the goodness comes in, the light comes in, where it's like you can easily see hypocrisy and be done with it. You know, not like done with it, like I'm opposed to hypocrisy or whatever, but like just that it's not a problem. You know, hypocrisy is dissolved. You know.
Yeah. Like
I
there
don't
was
know,
there
man.
was a
That
good
eases things up because
example, right? All these people, all these white people and politicians, they attack the Christian churches, right? And they slag them off and do this and say that, right? And they're saying they're patriarchal, they oppress women, and all this bullshit. Not even true, right? But I'm saying, okay, the actual oppressors of women are the Islamic churches, the Islamic synagogues, whatever, temples. You can't go. The women can't go to the temple on the Friday. They can't get involved in male prayers. The women have to walk behind the men. They're not allowed out after dark. They can't meet people of different races, right? And the guy has to control his phone. I'm thinking that's oppression. And if you guys were serious, you'd be down those mosques or in those Sikh temples or whatever, and attacking those people. But no, they won't have a bar of it, right? So that's another point of hypocrisy. Fucking coward! I just hate cowards, eh? And people are dumb. Like they're so oblivious to to what's going on. It's also a form of racism too, yeah.
yeah, I mean, there's so much race now in the world, which it makes everything more racist. You know, it's incredible. But that's, you know, people will realize that. Otherwise, they're doomed. I mean, literally, if there isn't that space for people just to like easily, you know, simplify things, then yeah, it's just going to get more and more diverted and complex.
But it's a struggle, isn't it? You've got
It's a stupid struggle. It's not. It's like
it's a pointless struggle.
yeah, and like
We're trying to oppress white people, right? Who are relatively mild-mannered, good people who really don't get involved in anything. You're
sure.
calling them bad, right? Then you've got oppressive people like African communities, and then you've got
No, because
racist and patriarchal societies like the Islamic community,
I'm
right?
not. I
Who
don't.
have
I'm not
have a
talking about. Yeah, I don't. Once you start getting into race and describing it like as they
yeah.
are, then you're already off on the wrong foot. You know what I mean? And
Well,
like,
okay, but why are we denying it? How we're going to deny reality? This is the point.
it's not necessarily the point. You know, like I think there's a deeper reality that like superficially you're not really understanding. I mean, if you want to talk about hypocrisy, right, and like even that like topic alone, there's a lot of things that exist within the world, right? Which right now, I mean, you could look at any one of these races and say that they're very hypocritical. But that's not
Yeah.
the point, right? That's not the point. The point isn't to look at like race and say like by that topic, by like, you know, how whatever their culture is, you know, they're hypocritical in this way. You know, that just doesn't lead anywhere good.
But this is the point. So you've got half of the world who thinks that white people are bad because of the American slave trade, and you'll find the majority of people. This is all their understanding. The slave trade done by white people, but actually you'll find out it wasn't specifically white people because they were oppressed poor people in the United States. Yeah?
Okay, sure. So then you say, okay, forget about that, right? White people are not bad because of the slave trade. Then what?
Well, and you've got
No,
the
the fact
Islamic
is
people.
that people, right, of different varying skin colors and cultures are still acting the same way that they are. It's not about what
Stupid.
No, it's current. It's just like it's just behavior and action, right? It doesn't. It has nothing to do with the color of anybody's skin.
Well, we have to tell the media and the politicians that the media makes it all about race on every issue, and they're racist. The media is literally racist, and they stir up all this trouble and they create a faux history, and they blame whole sections of society for something that no one knows anything about or actually was part of.
Why do you think this whole racial thing came about?
But it was to create division, so we fight
There
amongst
you go.
ourselves.
Yeah, there you go. So that's pretty much what you're doing.
Yeah, we're falling for the government. We're falling for the government trap, aren't we?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. I'm gonna make a coffee. I'll be back soon.
All right, cool. I haven't talked much in here. What is this Discord about? I just got voice privilege recently. But is this a Flat Earth Discord or what is this? It's a Earth Awakening.
I was trying to think really like carefully of how I was going to explain what channel you've just come across. How did you even get into the channel? Did you have an invite?
I've gotten in by because I was a part of a Flat Earth Discord. But I'm not a flat earther, and I studied physics in college, so I guess that makes me a glober. You know what I mean? But
So which is the Flat Earth Discord you are on? Is it 24/7?
no, I've never been to 24/7 on purpose. I've heard about it, but like I don't want to go there. No, it's Tartaria.
Oh, okay.
Which doesn't really exist anymore, but now it's like ADL. But yeah, I know some of the dudes there. But I'm just curious, because I see a lot of the names, like Kosho and Lightwater, I recognize. Are you all flat earthers? Am I talking to a bunch of flat earthers or what?
Have you seen Witsit channel? Have you ever come across his channel?
Witsit, yeah, of course, man. I talk to Witsit.
He's on here all the time.
Yeah, no, I know. I've talked to Witsit, one-on-one a few times. I've followed Jeranism for like, I don't know, like 7 years. But I'm still not convinced of the flat Earth, and I'm not anti-flat Earth. You know what I mean? Like at all. I enjoy it and I contemplate it, but I'm not convinced.
So what is it that intrigues you about it? Is it sort of like a mind experiment, or what is it? Just to improve your vocabulary, or maybe it's philosophical? What is it?
Well, I don't take it in any of those ways, to be honest. It's none of those. I think at the first part of it was like having studied physics, and that being like the thing that I wanted to do since I was like a kid, and go into like a university for it. I found flat Earth interesting because it's very difficult to disprove that the Earth is flat, and a lot of the arguments that you use to prove that the Earth is a globe are also can be switched a little bit to fit a similar argument that the Earth might be flat. So that was
when you study physics, does it take into consideration perspective at all?
Perspective?
Yeah, does that come into the equation when you're studying physics?
See, right now I'm having known a lot about like the flat Earth arguments. I'm leaning towards what I think you mean by that, and I'm going to say no. But in general, like, yeah, perspective in general, of course it does.
Yeah, so there's a whole lot more to this world than just physics. I mean, if you're stuck in the world of physics, you're going to be missing a lot because there's so much more. You know, it's a very dynamic system that we live in, and if you're just stuck in physics, you're gonna miss like
I'm not stuck in physics, but yeah.
the way that optics work, and if you are stuck in the heliocentric paradigm, you're gonna start begging the question that orbital mechanics is actually a thing when it's not, because there's never ever been an experiment to show that orbital mechanics is a thing.
So I'll one up you, right? And I'll say that I think that you're stuck in measurement.
Isn't that everything that it's all about is measurements, but it's
No.
measurements that all based on begging the question?
Everything that you said about me, right? Say like when you said like you're going to be very limited and all that kind of stuff. That's I translate that to measurement being very limited.
Yeah, because measurements have its limits, right? Because if it's not tangible, how are you going to measure it?
That's correct, and that's what physics has taught me essentially.
So you have learned that physics has its limits, yeah?
Well, the most physicists, physics is measurement, right? And most physicists kind of they're just simple people. They operate in that realm, but there is the immeasurable, right? And when you actually learn in detail about what measurement is, you get a sense of how vast, right? And you know how incredible the other space of things that can't be measured is, right? So it gives you perspective on essentially like how little our knowledge is, right? Or knowledge being things that you can know or measure, and whatever model you can create out of that knowledge, whatever model that is, whether it be flat Earth model or globe Earth model or whatever. Nonetheless, like it doesn't. I'm not even talking about the true nature of the shape of the object that we're living on, but the model, the knowledge of it, is entirely meaningless, essentially, in terms of like the vast majority of things that can't be measured. And that's
Have you ever considered the have you ever looked like, have you ever tried to think of the scale model just between the sun and the earth? Have you ever tried to sort of delve into like a deep sort of a thought experiment on the physics involved, not talking about orbital mechanics, not talking about anything else except for the distance and the temperatures and the intensity of the light and the radiation that's coming from the sun to the earth on a scale?
Those are all measurements,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, dude, let me talk you through that. The sun is right above your head, maybe 300 miles above your head. That's it. It's not 93 million miles away. That's crack smoking level crap. So you can look into that.
I'm only just got here, but holy shit.
No, it doesn't matter to me because like whether you said that the sun is 93 million miles away and blah blah blah, this is what you experience, or you say the sun is 3,000 miles away and there's a dome and this is what you experience, that's the same exact thing to me.
Yeah, no, but I thought, like, if you're studying physics, you'd be really keen to know the details. And if you
No.
actually got a scale model of the Earth and the Sun and put it in front of you, how far for you to be able to physically hold a little ball of the Earth in your hand, and at the same time in your own sort of area be able to see the sun as well. How far would the sun have to be if the earth was a pebble?
It's insignificant. I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, surely you'd be interested in the details of all of the interactions between the earth and the sun if they were 93 million miles away from each other.
No, I'm very much not. And that's coming from somebody who's studied physics to a graduate level, taking classes under Nobel Prize winners. I'm not interested in any of that kind of shit. or what the shape of the Earth is, to be honest. But I find the conversation interesting, and we were talking about hypocritical in the beginning, and I think it's a little bit hypocritical as well. But only in considering that concept of like measurement, right? Being limited, and then choosing to measure again, right? But without knowing that it's limited. If you know that it's limited, then it's all good, right? You can measure, you can make assumptions, you can try to explore those measurements, but you know that they're extremely, extremely limited.
So you don't actually care if it's a ball or if it's flat. It's just the conversation. Yeah.
Totally do not care whatsoever. Yeah. Because I mean,
Well,
there are more pressing issues.
Yeah, I mean that's fair enough. I mean, if you really don't care and it doesn't matter to you, then I suppose you're just here for the ride and the conversation and what about the philosophical sort of discussions? I mean, sometimes they get really deep, and are you interested in the intricacies of these of the details that people talk about? Because if you can't come to some decision, whether or not it's a ball or if it's flat, I mean, you must be quite ignorant, I'd say, and not a negative way, just like because like even the Hare Krishnas say ignorance is bliss. It doesn't matter.
To me, it's not. I think knowledge is ignorance. The more knowledge you have, right, or once you step into knowledge or knowing, you become infinitely ignorant. And that's the same thing as like when you measure something, right, and you claim that to be reality, which is like knowing something, quote unquote, you've blocked, right, everything else. And therefore, like your little piece of knowledge is the vast, expansion of ignorance.
Well, Ruhif surely agrees. His measurements have just limited him.
Yeah.
That's just a very like philosophical idea, but that's how I feel about it. Now, when
Ruhif,
do I enjoy like the conversations? Maybe a little bit sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to heckle trigger you, Ruhif.
I just walk in, like Blartek and I last 3 days, right? He just goes, yeah, the sun's 250 miles away. It just looks 250 miles away. I'm like, dude. That's literally the first thing I hear when I walk in.
I don't know. I don't think about what the shape of the Earth is. I think that we can all agree on that like sentiment. Otherwise, you take the other approach where you say like knowledge is right the opposite of ignorance, and then I would say you're no better than a glober.
I mean, in a way, Ruhif, what Santiago said is could be the case, because you're claiming you're doing these measurements and it's limiting you, locking you into what you think the results are. But if you're off, then now you've limited yourself thinking that you had accurate measurements when perhaps there's more to the story. So even though I was heckling, there is actually something to what I was saying too.
So measurements are bad, correct?
No. Just like if they're not giving you the true result.
No, this is a very serious topic, to be honest. Like you can't really play around with it too much, but because it comes down to everything that we're doing.
Yeah, no, because we're limited on what we can say, because free speech is quashed and there's no way you can say anything bad about the elite, and it's difficult to investigate them because they hide in the shadows.
Correct.
You sort of in code when you say you can't say anything bad about the elite. Like what do you mean?
Well, there's lots of things on YouTube that like you just can't say, otherwise your channel's going to be shut down. Yeah.
Right. That doesn't mean you can't say them. Just a platform is not letting you say them on their platform.
And there's reasons for that, right?
Sure. Probably bad for business.
No, it's tyrannical.
Just like in China, right? The CCP, right? They don't like people to say anything bad about the CCP, so they
Yeah,
suppress
that's
the
different, though, right?
population.
That's different.
No, it's bad for business for the CCP.
Yeah, the CCP is the government.
Right. But the government
Right.
could be a terrible dictatorship.
Right, but YouTube is not the government. YouTube has the right to not allow you a platform.
I know, but Rufy, you
Actually, YouTube is the government, unfortunately. They work directly with the White House and the CIA to censor people. And that came out in the Elon Musk documents with Twitter.
Yep.
No, we're not saying like total free expression is good, or we're not saying like censorship is good. We're just pointing out the particularities and the directions that these things can go in. Okay, that's all.
Have you guys seen the new Level movie?
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, you're on it. You're paying for it. You're right out in front of it. You got a front row seat. You got your ticket. Little Ruhif there with his popcorn, his sody pop.
Sody pop. Wow.
Oh, dude, you're right up there in the front row, like excited as can be. So, what do you think of it?
Very, very bad. Very bad. Like it's all the first 15 minutes was all about the Challenger explosion, all the people still being alive. And then they got like 3 MMA dudes in there. What's the go with that? And they're all talking about the government's going to fake an alien invasion. It's just rubbish. It's really bad. Anyway.
What do you guys think is going on with Britney Spears?
She's quite mentally ill.
Yes. Why do you think that she's mentally ill?
Some people just are.
So
usually
some
it's related to
are,
childhood.
but do you think that Britney Spears just is?
Yeah, she's mentally ill. Yeah, the night that she remember when she got sectioned back in 2007-ish, thereabout 2008 maybe.
Yeah,
I actually physically bumped into Britney Spears that night. The night she got sectioned, that was insane.
Wait,
that
the night she got what?
5150.
What?
The night she went to the psych hospital.
Yeah,
years ago. Yeah.
Wait. So, was that the night that she shaved her head?
Was it? Possibly. Hang on, it's a long time ago. 15 years ago or something. But yeah, she was headed to a bungalow at Beverly Hills Hotel. And we were heading to dinner on the pathway.
So that's all you take from it. You're like, oh, I bumped into her. That's great.
Yeah, and then we find out the next morning she's been fucking in the hospital.
Okay. So I can see Ruhif, see this is the ignorance thing, right? We're all very, very ignorant because we all have our ways of looking at things, right? And we never actually see actually what's going on. We just see like what our knowledge bubble is, or what our knowledge bubble wants to tell us. And it's so incredibly limited. It's a terrible way to go about life, actually. Do you think?
I don't know how you guys hard U-turned into Britney Spears, but
I did.
Ruhif, I was going to ask you too. Like, what did you think of Whitson in it? Because wasn't he in it?
Yeah, spinning his usual shit. Yeah, electrostatic stuff. I've just posted a link. It was late January, early February 2008.
Like that's 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Hey, Rufy, where do you get your information from? Are you like big into
Information.
media and television?
I don't watch free-to-air TV or pay TV at all. Zero.
None at all. So you get your stuff from online journals and newspapers and
Yeah, and Twitter and shit like that,
periodicals. Okay, yeah. I think, yeah, that's not a good place to find information, dude.
Sure.
That's all part of the matrix. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to step out of the matrix.
Yeah.
Once you step out of it,
Rufy does not care. I can tell by the sound of his voice. He's solid. He's just here to
Well,
like be, just
unless he's part of the matrix, that explains it.
I'm the elite. I'm part of the elite. That's
No, but okay,
got
it's
a
true.
fake
The
and
government
alien
does
face.
pull.
he wishes he was part of the elite, but
Yeah.
Yeah, the government does pull people into the matrix if they think they can be of worth.
Right.
So I used to work with this guy, right? And he would like read the Age and he'd read the Herald Sun, and he was like, I know everything about politics and whatever, right? And he would sit there and just regurgitate the absolute bullshit, right? From the ABC and SBS, and I'm like, dude, that's all rubbish. That's all corporate propaganda, right? That's their agenda. They give to you so they can steal your tax dollars, right? You understand?
Yeah.
He goes, the reality is us, not them. So I would I'd argue with him on every point, right? I'd say, no, this is why that happens, and no, that guy's paid by that, and
reality is all of it.
that media is paid by that guy, and that's controlled by out of New York. That's controlled by the CIA, all right? And he couldn't get it. He'd say, no, you're mentally ill. I'm like, dude, it's on the internet. They don't even hide the fact, but they just blur it enough so that the people can't see it. So maybe he's woken up, maybe he won't. It'd be interesting to see, actually.
Mm.
Ruhif,
Yeah.
is that your name?
Yes.
Or Rufy?
Either or is fine.
Either or.
Or
Why do they
Ruhif.
call you? Why do
Ruhif
they
is
call you
good.
Ruhif?
Oh, Ruhif's a long story. Company I started years ago as a trustee, corporate trustee.
By what?
It's a corporate trustee for my family trust, Ruhif Proprietary Limited.
Okay. Have you ever looked into like Eastern mysticism, Ruhif?
I looked into Easter and mysticism. No, not really.
Eastern, like
Eastern, like Western Eastern.
like Hinduism.
Oh no.
Buddhism.
I did argue the Bible a while ago.
You
narrowed
argued
it down
the Bible?
Argued against the Bible. Yeah.
Against the Bible. Okay. So what's your like if I could pick your brain a little bit, what's your perception of life?
Perception of life. What do you mean? That's a pretty broad question.
Yeah, just broad painting. But like, what's your concept?
I'm an atheist. Yeah.
You're an atheist. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
But like, so why do things happen?
Why do things happen? Causality.
Okay, cause and effect.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And does anything happen without a cause?
Without a cause. It's a tricky one. There's that Aristotelian efficient cause and material cause shit, right? Like, the what's it called? The cosmological argument from William Lane Craig. And he goes, everything that begins to exist must have a cause. And it just goes back to a first cause thing.
But you said begins to exist. That's already ruining the whole thing. Right?
Wording? Yeah, let me look up the wording of his argument.
Because even that wording, right? If you say, it doesn't matter his argument, but like if you say something began to exist, of course there's a cause. But if you say that there is existence,
Yeah.
then there's no cause.
Yeah, see, I have no reason to think that there was ever a state of nothing and then something comes from nothing. I have no reason to think that at all.
Well, then why do you think that everything is cause and effect?
Oh, I wasn't 100% certain of answering that, yes, but I do think things are caused in our sort of universe, yeah, in our
Okay.
reality.
All right. I don't think that you're bad. You know, it's wrong of you to say that you're an atheist or anything like that. But like, I'm just curious, like, about your exploration of life and how you've explored it. You know, um,
You're going to have to ask more pointed questions, I think.
yeah. No, I'm just trying to dig a little bit.
Yeah, but yeah, I did study all the arguments way back in the day.
Here's a question. Do you think nature has intelligence?
No,
Why do you say no?
I don't think a plant has a brain capable of thinking.
That's called intellect. Let's call that intellect.
I don't think a
Intelligence.
plant is sentient.
The root of the word intelligence is intelligere, which means to read between the lines, right? An intellectual person tends to read the lines, them the for what they are. But reading between the lines is intelligence, right? That means like it's a cohesive action, right? So nature being the thing that like literally gives us our existence, right? Our sustenance, our life, our environment. That is like the cohesive action to our intellect. And to say that that is not intelligent would be very intellectual of you.
I see no sentience where there is no brain.
So dogs aren't intelligent. What about a bear? They're pretty
Dogs are
clever.
sentient. Dogs have brains.
Well,
So wait, hold on. So you limit it to a brain. Now, what
Yeah,
does the
I see
brain?
no examples of
well,
I don't.
yeah.
I'm not talking about your examples of because you will repeat that, right? And that's like a barrier to your own mind of like exploring further, right? You just want examples of the brain, or
No, well, examples of sentience or intelligence
yeah,
without
exactly.
brain.
I
Sentience.
think just
whatever.
you asked you if
Never-
nature was intelligent, but like that's a
I
big
said no.
thing. He didn't say like is a dog or is a plant intelligent, but just all of nature.
No. The brain interacts with the environment that it's in, correct?
Yep.
So how do you separate the two?
What do you mean? A brain is a
Well,
brain.
you say there's no sentience unless there's a brain, but there's no brain without the environment that it's in.
Okay, but we can
So how do you
point
separate?
at something and call it a brain,
No.
and something else is not a brain.
Where
So what do you mean by separate?
where along the line, right? I'm just asking, and if you can answer, where along the line do you separate the two? The environment that the brain is in from the brain.
Like I said, we can point at something and go, "That's a brain," and we can point at something else and go, "That's not a brain." I don't understand the question.
And who does that action?
A sentient being.
Something with a brain, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And
Because we have
that
thoughts.
something with the brain, right, has learned a bunch of things and has decided to say that statement, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that does
Can
not
things without brains do that?
no, it doesn't mean that that's an intelligent statement whatsoever.
We're getting a bit weird right now.
No, we're not. We're not. We're right when we're getting to the correct direction, you're saying it's getting weird. But really, like you're trusting your brain, right, which has come from this environment, and your brain can say a lot of different crazy things that aren't, even though it's sentient, it can be wrong. It can be incredibly, incorrect about anything.
Yep. But it
Right.
can think.
And, thinking is fragmentary in nature. It's never the truth. It's always wrong. It's never the full picture, right? It's always a fragment of something.
I need to take some more drugs.
Oh no,
For you to
you
make
don't.
sense.
No, you don't. No, you don't. But but thinking is fragmentary in nature, right? So when you put an extreme value on thought, right, as a brain, as a sentient being, as a being with a brain, right, you can disconnect yourself, right, into a reality, an illusion that is totally unintelligent. Do you not agree with that?
Literally making no sense. I don't know what you're saying.
Incredible.
Welcome to the globe.
Yes, well done.
Reef, what would
Or-
you consider a brain, though?
Brain.
Where's the limit to a brain?
Just anything
Point-
capable of a thought.
For instance, a crab. That
Crabs
system.
have brains, don't they?
It's a little bit different. That's why I'm asking, where's your limit to a brain? Or a jellyfish, for instance.
Do jellyfish have brains? No idea.
That's why I'm asking you, where's your limit to a brain?
Yeah, it might be a hazy limit, right? I mean, we're all sort of responding to stimuli to a certain degree. So it's like how long's a piece of string? There'll be some arbitrary limit to what I would consider a brain, not a brain. But I mean, do you consider a jellyfish responding to being poked and moving away as a brain action, as a thought? Or is it just a response to stimuli? Don't know.
Yeah, so it's like a nervous system.
Could be. I don't know, but the barrier or the line in the sand would be very hazy. It'd be arbitrary, not arbitrary, but
This is sort of off topic, Rufy.
Yeah.
But during the past 3 years, did you blindly believe the government agenda with the
blindly believe the government agenda. What do you mean?
whole? Yeah, did you
We're
just go
talking about
along with the?
that thing that shall not be spoken of.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Can we
Blindly
stay on it? Hold on. Can we stay on the topic?
No, I'm curious to see how Rufy stands on this. Like,
Oh, they did some things I didn't like, but on the whole, it didn't really affect me that much at all. So I didn't care that much. I know it
it
affected
didn't
more
affect
people.
your life.
Yeah, didn't really change much the way I did things at all. Had to
Interesting.
wear a mask on times, and that's it.
A quick little Google search said that jellyfish have no centralized brain. Instead, they have a radially distributed nervous system that are adapted to their unique body layout.
Nice, radially distributed nervous system. Okay.
I find it funny that you can say that having a brain makes you intelligent when it can also make you extremely unintelligent.
No, it's a prerequisite for intelligence. Not that
It's
it makes
not.
you intelligent.
No, it's a prerequisite for intellect.
Okay, either whatever the distinction is there. Okay.
Yeah. Which means like the ability to calculate like a machine or a computer or whatever. But that's, destroying the world essentially.
Well, I think when I asked, like, does nature have intelligence? Yeah, Ruh, if you took it to like, a brain or no brain, but I was saying like also like nature as a whole. Does nature as a whole have an intelligent, working design?
Nope. Evolution, baby. You know where it's at, yeah.
You're talking about Darwinian evolution?
Sure. Yeah.
What's
descent.
what's considered intelligence in when you say nature has intelligence, Gio?
How am I defining that? Well, like, is there like intention movement, for example, within nature, like coordinated and intentioned orchestration? That would take a level of intelligent in order to have all of those factors, line up the way that they do. Like, that's one example of like nature itself having like an intelligent and intelligible series of actions that create like synergy and certain operating systems to work together in a way that is like gears of a machine that are all functioning together.
Yeah, actually, I got a spin off from that. Hey, Rufy, do you think we should have a society of cohesive thinking, or we should have
But
a
what is
society of,
cohesive thinking? What do you mean by that?
well,
Should we all think the same? No.
yeah, just blindly following what the government says all day, every day. Do you think
No.
we'd have a better society under that, or?
No, I would prefer a more educated society.
Well, okay. Education. Okay, you've got a difference between education and indoctrination.
But your sort
So,
of
You can't.
your
Education
extreme
is,
dislike for mathematics,
no, education
I would
is
not call
at a
indoctrination.
basic level indoctrination.
yeah, I think what we need is a more critical thinking society, because I think
Right.
one of the major factors that came out of the past 3 years was that probably 90% of the Australian, 95% of the Australian population are not critical thinkers. And it was very apparent. And I'm like, come on, guys, this is ridiculous. The government is
Do you
full
believe
of
you're a
shit.
critical thinker?
Yeah. Because if someone is just, you know, well, we've gone over this for the past half an hour, basically.
I don't know if you guys are done. Sorry, I keep losing connection here. The Ruth, with intelligence, what you get high intelligence and low intelligence. Where would well, I think you do. What would you consider is high intelligence versus low intelligence? What would what would make that difference?
How do I assess it? Yeah, just the ability to learn new things.
Okay, learning new things and parroting new things is obviously two different things.
Yeah, but learning and understanding. If you don't understand it, you haven't learned it, right? So, yeah.
Even if it's correct or incorrect, does that also matter?
If you understand it, then it's correct, right? If you understand why it's correct, it's like I understand why fucking Pythagoras' theorem is correct. I understand it.
But what if he's incorrect? So
It's not
that's what I'm saying.
incorrect. I can prove that it's correct. Like,
No, I'm not.
no
I'm
matter
not
of
saying that.
parroting
I'm
it.
not saying that specific one. I'm just saying, what if the thing that has been explained is incorrect, but is understood as correct?
I think we're getting now to like, if a scientific theory, is never proven correct, right? You can't prove a theory true, but you can still understand that the theory gives you the results that you see in reality, as long as you understand that it doesn't make it proven true.
Yes.
Is that where you're sort of going?
Green
That's
and
good.
orange.
That's good.
Green and orange can make the color yellow if you keep mixing them. And someone can explain it to me and I could eventually say, yes, okay, now I understand why it's doing that, because there's this whole explanation for it. But in the end, there could be a new discovery that shows, oh wow, it's actually not giving that color yellow. It's actually giving this color, and the way to get yellow is if you mix these two colors or these four colors together. I'm just saying that the explanation, you can understand the explanation, but it doesn't mean that explanation is correct.
Right. I agree. And we're talking about, having explanations for phenomenon in reality. Yeah. They can never be proven true.
And at the basis of it, right, we're talking, I don't know if we are, but I mean, for me, we're talking about thought itself, right? That is like the kernel of the whole thing, right? Which is like,
I think Beer Man's talking about explanations and understanding them so that you can apply them.
Exactly. But okay, explanations, thought is an explanation of something, typically. And we apply those thoughts to, it's like a measurement, right? To reality. Those thoughts make up the reality that we live in, right? Which is it's like the tip of the iceberg. It's never the whole thing, right? But we live on that surface level reality.
For me, it's just that, say now there is an explanation that intelligence, or what we'll consider that now, intelligence, and people understand that explanation, and yeah, it works pretty well. But let's say someone does, for instance, using the analogy of me with the colors, find out that it's incorrect, would that person be considered more intelligent than everyone else in that field because he discovered something different, or he or she discovered that it's
Yeah,
incorrect?
kudos. Yeah. Yeah. Proving things wrong is, yeah, a sign of intelligence, yes. You take an explanation, right? You understand the explanation. You use the explanation to make a prediction and go and test it like a good little scientist.
Yes, now that's what I'm getting at now. Is now no one believes it, or would understand it the way the person that's discovered it, and uh, for that person, or that whatever it is, that yeah, it makes 100% sense to that person, that yes, that is that the old way is wrong and this way is correct, and it might take 300-400 years before everyone else follows, because they're not understanding it, they're not intelligent enough to understand it. Does that make sense?
You are trying to draw a flat Earth analogy, right?
No, not at all. I'm not a flat earther, so I don't know why that had to come into here. I'm just talking about discoveries, and anything. It could be with consciousness. I'm learning a lot about consciousness, and trying to understand that for myself. And yeah, it's more, the reason why I'm asking these questions, I would say, is more for consciousness and our understanding of what reality is.
When you said only one person in the world understands it, and you kind of hinted that they couldn't explain it to other people, I think for me that means that person doesn't understand what they're talking about.
No. That's not necessarily the case.
Well,
I mean,
like I said, for me, it is.
so
If someone can't explain something, I don't think they understand
that's
it.
the problem, right? When you say, like, for me, right,
Yeah.
they can't explain it to me, right? Then there's the problem.
Say now I discover something, and I'm struggling to get it across to other people, but because there's maybe no words for it. There's a lot of words in the Chinese that we can't explain in English. There's no word for it in the English language. If you look into ancient Zen teachings, there's a lot of words used in Chinese, in the Chinese language, to explain a lot of Zen things, which there is no English word for. So how do you explain that to someone?
Don't know.
But yeah, so yeah,
Well,
I would say
it
intelligence.
comes down to, you can't, right? First of all, you can say something that, I don't know, it may have an effect, it may not, doesn't matter. But what it comes down to is people have to see their prejudice, and if they're okay with their prejudice, then there's nothing that can be done at the moment. But prejudice is all of us, right? Like, it is like how we observe the world. We're all observing the world through an incredible amount of prejudice, and that's just like saying, measurement is limited, thought is limited, whatever. You can say it in a million different ways, which kind of take the sting off of it. But like, it if you want to live your life that way, right, through a particular form of comfortable prejudice, then nobody's going to really interact with you, right, or change that. It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, well, it's, for instance, you see those optical illusions where people. So I might be changing it here again. People would see that woman spinning on the screen, for instance, now, and they say, is she turning left or is she turning right? Um, I can see it spin both ways. Sometimes I have to blink a couple of times for myself to see that actual illusion spin the opposite direction. But some people only see it spinning in one direction, and you say no, but it's spinning the other way, and they think you're mad, or they think you're lying, or uh, the pink and green shoe, that dress, all those sort of optical illusions. How do you convince someone that no, you're actually seeing the other color?
You don't. Why should you convince them?
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Once again, to my previous arguments, what if you discovered something and you can't explain it to anyone? Do you consider yourself mad then?
I don't think that like your action, right, in trying to explain something, you can do that. Like in Discord, right? It's very much usual. It's like we're having a conversation. We're trying to pose the other side of somebody's, you know, assertion, and that's like that plays itself out. But in general, right? In general action, if you're trying to like say something to somebody to try to, I don't know, change their mind, right, in a certain direction, that's all. That only goes so far. It's very stupid. It's very superficial because it either happens or it doesn't, and when it does happen, right, then all the steam is lost out of the situation, and then you're like, okay, we agree, and you're on the same page as me, and it all fizzles down to basically like, I don't know, it's it's just it simplifies down to that state where you're like, okay, we agree, and then nothing. It's like, okay, we're on the same team. Who cares, really? Like, you don't want to be on that team anyways, and you don't want more people on that team either. What we really want is not to like convince people of like what we think that we know, but we really want to learn more than we know, and we really want to like to see, I don't know, the truth come out, right? Not just like to gain followers or something.
Yeah, more the discussion. I think you said earlier on, yeah, for the discussion. You're not completely convinced of the flat Earth. It's probably the same boat where I'm at. I'm not completely convinced of either model. Um, for instance, with the heliocentric model, I don't see it as we going around the sun. If anything, I would say the sun is going around us. That's the way I see it, and that's what I'm trying to say. Is, for instance, so it's once again to the lady that turns left or right. It's the way I see it, and yeah, not trying to gain
Well, yeah.
followers. Yeah, go
I mean,
ahead.
when
Joe.
I really think about it, yeah, it's. I mean, when you really think about it, really, this goes for everyone. I mean, we see the sun as a circle in the sky, and it passes over us. Like, there's no indication that we are circling around that object. It just literally passes in our sky.
Around it. That's when if you had to tell me, once again, like that lady spinning, is she spinning left or right? Oh no, she's spinning right. Is the sun going around us, or are we going around the sun? No, the sun's going around us. We standing still. That's the way I see it. So if the closest I can get to this whole Earth discussion is that we are geocentric. Just with my own senses, I think our bodies have got. Our whole body is a sensor. Our brain is what's sending the signals out or receiving those signals and sending for us to react to it. But yeah, it's a cool topic. I really enjoy what you guys do here.
Yeah. I mean, that's a solid logical deduction from the direct experience of the sun circling, above us in the sky.
Yeah. So for instance, with that discussion with the sun now, the way I was introduced to this topic or to the Earth shape was moving away from us. It's not actually going behind something physical. So someone pointed out that you can actually see the sun go in a circular path, and I saw what was being presented. I visually saw it, and it made sense to me. And then I was intrigued by and now it's just for everyone trying to prove it is, I think, where the issue is, which is once again where I was asking Ruth, how do you prove a new discovery if no one's agreeing with you?
Okay, I can show you a video real quick that shows the Earth turning above you.
Yeah, Ruhif, what would you do if the entire world was flat earthers? What would you do?
Be a hermit. Something like that.
You would be out there having to explain so many things to so many people. Too many things.
I would just say the world is fucking crazy and go and live off in the jungle somewhere.
Really?
Hmm.
And would you okay, so you would not try to reconvince the world of the globe?
I wouldn't see the point. It's like I remember the other day, and you asked me a question about
Voldemort. Good.
I don't even know what Voldemort represents. But I said to you, use something possible like 9/11 being a hoax, something like that, right? That's kind of where I'm going now. Is that if everyone was a flat earther, I would just say literally the world has gone crazy, yeah, and just exit to the.
Fair enough.
Somewhere.
It wouldn't
you
be
go-
that. It wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be that you're wrong on the globe.
Hey, Beam, and I posted a
Sorry.
video. You can watch it real quick.
Thanks, Jan, for watching.
Wait, so you're saying that for real? That if everybody thought the Earth was, immovable, not moving, planar, with the sky above us, etc., you're saying that and if there was even many, many verifiable reasons that they thought that, you still would think it's a globe, and then just go and run away from the world?
Again, if there were many verifiable reasons, yeah, then sure, but there aren't. It all comes back to you being able to show me observations that match a prediction of a flat Earth and contradict a prediction of a globe, and no one can do it.
So you rely on math?
Yeah,
Roofy?
Yep.
Yeah, you got to get out of the math. The math's a joke.
No,
See,
that's how you come up with predictions.
No. A math is creation of man. So man created math to fit the box. The box doesn't fit the math. You understand? So you talk about Pythagorean theorem. It works for you because they made it represent what you're looking at. Yeah.
Well, like digital color space is different than in the way the computers can make colors. Like you wouldn't be able if you were taking that and you were trying to use paints and mixing colors, you wouldn't get the same effect.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Is there a possibility that the computation, calculation, mathematics at all can sometimes create a model that will not work given the true analog, right? Is it the case the true analog of the Earth, right? Could work in different ways.
Have I modeled the problem correctly? Is that
I'm saying that's simply that there can be differences in the way in which we process certain type of maths that yield a result that's germane to a certain end result, right? So if it is to map a globe, then you've achieved your technology of calculating it. If you like, you've used all the optic problems, and you said like, let's not think this is flat. Let's think it's a ball. It works out for that, but it doesn't necessarily have to equate to the true physical reality in which you're residing, I guess.
Yeah, my model can't prove reality. I agree with that. But I took the question as to be, am I correctly abstracting the problem into mathematics, and then I do the maths and come up with a prediction, and then again check reality. There can be errors in abstracting.
I guess it is to go back to Gio's question. I guess if somebody was to say like, oh, the maths were wrong, and here's how they all were wrong, and we just got it wrong, but aren't you glad that we know that it's a flat Earth, right? If that was the case, then you would say you're crazy, you're crazy, you're crazy, you're crazy, and you would just say everybody's nuts for saying so.
Yeah, because maths would be wrong, and maths isn't wrong.
But wouldn't that make you crazy?
He's wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
But how is maths wrong?
Oh my god!
If I've got a
See, this,
triangle, a right angle triangle, and two 45-degree angles, like, can you tell me the length of the hypotenuse relative to the
I
sides?
understand all this, and this is ninth grade stuff. I get it. But
So is it correct though?
they don't provide math, and the math they're using for the so-called globe totally is false. It's laughable.
Wrong maths. Please share
And
the
they're
correct
using
math.
like refractions and things that doesn't
Right.
exist.
Refraction
It's
exists.
embarrassing that people believe it. So this is where it comes down to critical thinking, all right? And sometimes I can't take you seriously, Rufy, because
That's ironic.
come on, man. Like, are you just coming here to troll the
Oh, dude,
flat Earth because you're
you
bored?
said 4 times now that you just look at the sun, eyeball it, and go, it's 250 miles up.
Yeah,
You're the
correct.
troll here. Yeah, that's
No, it's a
trolling.
reality. Nope.
Okay.
He's got more better eyes.
Of all ways
Because-
of all comments that could be made about Ruhif, I actually don't think trolling is really high on the list.
Thank
for
you,
him.
Gio.
Yeah, but okay, and you know what? We've had our Rufy hour. Can we go back to talking other stuff we had before?
Sure.
Because he's just going to deflect, deny, change this, and believe that, and he answers every question a certain way that all the round earthers do in high school. So I'm not interested in talking to Rufy unless you are, or give me another explanation. Let's move on. Yeah?
Dudes, I'm just going to go to sleep in a minute, but I just need to ask Rufy one thing. Rufy, I'm just going to have one little go here.
Yeah.
I don't expect you to see it, though, because I don't want to insult you either. But you understand that a tree, the word tree, label, is not actually the tree. You get that, don't you?
It's a referent. Tree's a referent, and the word is the reference.
But you see that it's not really the tree. It's just a word in your head.
Yes. Well aware. Thank you.
That's like maths.
Like I said, there can be errors made. If you have the question, what should I expect on a globe? There can be errors made in abstracting that question into mathematics. Once you're
Well,
in
hold on. That was
mathematics,
very poignant, though. What Andy said was very poignant. Could you want to maybe steel man it? Because I thought it was a great point.
I think I am steel manning it.
But did you get what he meant by that? That like, I mean, like the way I kind of interpret it, like, yeah, the word tree is just, a model by which we would call that physical object. So mathematics, I mean, there's different ways to use mathematics, but there's certain parts of the globe mathematics that are used in a similar way. Like it's a descriptor, but it isn't actually that actual physical reality.
Yeah, the way I took his comment was that there's a physical thing in the world that has fucking branches and leaves, whatever else, and we have a concept in our head, and we use the word tree to describe it. That's what I thought he was talking about. Is the sort of abstraction from reality into a concept.
What it is essentially is reality is everything that we think about, right? That reality is everything created by thought, and the truth has nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Brew, if you were perceiving that from what he said, that you were saying that you think you do have measurements that are mathematical and connect to the physical world, is that what you're claiming?
Yes. Yeah, it's all a question of, have I correctly abstracted that into my mathematics? And I obviously believe the answer is yes.
You can't seriously believe that, though.
Why not?
Well, you can see simply that your measurement of a tree, right, is not the tree.
Right.
But
I do have a measuring device, and I read a number off it. That's a measurement.
Well, it's never a correct measurement.
Never correct or never 100% accurate? What do you mean?
It never sees the full picture, right? It's always wrong.
Should I just throw away the measurement, or should I take it with some level of?
No, yeah, you take it with some level of, right. You understand that it's limited inherently.
Yeah.
and the intelligence comes in with understanding the nature, right, and the truth of that limitation.
But like when I hear you say that nature might not be intelligent at all, just a total dumb system, it sort of makes me have the reaction that maybe you would have if other people all thought that the Earth was flat. You know?
Yeah, look, if you guys can come up with observations that are consistent with a flat Earth and inconsistent with a globe, that is what changes my mind. That there's been 0 observations over the last 8 years or whatever that have been that way. That's why I'm a glober, because all the observations fit a globe and contradict flat Earth.
That's why you're.
Do you say that it contradicts flat Earth?
Yeah.
It's the other way around, dude.
Well, show me one. Show me an observation that contradicts the globe
No.
and is consistent with the
I'm not
prediction of
showing
flat
you.
Earth.
No.
And you call me the troll. Holy shit. Okay.
No, it's your job. It's your job to research flat Earth and discover it and work it out for yourself.
I've been here, obviously, much longer than you have.
Yeah, but I don't understand why you keep coming here. It's kind of weird, dude.
It's fun.
So imagine if, like, imagine you went to a house and no one in that house agreed with what you said.
Yeah.
Anything, and you just kept coming back every day to the same house. Do you really think, you know?
Ruth,
It's not
I
that
haven't
way,
actually-
because you guys all love Ruhuf, and you're all talking to him, and you're all, you know.
I enjoy the engagement, yeah.
Yeah, everyone's enjoying each other's conversation. Without Ruhuf, you guys would all be talking in circles.
Mm-hmm.
Ruth, do you
No,
ever
we actually
ask
talk about really
questions,
good
though?
stuff.
Ruth, do you ever ask questions though with like what the guys talk about and things like that? I keep asking questions. I don't like to give answers because personally I don't think I have answers. I'm generally a question asker.
Yep. But do I ask questions of who?
Just of the discussions that the guys have, because I very rarely hear you ask interesting questions. You generally tend just to answer. Is there a reason?
Depends. I ask pointed questions. So if I'm trying to make a point, then I will ask a very pointed question. Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't have any questions about the models.
I don't. Yeah, generally don't
Yeah.
have much in the way of open-ended questions in this arena.
Okay, so you accept it as is. You just know that what is presented in your world, in your reality, is what it is.
Is the Earth a globe? Yes. Is that what
No, I
you're
didn't.
saying?
No, not at all. Just in reality, the
Oh,
way as
if
humans
I'm
are
curious
humans.
about something, yeah. If I'm curious about something,
Okay.
yeah. But this, yeah, the shape of the Earth is settled. Like it's not an open question. So generally, when I'm asking questions, it's quite, yeah, pointed, directed, rather than
Okay.
open. Yeah.
Yeah, I envy that. I wish I can get to that stage, but I enjoy where I'm at.
Yeah, be the way to get there. That's more directed at Blartec, obviously. But yeah.
That? What'd you say?
Oh, I said learn some maths if you don't want to be a flat earther.
No,
Well,
look, I grew up with this stuff. Right? I grew up with round earth theory and all this bullshit in high school and university, and I knew it was bullshit. So it just took a long time before it broke on the internet. Then people started to discover it. You know. Anyway, look.
Ruhif, if you feel so sure about your position, does it frustrate you that you can't seem to convince anyone of it?
No. I think for the first month or two when I got into it, I was like, what the hell's going on? And then I sort of understood the psychology a little bit better. But yeah,
What makes you think it's psychology? You just said it was math.
No, the psychology of flat earthers, the outright denialism and refusal to.
You're the one with the denialism.
Okay.
So anyway, look, the reason why I came back, can anyone recommend some other servers?
I'm pretty sure that's against the rules in Nigeria to recommend other servers.
Is it?
All I know is
I
that
don't
this is the
know,
best one.
possibly.
This is the best one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Depends.
not so much with Flat Earth, just meeting general chat type thing. Anything
So-
really.
Yeah, it's the only place to be.
Guess what time it is? Guess what time it is? Yeah,
It's time to put the
Feed the
bibs
dogs
on
time.
the dogs.
It is
Dog bibs.
very, very shortly.
I'm starting a rumor that your dogs wear bibs, and it's actually catching on. So I'm happy.
I should find
Totally
some pictures of them wearing
slandering the
clothes.
shit out of
Though.
you.
Hold on.
What's up?
I got to find some photos of them like wearing dress-up clothes. It's fantastic.
You have those? That would,
Oh yeah,
that would
we've
be.
got shitloads of dog clothes here.
I don't know. I think I could handle that.
Close?
Could be good.
Wow.
So ultimately, Ruhif, you basically blame everyone else for not getting what you're saying. Like you think that you have the logical, the truth, and then all these other people that you just can't. You think they're all broken? Is that what you're saying?
Broken. Their reasoning is broken. Yes. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing that you were saying. You're afraid that if you're wrong, then you would be insane because your reasoning would be broken, right? But right now, you think that they're all broken and you have it.
Yeah, there's just denial. There's some subconscious denial happening. Have to throw evidence away, or I don't know, some ego thing maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, but what about all the rebuttals that people are giving you for your stuff, though? Like very
Hang on a
solid.
sec. I got to post this one in the chat. One sec. Posting in the chat. Oh, not DMs. Oh, where are you? Earth Awakenings. Whoops. Awakenings live stream text 1. There you go. Daisy. Fuck's sake.
Is she holding onto the couch because it's spinning?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's a pug, right?
No.
Not. What is it?
A Brussels Griffin.
Looks like a little puggy.
Yeah, I'll stick a link. Oops. All right, link incoming. There you go.
Yeah.
Ruhif, would you say you ever questioned the globe, like even as a child or at any time through your life?
Questioned it. I've always believed it to be a globe. Like I never thought it was a flat plane. But like 2016, 2017, I questioned, why do I believe this? Yeah. That's why I got here, right? That's why I got into this whole debate. I was like, why do I think this? Is it just pictures from space, or
But
how reliable are those pictures from
Oh,
space?
Jen, time to go feed the dogs. Good night, Jen.
Good night.
Good
How
night.
reliable? I only asked one question. How reliable are those photographs from space, or pictures, or images? Fair question.
Oh, is that you, Jen? I was thinking you'd come in tonight or today, whatever it is.
Boy, Jen, that was a quick one for you, Jen. That was only about 3 seconds. Set him up, knock him down.
ding, ding, ding. TKO.
Gio, hey Gio, I joined the Telegram and I sent you a message yesterday to try to get that video from you.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I'll check that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I can just send it right in a message, so it's a convenient way.
Okay.
I think we need to have a hybrid clone of Jin and Democ to sick on any Glober from here on out. You know, just like a clone of the two of them, just for a
Jinmok.
quick exit, just to get rid of any Glober from the panel we want. Janok.
But I don't really. Yeah.
That'd be good.
How did that even
Hey, Jin.
Would he
Jin,
have
I
an
made
English
a meme of a FEMA camp for round earthers. Is that a bad thing?
That's a good thing.
Yeah. Well, PhD is having a go at me in chat.
No,
He's
that's a good
saying,
thing. It's a good thing.
That-
Remember what they said.
it would
about
be
us.
it'd be a de-education camp.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. I've got a question.
That's actually
What do
really
you-
good.
Yeah, I've got a question. What do you make of what's come out recently with these documents from the Ukraine war being exposed on Discord? Will that make Discord tighten its rules? What do you think? What's your opinion, guys?
I never heard about it.
Oh, didn't you hear in recent? Surely some of you must have heard about this.
No.
It's been going on for 2 weeks now. Yeah.
Oh,
I missed
that
it.
was the
You
stuff.
talking? Wait, what are you talking about?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
What's the thing that's going on for 2 weeks?
Okay, what's been going on for 2 weeks, right, is that there's a guy in America has released some secret documents from the Pentagon, by the way, on the Ukraine-Russian war, and he released these documents on Discord.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Are you
He's
sure it
been-
wasn't
since-
Telegram, not Discord?
Yeah.
No. It was
It was
Discord.
Discord.
It was Discord. They said Discord.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, they did say Discord. They didn't say Telegram. They said Discord. And the guy's since been arrested, waiting whatever his fate will be. But, it's interesting, that happened, and it happened on Discord.
Well,
I was wondering what you-
what's the idea behind the documents? What were they? Is there any disclosure about what they said, or anybody?
Mm-hmm.
Not really. No, as you well know, they never give us that, do they? Unless
Well,
you put
yeah,
it
that's what I'm
through-
saying. Whatever they give us usually is for a reason. It's usually fabricated from the start. So if I had to speculate, I would say that the back reason for part of this might be to say, oh, we have to start cracking down on everything that's information exchanged on Discord.
Oh, you're right.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Censorship, you mean?
Right.
Yeah.
But if there's no real reason for us to do it, then we'll make sure that we have some guy pretend to drop fake documents on Discord so that we can have a
Exactly.
reason to look at the shit too. Also, just as a plan B, in case somebody doesn't try and just boldly drop fucking top secret documents on a fucking open platform.
Right.
It's cool.
And then the whole war itself is questionable. So right there, you already have it like a fake document based on a fake war or whatever that is. Maybe possibly fake war or whatever, possibly partially fake, whatever it is,
Semi-fake.
pseudo fake or pseudo real, I guess.
Yeah. So
You can think of it as it's not a real war, but you can think of it as a war.
Right. You see, this is
I
what
don't even know what to
I thought
believe.
you guys would come out with. I thought you guys would go down that route, yeah, because strange, it was being pumped for the last 2 weeks, still being pumped. So if you look into the media news, you'll catch that.
They're going to start
And,
labeling everybody terrorists. They have a label.
Yeah, wasn't it about like that America is really who is at war in terms of like Ukraine and Russia, and that it's actually American soldiers that are behind a lot of it?
Right. And what about Sudan? I mean, America's removing all their operatives and personnel from the embassies in Sudan as we speak.
Yeah, there's a
They've
civil
just
war
completed
going
that.
on in Sudan right now.
Yeah, between two
And
generals.
Russia is supplying the military with weapons in Sudan.
That's
So it's a
right.
big problem for the United States.
Yeah, two generals are waging war against each other. Two generals, can you believe?
And one's Russian backed, so it's concerning.
That's why flat Earth is such a threat. Not that they're not using it as well, but it just seems like, that when you realize that all the countries are in on the space program, that's going to having this fake space program, then how how much of an enemy could really Russia be to anybody? You know, like we're not surprised by them supplying this military. It's just all a game that's being played with like chess pieces on a board, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, would we have ever gotten to the moon if it wasn't for Russia?
Good one.
Mm. His hand and glove. Ciao.
Yeah.
Then
There
what
you have
about
it.
these this new venture that's coming out pretty soon in 2024, where you can get onto a helium balloon and go up to 25 kilometers, roughly 15 miles, into the Earth's atmosphere and enjoy French cuisine at the prices of it's an 11-hour round trip, 11 hours round trip, 25 kilometers off the Earth's surface, which is at 15 miles, enjoying French cuisine at the price ranging from 125,000 to 132,000 are the two prices that I heard so far. What do you think about that?
That's not
That's
including tip.
ridiculous.
That does not include the tip. Go ahead.
Of course, it won't be open air. It'll be a enclosed capsule with fisheye windows.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, well said, guys. That's it.
Because you know why they're doing all this hot air stuff is because you know that Jeff Bezos and Branson had those space flight companies. They're both been shut down, right? Because
Blue
Yeah.
they
Origin,
went up
Virgin
there and realized the Earth was flat. They went to 80,000 feet. And they said, the Earth's flat. And they freaked out. And they said, well, we can't run these flights anymore. So they shut it down.
Virgin
Wait a
Galactic
minute.
never got as high as the Blue Origin rockets, however high they got up. But Virgin Galactic was trying to do something with plastic-based fuels, and then their ship blew up. They had it really seemed like made up somehow.
Yeah, they
It was-
wanted to get out of the whole venture.
It was like on CNN. They're like, we're breaking in live for a demo of this fucking rocket. Like, that's weird, right? One, and then the rocket blows up, and then the only person that's talking is the girl that's been like writing a book on the pilots for the last year. She's the only person. She's like, oh my god. You know what I mean? It was crazy. But that really could have just been a remote controlled thing. You know what I mean? Up there anyway. That did that, right? So. Whatever.
Well, William Shatner definitely didn't go up. That's for sure.
He's like, oh, there's just
Yeah,
death.
no one did.
Death.
Yeah.
Well, what's the whole story with them realizing the Earth was flat? Or whoever said that.
I said that. Well, because remember Richard and Bezos, they went up there about 3 years ago.
They supposedly did, yeah.
Yeah, and
Right.
so
What about
they took the initial flight, and it also went quiet. There was nothing spoken about it for a long time, right? Then,
Oh,
I,
do
then
you
I
mean
thought, yeah,
you're assuming that they realized it was flat
Yeah,
because they went up?
I am based on assumption correct
Oh,
because
okay.
these guys are billionaires, right? They would have been pushing this non-stop if they wanted us to get up there.
But
You know,
billionaires
all
don't
the-
risk their lives like that.
But what about the guy that Google that did the higher than the Red Bull jump? The CEO of Google.
Yeah, right.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I never
I mean,
heard
did
about
he
that.
do that just for shits, or does he like jumping out of high planes, or is there some kind of flat Earth attachment in this? You know what I mean? Why does a billionaire go to such heights?
I didn't even hear about
Yeah.
that. What's his name?
Neither did I.
That dude. I don't know. I think he's got an evil name. I don't want to repeat it, but he does have a name. What's his
Did
name?
he, when he did this jump, did he have all that
Google.
space gear on? You know, the proper
Yeah.
helmet and
Yeah,
everything. And
yeah. If you don't have that, you wouldn't have been talk. You can't even talk anymore if you just try to do that without the gear. Your shit will just
Fucking
all
hell.
be you'll be like a stroke victim. Larry.
Alan Eustace.
No. There's an interesting one that's before the Red Bull jump, which is Pentandiana. He's an independent guy out of New Jersey, and just a hobbyist jumper. But they actually, I think he was sabotaged because he knew his gear. His gear was then provided by like these like aerospace companies, and then his ship broke, and then he basically died shortly after his last attempt. His He did get down to the ground, but he wasn't in very good condition. All that pressure really fucks with our biology. We're just not meant for it.
Well, I just posted this for the wiki for Alan Eustace, who it says he was a president of engineering at Google until he retired in 2015. And it looks like it says in 2014 he did a free fall jump from the stratosphere, breaking Felix Baumgartner's world record. The jump was 135,890 feet and lasted 15 minutes. That's what they claim.
Okay, so he's a former
15
CEO. I
minutes?
was using the current one. My bad.
That's the guy that died after the last jump or something.
No, that's adding further confusion. Gio's correcting me. I'll look. It's Nick Pantanda. You can try to search that. But he's like for a civilian that's not Felix Baumgartner or billionaire. He's the most accomplished civilian amateur jumper. What have you?
Oh, right. Well, and he died, did he?
I believe he was sabotaged because he didn't know what he was getting into with all these like observations. He's like, it looks amazing up there. You guys should see it. It's all like flat. I don't know. I don't have any like particular quotes where he's saying it's flat, but an enthusiast of this, either that's a plant or that's a real person.
Yeah, and even if it was a real person, I mean, like you said, sabotage to scare anyone else of thinking of going up there to question it whether they go up there or not. Braving, you know.
That's the other way. Yeah, that could be too.
Yeah, Branson, Sir Richard Branson, he only went up to 55 miles anyway, so he didn't get to the Kármán line. And his company has since filed for bankruptcy, by the way. Right? Yeah, so, Galactic is like in bankruptcy mode at the moment.
Yeah, he got fucked up by Tower Records going down. If CDs were still being made, he'd be okay.
Yeah.
He was making a lot of money selling a piece of plastic, I think.
Yeah, he was making, Virgin Records, he was making loads of money. Don't know why he sold it, the idiot. And by the way, cassette tapes are having a comeback, apparently. I'm making a comeback. Cassette tapes.
I'm prepared for this.
I still play cassette tapes anyway. I still do. So I haven't stopped since the 1980s.
New perspective. I mean to ask you this. Do you have that cassette tape that I left in your car? Because I need that
shit. It's still in my car. I'll mail it to you.
It's an important audio record. I don't even know where I could get one of those.
All right, I still got it. Yeah, I think it's still in the car in the tape deck.
All right. Okay. Have you gotten some mileage out of it?
I haven't listened to it since you were there.
Ah, you jerk.
Right, so it might be stuck to the cassette head. Then you might have to get that out quick.
It hasn't been that long yet.
All right.
It'll be fine.
It's important. I don't want tape warbles in it. I do like tape warbles, but that doesn't have any in them.
I'm sure it'll be fine. It's just been sitting in there.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
all right.
That's all right.
Just brief. I've been meaning to mention it to you.
DM me your address.
All right.
Another thing about these helium balloon stratosphere rides that are lasting 11 hours, about 11 and a half hours, it's the return. And they're going to be deploying these paragliding type parachutes. Do you know the ones I mean? What these stunt parachutists use, yeah? It doesn't look safe to rely on just that one shoot, bearing in mind of what happened to Mad Mike Hughes. So there's a lot of safety issues, I think, that are being overlooked.
I doubt that Mad Mike Hughes actually died, to be honest. In fact, there was somebody I talked to that just got out of jail in another server, and he said Mad Mike Hughes was in the jail when he was there.
Right. Well, why was he in jail?
And there's an article. Well, there was a whole weird thing that he was doing where he was assuming people's identities, like basically. It was a whole thing.
Chauffeurs, stuntmen.
Yeah, huh? He was like following a copyright on their name, like using their legal fiction name and using it as a copyright. And there was a whole thing about it. I think Bob and Jared and everybody else were talking about it.
Whoa! I'll have to look into that. I didn't know that. So Mad Mike is still alive then.
And I'll post an article that was sent to me by somebody else where it's Mad Mike Hughes' celebration of life. And it looks like the guy's there. It looks like it's Mad Mike Hughes in a mask You know,
David Bowie,
and
The Weeknd, Elvis, and Michael Jackson.
this isn't one of those. This looks like it's just him with the doll that says Mad Mike on it. And it's like the article's about Mad Mike, and then it's got a picture of him in a mask as if he's just a guy that's there. It's weird.
Wow.
Like it's like in your face type thing.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna go up in a rocket and you're gonna have somebody film it, you make sure that they get one continuous cut of you actually getting in the rocket and actually launching off. You don't do a cut and then show the fucking rocket take off.
You know what's
Even
funny?
then,
Like
you
when,
could probably edit it to make it look like you did, but regardless.
but
look at the picture of that guy. Go ahead.
Like when we had Mad Mike on the PPC, did you catch any of that bit? Like I let him just talk to Poncho or whatever. Like, but at no point did he seem qualified to do any of this shit, right?
No, you're right.
To me, like I was there, like looking at him and stuff. I don't know, like, but
he didn't seem like he had tech skills or like
he seemed like
ingenuity. He didn't come off as like an ingenuity guy.
He seemed like a guy who like did 20 years of being a musician and then just like is pretending to be other things. Like I don't even know if he could fucking chauffeur people.
Yeah.
His hair was like all flock of seagulls and shit. I was like, what is like I don't know, like nice. He was nice, but like I didn't catch like, oh, you definitely have an engineering brain enough to build yourself a steam powered rocket.
Right.
But I wouldn't have thought that anyway from somebody who'd be eccentric enough to fucking make a steam powered rocket, for anything more than just like, truly just eccentricity. Like,
did you see his last launch anyway? Did you see the last launch? And when that steam rocket launched off and the parachutes sheared off as it took off, did you see that?
The one thing that we had been doing was trying to fund him. Like I was part of other people's efforts to fundraise for the rocket, right, through the IPS.
Yeah, I remember that.
Right, but dude, like, why not buy a parachute? You know what I mean? Like that's an important piece of this, right? Not the paint job, right? Not the sticker, not what it says, but the actual but the actual thing that would have secured the guy's life, let's say, would have been a more important investment part. But that would just be somebody who is an engineer, you know what I mean, who might think of those things. So you'd have
to agree with you there. Also, did you see the launch before the last launch, and the one before that as well, where the parachutes didn't properly deploy? There was always one that didn't quite open up properly, so it was coming down quicker than it should have done.
And all the other shit too, like all these
shoots rather than 3. Yeah,
all these launch sites were on BLM land too. And it was all right. There was like all controversy, like where can we launch it? Where can we do it? Oh, the Spirit Land.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. There was controversy where he was actually launching his rockets. That's correct. There was another one. Question marks there. And the parachute thing, that's your safety. I mean, that's safety. That's you got to check that out. That's got to be
done.
That's
not how Mad Mike rolls. Mad Mike's a dangerous man. He doesn't value life or his own. He laughs in the face of danger. You know what I mean? It says parachute. I don't need that. Gravity, it's nothing, bro. I'm in a steam rocket. What kind of fucking insane why would we want to support an insane person that can't engineer? And then we wouldn't. You wouldn't want to do that, right? Even if I was like, hey guys, I figured out a way to go faster than the speed of light. All I gotta do is plug my fucking ass into the socket and it's good, ready to go. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna do it for you guys. All right. And you're like, yeah, do it. No, that's not the kind of insane world we want.
As soon as I heard him saying he was going to go to space with it, I just knew. Obviously, he wasn't. But the idea of advertising flat Earth was appealing. But then when he started doing all these quirky stuff, I could see the negative side of it.
Well, if you cheered for it, then you've got to feel like you signed a contract that just meant that and this from America, this chap thinks he's going to go to space on a rocket. You know what I mean? Whatever. Just all the fucking all over international news picks up this.
It was. It was.
How does that shit work too? Like that's pretty quick. Heard it through the grapevine. I understand it. You know what I mean? But like. That all seemed like to have the rapidity that, just the coordination of it all just seemed to be a little more than I can, say is lucky, right? It's better than luck. I'll say that. better than
Yeah.
chaotic statistics would say that it should go like this. It's like a lot of things lined up for that to happen. It would seem.
Yeah. I do feel though with that with what we've just been talking about, I do feel that ascending supposedly French cuisine capsule that they want to ride in for 11 and a half hours and then return. Right, it's a round trip of 11 and a half hours. I don't know about the parachute. When you look at it, it's just one parachute, like a paragliding one. That's it. Right, I don't think they're that safe. They're prone to being tangled up, not deploying properly. No, I'm not so keen on. I wouldn't ride on it.
Is it like a 4-course like French kind of situation?
Absolutely, you're going to be enjoying the top of French cuisine with all the champagne. You know, like they used to do with the airships back in the early 1920s.
It's full on Hindenburg style. I got you.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, my dad as a kid, my dad used to go and pick up like forks and shit from the Hindenburg.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right.
Sold it for scrap. Didn't think it was even worth it. Funny. It was silverware though. Funny.
Yeah, that would have been worth some money now. Any cutlery?
Probably people still looking for shit out in Lakewood. That's weird. It's strange how like New Jersey is centered for a lot of things. I don't know.
This is a French company. Well, they say it's a French company, but it's obviously Americans' collaboration with this thing. Yeah, and that capsule's definitely looking like it's going to be facilitating that curvature because that's the big thing. That's the big sell. You'll see the edge of the earth. You'll see the edge of the curvature of the earth. You know, they're really advertising that. "12 kilometers an hour, it will ascend roughly," they say. The ascend rate. So
you start off with appetizers. I think by dessert you're gonna be passing wind, right? Isn't your shit gonna get all weird because buoyancy and gases and stuff like that? I don't know.
You're not going to experience. You're not going to experience 0G apparently. Not at that altitude. You're not. No way.
This is an expensive date though that you may be farting at. That's all I'm saying. If you're thinking about it for Valentine's Day or whatever, you know. Maybe somebody in the audience is thinking, you know, like I want to do this for my sweetheart. We love the space.
See, so there is no 0G experience. No way, Jose. There. I don't think there's any 0G experiment anywhere anyway. So obviously, that's obvious. It's not going to be happening. They don't get where do we get the idea that you can float in space?
You're not into this microgravity kind of feel?
Yeah.
I don't know. Jeez. You'd have to be so far away, huh? But if you're above some kind of like energetic thing, then maybe that could be enough of a buffer. You know, if you're above like some kind of band, maybe I could, maybe. I don't know, maybe the gravity starts to just get a little slow gravity, not like low gravity, you know?
Nah, because I doubt it.
I look at gravity as kind of like a cumulative taking of your potential kinetic. You know what I mean? Like it's constantly robbing you, but at a regular rate, sort of, you know? So I don't believe that. That's not well. Okay, well that's how I conceive of gravitic action happening, or you know what I mean, things falling. That's how I think of it because it's happening.
Yeah, if it were a thing, if it were a thing, I mean that's
well.
Right.
You do agree that shit falls down. The reason that shit falls down, I think, is happening in little bites of time. That's how I feel about it, right? So if something was to slow down the way that it bites the time out, right? Because like some shit will fall slower in a liquid, right?
Yeah.
Or a buoyant balloon or whatever. We're just modulating the the clock rate of the chomping out of our kinetic potential energy.
Yeah, I understand it. You're scrubbing off the speed, basically, is what we call it.
Yeah, so I'm saying like, you know, if some kind of energy could augment that, you know, well, we'd have hover cars here if we had a control over this technology. So I would say that we probably don't have the ability to do this or generate this effect on that kind of scale. Like it just wouldn't work, maybe. You know, we can't like make it pocket size. Some things like the ocean, we can't make pocket. We can't like miniaturize the ocean. Be like, oh, this is like a small ocean. You know what I'm saying? Like some things just or a mountain range. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is. And if there is some kind of like super energy band up there that can change the rate, I'd say like alter the clock speed of gravity. Maybe you could have like slow gravity, not what they call microgravity. If that's even possible, I don't even know. I think most of the shit that we see that's explanations of it are people on fucking wires and people, with like some kind of special effects shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a setup. I don't think that I've seen necessarily any proofs of it. You know what I'm saying? But I guess I don't discount the possibility physically that it could happen.
Yeah, my idea is, where do we get the idea that when you go up to 60 miles, you start floating? And then Newton's law of motion, third law of motion, that hasn't been proven in space. There's a lot of unanswered questions. There's a lot of believing going on. No actual proving of any kind.
Let's not even get into Newton's laws of emotion. That's completely
yeah.
I was going to read. I found this ancient book. It's called The Secret, not just The Secret, but it's The Secret of the Secret. And maybe I might read this tome to y'all, like in a separate room, and just do readings, select readings from The Secret. We've worn our vision boards for our flat.
The secret of the secret.
Yeah, you thought you knew the secret. It's all top secret, right? So what's on top is a secret. What's the need to keep this all like so sequestered, all this information, so keep it so guarded and barbed? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then do a charm offensive on the other side where we're like, we know space, we love, you know what I mean? Space is great, and this will be the key to harmony, right, in the future when Captain Kirk fucking in the Intergalactic Planet Federation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I knew what I was going to say. It was something else I was going to offer up as a discussion. That would be Elon Musk's SpaceX Starship blowing up. $3 billion they reckon it cost. That was $3 billion. $3.4 billion or something like that.
These are all, by the way, funded at like 3 times the retail price because it's like military funding mode, which is like, we'll offer you triple the money. Get it done fast. And so like, oh yeah, we've got enough money to run through all the iterations of the rocket, and we'll just do that. And that's Elon Musk's line. But it just means that they're burning money at an incredible rate.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't think that the rockets, it's not costing that much anyway. It's not costing anywhere near that money. Nowhere near that money. It's only a glorified fireworks. It's not, it's not costing that much money, really. I don't believe it's costing that. So.
This big finance, though, man. How all this money's moving,
Yeah, it's big finance. I'll give it that, but it's not really costing that much, really. I mean, it's a black hole there. And especially how quickly they can do a turnaround. They reckon they're going to have another rocket up in a few months. So it's simple to put together. It can't be that complex. You can have this thing ready in a few months.
Yeah.
Right. So something that costs billions for me, would involve like intricate work, painstaking, precision over a year or so to do this rocket thing to get it to go up. If that was the case, but if they can do it in a few months, then it's really simple stuff. Can't be that complex.
I mean, what's I'm not sure effectively what the gain is.
33 engines. 33 engines, ladies and gentlemen. 33 engines. They're going to get another 33 engines in a few months.
That's the perfect amount of engines, by the way.
Yeah. Crazy.
Is that what they said? 33 engines?
33 engines, my friends. 33 engines.
No way.
How you like that? New perspective.
That's good.
Right? And then
What
when you,
is it called? It's the Star. It's just called SpaceX Starship.
yeah, and it exploded. And you know, it was supposed to be, you know, it was a test flight. They said they were
No, I'm just
expecting.
saying. I'm just saying, if
Yeah,
they're
go
going to
ahead.
put 33 engines on there, there's going to be other Easter eggs to be found in letter scrambling. Somebody had fun with
33.
that shit.
Mad.
It exploded 33 seconds
Exploded.
after being in the air or whatever. Yeah.
Exploded. I like that one. Oh.
Why is it that I see that number so much? New perspective.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was coming up like I wasn't looking for it, but it was an amazing amount of times. All the receipts from the stores and the like, just everything ended up like 33.
Yeah, I'm like customer 133 at like 1:33 p.m. Like,
Yeah.
am I being planted? Did somebody fucking seeding my life? Like, what's going? What that makes me feel like that? Like, or at least at this point, I'm not prone to being paranoid. So, I'm just figuring like this is a good thing. Like, I'll just it's like a little 33 patting me on the back here, doing a good thing. I'll just keep sitting on my ass now. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, like
you know
there's a like Illuminati entity attached to you.
Yeah,
33
dude.
chief.
Somebody, maybe if anybody's like a psycho spiritual physiologist, like fucking hook me up. Let me know. Give me a little checkup. You know what I mean? I think it's good though. It hasn't nothing's like been ominous in any of this except for one thing. But that's just that one thing. But maybe that wasn't. Maybe that's a perceptive thing. Hey, man.
It
happens
just
more.
if it
Other
is
numbers
a
happen
simulation.
too. If
it is a
noticed other
simulation, then
numbers too.
that would be like something that they could actually program.
Yeah, if you looked at the launch, if you look at these launches, they look CGI from the outset, though.
They look like miniatures to me, like 3/4 scale.
Miniature. They just don't look right.
I was watching one of these spaceship ones, and then the dude's like, "Okay, they're pumping the helium in right now. They're pumping the helium's a coolant that they use to cool the rocket. It's not actually to lift it. You know what I mean? Even though it seems
that's what
like
they say,
yeah. Right. But like they spent a long time putting helium in this thing. You know what I mean?
There you go.
It's like, jeez.
Yeah. Well, you'd think it would have to be right because just to keep the top from toppling over.
But that's why NASA's like the biggest, consumer of helium, right? Is because they need that much helium to like put a rocket out.
Yeah.
There you go. And it tumbled in the end anyway, didn't it? It tumbled and then exploded.
Well, the fact that they play the audience's soundtrack, which you wouldn't hear, they play that along with it, with all the gasps and claps and cheering and stuff.
Yeah.
It's so hokey.
Yeah. But actually looking at the actual rocket as it ascends looks fake from the launch, straight off the bat. It doesn't look right. Have you watched it?
Yeah, I did.
They look phony from the. That's like an animated on the screen.
Well, how would you know? Have you ever seen a 33 engine rocket launch? I saw one last week, and it was great.
Is that a paid NASA show impression?
Yeah, that's my.
Yeah.
He's like the guy at the magazine clerk from The Simpsons. Reminds me of that guy. Guy that runs a comic book store.
I don't know if it was specifically anybody I was doing an impression of. Actually, that's just.
I'm saying that paid NASA show reminds me of the comic
is that?
book.
I'm not trying to do it. If I don't know, I feel like that there's 5 people that sound like that. Oh, okay, my bad.
Well, it could be ad or paid NASA show. Just the ones that are just like, well, you have no idea. It's just the attitude of the baller that comes in and just like, you have no idea. You can't prove that it's not real. Just because you say it's not real makes it unreal. I guess
I know that like it's not the way that this room is supposed to be. Is that where I'm probably not supposed to be doing. I'm not trying to do any impressions. It's just
no. I didn't mean to call you out that way, but yeah, it is pretty much the stereotype of what
I'm
we get.
holding the horsies back a lot. Okay, that's all I'll tell you.
Yeah, because you could do a good one. I'm sure.
I don't know. It's just. I'm trying.
All in good fun. It wasn't malicious. Either way.
I didn't even know it was. I thought it was like 3 different people. I was doing a composite impression.
It kind of sounded like a combination of all of them. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
They all have that attitude though, because it's like as long as it's plausible in their mind, then they're just going to go ahead and run with it. and then say we're incredulous for not totally wholeheartedly accepting it, which is so ridiculous.
Yeah, they're so gullible. It's unbelievable.
It doesn't even make sense. I mean, it's one thing to like, like let one or two things slide because you just like, it's kind of questionable. But then when you got the Tesla car in space and you're like totally buying it still,
Yeah,
I mean, that was just that's just there's a
I mean, if you
line
can't-
that where you just don't sound like you really believe it anymore. You just sound like you're defending it.
Yeah, yeah.
Some people look at that and can see that it is a graphic, and some people would not see that. Do you know what I mean?
You have to abandon all common sense and reason.
Exactly.
It just
for
makes
a
you
belief.
seem like, yeah, it's
Wishing
just
for
like,
wishing's sake, you know? Wishing for
right?
wishing's sake, that is. Madness.
Yes. And there's even telling you, of course it looks fake. It's so fake, it must be real. It's like
Yeah.
the biggest gaslighting operation ever.
Yeah, definitely.
The Starman Carmen line.
And he was talking about we got better CGI than this, he was saying.
Right.
It's made to sell Teslas though. It's literally just like a brand smash.
Yeah, we
No
got
reason to
better
do it.
CGI than this. He was saying that.
Who was that comedian that was like
Carlin?
no, there was this offbeat comedian, nobody would know him. In fact, I can't even find the routine he did, but he was just talking about the metal they use for the rockets that go up or for the Tesla car. Like, what kind of metal is it made of? Like it can withstand the heats, like the beyond the temperature, how what kind of like metal this has to be to withstand all these temperatures. That why didn't they use that for like the buildings in 9/11 or some of these things that like why don't we just make all the cars out of that? We never have to worry about it, any kind of explosions. And he had like a whole routine. It was hilarious, in fact, but he was like before its time, so like every joke bombed because the audience was not at all on board with flat earth yet. It was like way before its time.
Yeah, I seem to remember that now. Yeah, the comedy.
You know what I'm talking about? He kind of he bombed, but it was so funny because he was bombing, and it was funny because they didn't get anything he was saying.
Well, it's kind of funny. I mean, I think Carlin could do well anywhere because he knows how to play to the room. But like a lot of the high level comedic stuff they did was intellectual.
Yeah,
but he was doing a lot of stuff at universities and colleges and stuff like that, doing college tours. So like the audience, at least, like in a way, it kind of made.
He was a comedy linguist.
I'm just saying, if he was just doing dive bars, you know what I mean, he'd have to adjust. Like he couldn't have the same material. He would have bombed there too. There's a right.
You think? I don't know.
There's a right audience, and then when people start going to you, they're like, I want all the shock shit. I want the fucking dad jokes, or whatever is that,
right.
You have a name for it. People will start to process your jokes better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he had some good routines that would have worked anywhere, like his baseball and football breakdown being like war.
Yeah.
Something anyone could relate to. Some of those jokes for sure. But yeah, highbrow linguist is basically what he was, playing on words and using somebody that knows how it takes, definitely, you're right about a little bit of an intellectual edge to really appreciate.
Yeah.
7 dirty words you can't say on TV, though, anyone can appreciate. Needle
like
dick, the bug fucker.
It's like a people's scholar in a way. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, he definitely was a people's scholar. He was brilliant. Shame he passed a bit early in his 70s. He was a bit early there, just a little bit.
There's speculation about him talking about 9/11 right before he died too.
Didn't know that.
Hey, Snacker, you've heard my Tom Petty theory already, right? Did I already send you the Bent Muff Banger? Did you listen to it?
You played it for me
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I did actually think that they were all good songs.
Yeah, I mean, amazing. Like he was putting out 5 a week. But I think so. My theory is everybody else that I think this guy Bet Muff Banger is Tom Petty post. He's
Post Petty.
having a career after his career. He retired early, just like it's fentanyl again, just like Michael Jackson and Prince. So I think that's their way of warning people against this thing that's killing everybody. And it's just like the guitar licks, the mixing of the music, the sound of the voice, the every bit of the style is him. And it's like he wanted to be able to do music that doesn't have to be mainstream. And he's got these animations that would have cost a pretty penny for anyone to use from the best animation school in the world in South Africa. And he's got them all for every video on his channel. And for a while, he only had like 500 subs with these awesome animations and music that's really brilliant. Tom Petty brilliant, different, not mainstream brilliant, but offbeat. And anybody that listens to it, I'll post one.
So Tom Petty is kind of like rock and roll rootsy. It checks that box. You're saying it's like a little bit psychedelic, which I think he was famous for putting a little psychedelia in his music.
Yeah, a little dystopic, low key. But then there's this guy that is music. Also playing the part of this Bet Muff Banger. So Bet Muff Banger is like a sexual innuendo, and he's got a finger on the bottom of his finger of a coffee cup. That's like, "Fuck you! I'm gonna make the music I want to make." Is the message I would get if it really was Tom Petty.
It has that. It is a literal "fuck you" to the industry, I guess.
Right. That would be the interpretation if it's him. And there's some of them that are just like it's just his style and him so much him that if it's not Tom Petty, this guy should get the best Tom Petty impression award and be recognized as a genius just for that fact alone.
Do you like listen to his music like on your off time?
I would listen to this music. It's good, and the animations are really well done. I mean, they're entertaining. They're not made for the music, but he's made the music to go with the animation or somewhat thematic along with that. It seems like he's almost watching the animation and then making a song up that might go well with the animation, it seems like.
There you go. Could be Tom Petty, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, here's one. Just listen to the very first lick of the guitar in this song.
Listening.
Anybody that's interested, I'll paste it in the live stream right now.
Yeah, you're gonna play it. Okay.
It's so Tom Petty. It's like, did you learn to play the guitar? And then, so then the whole, on top of that, just because it sounds crazy that Tom Petty didn't die, but everybody should know exactly how he died.
It was really super sudden. And also, it seems like there was a period of time where, I think royalties like lapse, right? I think that there's like a period of time when they fluctuate, and things like that. So like it, and also like album sales tank. So like even after a certain period of time, like how much airplay is like an early Tom Petty song getting? That maybe there's
it's just it's a smart business move when you get to that point where like the majority of people are going to start to forget who you are or not care. Younger generation has no idea who you are, and the only way to get the last drive of record sales is to do an early retirement through a death.
Well, no, that's not
fictional.
Yeah. So you take your best gold record song, and then you have somebody else ghostwrite all the same chord changes, right? Enough to where they're going to lose the copyright battle, but they're going to have a hit because it's already going to sound like a hit.
Did you guys hear the last thing that Tom Petty made?
Well,
no. What was it?
It goes, "My palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's Tom Petty on my sweater already. Mom's spaghetti."
Is that yours?
Yeah, I just made that up.
Nice. Mom's spaghetti, Tom Petty. Actually, there was somebody over on 24/7 that was talking about this with Kenny, and I jumped in with this theory that Kenny and I talked about because Kenny played one of his songs on his TNT show, and the guy whoever the Bet Muff Banger, it was Tom Petty, or if it was Tom Petty, wrote messaged Kenny, thanks for playing my stuff. And and then he said, my friend and I think you're Tom Petty. And there was no reply. Now, if you're not Tom Petty, you're just flattered to have someone saying that they think you're good enough to actually be Tom Petty, right? But you don't reply. That's what you would do if you are Tom Petty, maybe, right? I don't know.
Or
then
Tom Petty,
then right after that, it seems like when he came out with a string of songs. There's a guy in his basement he's overweight with like a beard and a Star Wars shirt on, like this, like kind of like this guy that never left his mom's basement. And he's playing guitar. What's that?
Waterman Dan?
The Waterman?
Yeah.
And it's like that. This guy that is playing with the microphone in front of his lips, so you could never see if he's lip syncing. But there's a string of videos, and I'm thinking it might have come out right after Kenny messaged him that people are onto him, right? Because there's like a string of them when you look at the playlist where it's this guy in his basement playing as if he's the one singing all the songs, but all the music is mixed, so he's not playing his guitar to the song. It's not a recording session. It's obviously just to show this guy seeming like he's the guy that is Bet Muff Banger, but it's all cover tunes. So it's Tom Petty singing cover tunes, and I'm figuring that they're using cover tunes because the guy would know the words, so he could lip sync it more, believably, if you happen to catch his mouth outside the microphone.
I don't know. It sounds like a conspiracy to me, bro.
Yeah, it does. If you listen to it, dude, play that last song I just posted.
But anyway, dude, right before Tom Petty kicked, right? Like he won the battle with Sam Smith's "Stay With Me," which is the same chord progression to "Won't Back Down."
Right.
Well, I'm just saying, like, that's the only way to refresh your shit. If you have the royalty, you know what I mean, off of that, then.
You mean like he could have given it to Sam Smith instead of suing him for it?
Okay, if I'm Bono right now and I want to take this same kind of route and maneuver, I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna just like produce some other kind of band, or I'll write some tunes that are good. Once I can make this copyright suit, then I'm gonna fake my death and just cash out on that shit.
Well, if it's all about the money, that's one thing. But if you're Tom Petty, let's say you're like somebody that's always wanted to like write music that actually like said something that didn't just go along with like the mainstream, guardrails. You actually wanted to write music that gave you like an insight into what the fuck's going on with this crazy world we're in. That's what the music from Bet Muff Banger's site is like. Every song. Kind of dystopic, but it's like, giving you the inside scoop on things rather than what Tom Petty was allowed to do in his famous career.
Okay.
He's got enough money. And who's got the rights to all those badass animations? Just some guy in his basement?
Well, couldn't that happen though?
I don't know. Why does he have the rights to all those animations that are like Pixar quality, MTV video, maybe top dollar animations?
Maybe he knew somebody that went there. Maybe he's friends with. I mean, a lot of times people that are artists have other friends in other places.
I guess that's plausible, but it could be that somebody had enough money to buy all the fucking animations and use them.
But do you know where he's from? Maybe he'd spent some time there. I don't know.
Maybe. I'm not saying I know for sure, but if you listen to enough of those songs, I challenge anybody to listen to 5 or 10 of them, especially the one I just posted, and convince yourself that doesn't sound just like fucking Tom Petty. Exactly like him. The mix of the music, the fucking guitar, everything about it, the licks, the style, the blending of the voice with the music, everything about it is like it's like they must have had Tom Petty's crew and like his soundboard guy and everybody come in to make this guy in his basement.
About that too,
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's unlikely.
There's like assistant engineers that wind up like all kinds of places,
Well, I'm not saying it's impossible that I know for sure, but I'm just saying my challenge is listen to it.
I knew somebody that had done the recordings for Steely Dan in a basement.
Yeah.
Like in a weekend at like Martha's Vineyard or something like that. They rented out some place, and but he knew all the techniques of like how they did these things. Like and he was not that I can remember all the fucking things, but yeah, I mean, certainly studio technique can walk around, or it can also be learned, or people also try to emulate other people, so it's possible maybe he was trying to.
I don't know. You know me. I don't just say.
I do know
just
you
say I
either.
think something unless
I know.
I've kind of like studied it pretty well. And I know some of them 100%, close to 100%. Other ones I'm like 50%.
I know.
I mean, I can't say I'm 100% on this one, but I kind of like study it, and I think that I see it. It's like the magic trick. I may not know exactly how it's done, but I know there's something going on. It doesn't seem right here.
Okay.
I mean, did you play that last song?
No.
It screams Tom Petty from the first 5 seconds. The guitar is just exactly like
if you load me up with that, then that's one thing. If you're gassing me up with I have to perceptually hear that, then some of my nerve endings are gonna like want to make that happen.
I trust that you're with. That's why I sent it to you, because music.
You already sent me. You already played it for me, like in person.
Yeah, but you're like way better than I am at like recognizing, like with
But I'm
Justin
still
Bieber.
telling you that like no matter what, like my perception and that stuff will be tuned in more if I'm thinking that it's got to be this is Frank Sinatra. He's 110. He's singing.
No. It's not that. It's not that nuanced. It's just so much like it. You wouldn't even. It's not like you have to even like believe it before you hear it. What do you think, Flatter Day? Did you click on that last one? Did you click on that song before the whole thing burns? Just click on that. Tell me you don't hear Tom Petty 5 seconds in. Anyway, it's not really. It's probably boring for anybody else that doesn't.
I mean, other things too, like that make it possible. I mean, there's possibilities on either way. I'm not trying to say, but without just saying like I agree with you 100%. Because
no, I'm not. I don't care if you do. I just think it's interesting.
Even if I did, though, this conversation would be pretty short. But
yeah, exactly.
I'm saying so. Like there.
Oh, I wouldn't want you to just believe me ever.
But the other thing too is like people's voices can get just shot the fuck out. You know what I mean? And maybe they don't sound like themselves anymore. But they still are.
You could say that. Maybe you could say that about him. Like if Tom's voice is not as maybe that's why there might be a little bit of a difference. But I don't think it's the guy. I don't think it's the guy with the Star Wars shirt in the basement making all this music. I just don't think it is.
And then you're like,
and if it is, he deserves a lot more credit than he's getting. That's all I'm saying.
You get put into the position where you need to go tour and play shows in order to make money. And if you can't necessarily perform like the way you used to, then I don't know. Isn't that like an embarrassment? Like you just have to.
That could be.
Have to retire anyway, right?
But I don't know. I've listened to a lot of the songs on that channel, and it just like everything fits as far as like, oh, well, this is why he did it, because he wanted to make the music that was telling us that the world's fucked, and he couldn't do that in the mainstream anymore. So that's why he took on this pseudonym and got the album sales and is doing his own thing.
Well, I don't know, because we're too conditioned to hear Tom Petty and to think a certain thing, so he needs to like assume another identity in order to do that. But
I don't know. It could be a list of
somewhat of the same style music anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's beyond belief how much it's like him for it not to be a phenomenon of its own, if it's not him. That's how strongly I feel about the music being so much like it was him and doing what he wants to do. But you have to listen to a lot of it before you probably be like, oh, I see what you're saying.
I mean, suffice it to say, like I've listened to enough Tom Petty to even be able to make the comparison. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I don't own Tom Petty albums. I just hear songs off the radio, so just number ones off of albums. Like I'm not,
Will you just click on that one song right now for me, please, and then just like tell me
I'm not going to give you the satisfaction. No,
I know you hate doing that, don't you?
Not doing it.
If anyone wants,
don't click on this link.
Do
it's
something.
Probably laced.
It's the last thing he's gonna do. Don't ever tell him what you want him to do. It's frustrating. But you admitted it. You were talking to someone here the other day. You're like, if someone expects me to do something, it's probably not what I'm gonna do.
You expected me to click on this link? Come on.
I hope you did, but no,
But what's
I'd
the
rather have you
point?
not click on it. Does that
What's
work?
the point?
Reverse
What am I going to be
psychology?
convinced or not convinced? Like,
I don't know, but maybe you'll just be like, okay.
But still, what
Anyway,
makes
this is
somebody want to
boring
fake
for
that?
everybody else. It sounds like we're
I don't know.
bickering, even though we're just having fun.
Like
Saturday.
It's just the basic concept. Like, what makes somebody like say like, oh, you know what? I had enough of being me. I'm gonna be somebody else now.
Well, that's just a business deal. I mean, you retire your fictional, your legal
Okay.
fiction name. It seems like that's a lot of them done. You know.
Yeah,
Or it could just be a coincidence that Prince died in an elevator, right? It could just be that coincidence, right? Coincidence theory.
Let's go crazy.
Yeah.
Let's get nuts.
I'm not going to let the elevator take me down, but I'm going to die in an elevator coincidentally.
And then I'm going to end that song with the line, pills, thrills, and daffodils will kill.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Just the coincidence, right?
We'll punch up to a higher floor, you know?
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Yep, nothing to see here, folks. I know.
Like, you know, that's like some actor, or no, I don't even know what that's like, dude. You know,
I remember when I first brought up the Prince theory to you, I got the same kind of pushback that you're giving me on the Tom Petty thing, and now you're bringing up the pills, thrills, and daffodils.
My Prince thing supersedes your Prince thing, for one, and two, mine is fucking awesome, and it's just built on song lyrics. I'm not saying he did anything or whatever. I'm just saying it's awfully an auspicious way to go, sort of like mimicking lines in a song that you wrote. I think that's a little. You know, if Kurt Cobain had something like, and then it's shotgun shot my face off, you know what I mean? If that was like in a song, you'd be like, oh yeah, isn't that weird?
I
He sang about
don't have a gun.
Right.
No, I don't have a gun. What about those lines?
Oh, that almost seems like that too, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But did he own a gun?
And then on top of that, Prince just happens to have a sister that's a crack addict that comes out. Wait, his last tweet to his fans was, I've transformed. That's his last tweet to his fans. I've transformed. Then his sister, Taika, who comes out with a new album after his death, right? No pictures of them together. She receives all of his inheritance. The brothers and sisters, besides her, totally screwed. She's living in Prince's house. She's the crack addict that now has a new album called A Brand New Me. And it sounds just like Prince with hormones, with fucking estrogen up the ass.
Okay. We also
Brand
went
New
through
Me.
this one too. Yeah, I remember this one, and
just
I'm
a coincidence, I guess.
I'm with you more on this one than the Tom Petty one, but
well, that's because you haven't listened to enough of Bet Muff.
But I like the story on this one better. I like the stories. You know, that's what really gets me. Yeah, the Elvis shit. That's a great story. That totally makes sense for me. Tied in with the mom. I get it. Gotta get the fuck out. Yeah, protect your family. Yeah, that's how you not become the king of music, right?
You never know. These people could be threatened. Someone could have something on you. When you got money, people look for reasons to blackmail you.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Michael Jackson was. They were like, "Hey, Corey Haim's gonna be taking. He's gonna live in all. He's gonna take all your shit." You know what I mean? You know.
Well, but supposedly his money was completely controlled by this kind of mobster figure. Like he didn't even have control of his money at the end.
Do you think some kind of financial company itself would push around the financials to the Beatles and Michael Jackson and be like internationally connected? No way. Come on.
Of course.
You're a conspiracy theorist. No, but the music industry, that's the real devil. No, I don't know. Maybe it's not. But yeah.
Have we cleared the room? Does everybody else just like, oh,
yeah.
Oh my God.
Just like we need to throw like a life vest out.
It's funny because like I heard you on the, all right. Okay. So just for everybody else that happens to be interested.
Everybody's going to deafen.
Here's Taika Nelson in this link. Here's the screenshot of where to start the link from. And here she is singing. Here's Taika Nelson singing at the memorial for Prince. And you just have to hear not only the singing, but then she starts saying all the names of people she wants to thank. And it's fucking Prince. I'm telling you, the voice is exactly him. But then there's like subsequent performances where she like, it seems like it's him as her singing badly on
Right.
purpose to cover
Right,
the
but
fact that it was so much like him at this other
okay,
performance.
I get it, and dude already has a track record of changing his name to symbols and the artist, and you know what I mean.
Yeah,
And Prince is
with a
already
male and
propagated,
female symbol.
but we figured
The
Prince
symbol
is
for Prince was a male and female symbol combined.
okay. He's also into alchemy. Alchemy is also into this kind of situation.
Transmutation.
The
Yeah.
Regis Hermaphroditus, but
And,
yo. So, but his name wasn't Prince to start with either. Probably, right? Who names their kid Prince?
no, it wasn't. It wasn't.
No last name. Fuck that.
No pictures of him with his sister that inherited all his money. And the brothers and sisters are like,
His last
you know,
project was an all-women band.
was it?
Yeah. He did like a few albums with them. That's all he did was just produce with women. He worked with an all-women band all the time. So I could understand this old, like, he's an eccentric person, eccentric multimillionaire, right? Maybe he's like, I'm ready to do this. I've been thinking, I've been flirting with this concept for about 30 years now. It seems like, right?
Well, we
If
talked
any,
about like the weirdness that they might have to go through with like not having a choice, like the Wachowski brothers. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? Like the Wachowski brothers, both the brothers becoming women from the Matrix directors, just both becoming like the brothers just happened to both become women. I don't know. And so now the theory that I mean, to go along with this,
Wachowski
there has to
sisters.
be a real Tycho Nelson. I can't just make it Wachowski sisters. Yeah. So the picture on the right there, that's the, quote unquote possible real Tycho. And then whoever's playing Tycho now, after she probably died from crack, who knows? She probably did die from crack. And then it's the perfect chance for him to step in and be the sister that nobody cared about and nobody knew was dead or alive anyway.
Oh, okay.
But it's not the same woman.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you played a clip for me of Tyka singing, and it sounded to me like Prince on hormone pills, and the band is really trying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that clip, and then just like the way that you could hear. I mean, there's no way it's
just you wouldn't
some crackhead coming out of nowhere with an album called A Brand New Me after he dies. That doesn't make no sense. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And she's got all his money living in his house, and the brothers and sisters are shit out of luck.
Yeah, that's how it goes, I guess.
Yep. Coincidence. I've transformed.
It would generally be, in my opinion, that the type of management for all that, like somebody's wealth managing all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like there's like a firm that has like people's names in it that manage the wealth of Prince, right?
Yeah.
Like somebody's assigned to it. Like he's going to manage it, but there's like a whole board, and then they would be managing other people's shit too. You know, so
right.
Something like that.
What's in the
right?
pocket? And it's like,
so
here's the amount of money we could make.
Hey, let me just finish. The thing is, so in an event like that money's got to be passed on to a surviving member of the family or whatever, you know what I mean, in the will. They don't just like give crackheads all the money because that's their nut to make more money. So they put certain ways to like not just give people like unreasonable amounts of try to limit their inheritance. You know, that they do that. That's something that's done. So why would they just be like, it's somebody that's a crackhead fits the profile of somebody they would really not be trying to get the money to.
Right. They would find a way to screw her out of it, right?
They would be like, you're unfit, you can't do it. You know what I mean? You know,
yeah,
whatever.
Something like that would happen, right?
They wouldn't
let
Prince even just like leave it all to her. You know what I mean? They'd like throw some other shit. Or they just lie to her. You know what I mean? There's who's going to enforce the?
Yeah, exactly. But no, she's sitting pretty, doing
It's a lot of
interviews
money.
and living in his house and acting like she's not him, trying to act like she's not him.
Okay.
Whatever. No, it's just that's an obvious one. It's just
Yeah.
and you know the whole thing is like maybe they do have a choice whether they go along with it or not. But it's like we know the trans agenda is here, so it's like if you're part of the main stage of reality, then you get an extra bonus, or you get your name gets drawn, or whatever. We don't know what goes on behind closed doors, but having major figures in the media, either publicly or secretly slash obviously become the opposite sex is part of this trans agenda, right? Where it's more and more accepted, because that's just what the agenda is right now.
Yeah, you got to do the Isaac Newton.
What's the reference there? I don't
Oh,
even
I don't
know.
know. All this stuff, all the gender crossings relate back to like an alchemical thing, which relates itself back to something a little bit earlier. But this is
He was a
rights.
cross-dresser, right?
It's
Wasn't
not
he a
that
cross-dresser?
it's
Or
not
no?
that he's a cross-dresser. It's that the
He was an alchemist.
religion. It's like
I see.
I think it's some alter Mitraism, where it's the second stage of initiation is to like dress as a woman and go through the town.
Yeah, well, the whole Baphomet, interpretation. I was
Doesn't have
listening
to do with
to
that,
something.
but
Well, no, the Baphomet kind of symbolizes the mastery of both sides of the feminine, the masculine. At least that's the way the occultist promoting type mindset likes to talk about it. Where it's like this is not like some kind of like um, demonic, quote unquote evil figure the way it's been portrayed to the exoteric, minded people. But the esoteric interpretation is it's the mastery of both sexes and all the feminine and masculine traits that you can emulate with ease, without notice of difficulty. I'm not promoting it. I'm just saying that's what they say. But it does seem like the whole like bad and good, evil and evil and good, are the black and white checkerboard that they want to make us think everything could just be classified one way or the other, rather than there's a lot of gray area, and they don't see themselves as that. Even if they are that, they see themselves as occultists that are not using 666 because it means they're devil worshippers. They want you to think that, but they think of it as like this mastery of the some kind of sacred number with it, a deeper meaning that esoterically you would never even understand.
it's on a different floor than I'm on, but not sure.
I don't know. I kind of went there, didn't I? You said alchemy, and it was opening the door.
I mean, I think that's supposed to have been like one of the parts of alchemy, or the great work, or something like that.
Transmutation, yeah.
Right. Well, ultimately, like, so transmutation of the materials, but then also transmutation of the self.
Yeah.
Ultimately. But I think that probably ties into this. I don't know, man. There's like a lot of traditions, I think, that are forking out here from some central point of dispersion, and I feel like it does sort of equate to the Helios, and also the Mitraic, Minoan civilizations. That seems to just be, I don't know, why not just make that fucking direct bullseye connection, because that's what it is. Unless we're trying not to. Maybe we want to scattergun all around it. I'm not really sure exactly, but that's where I'm looking at the whole cross-dressing. That from Einstein to Newton, I'm getting high heels out of and lipstick. You know what I mean? So,
Well,
not
if you
for the
think about
reasons
it,
that
like
this is a the reasons it being that like from the exoteric, this seems like a taboo, and from the you know, the other, the entoteric, what is it, exoteric and the from the esoteric,
esoteric.
so the esoteric understands that this is a rite of passage.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Makes
it's
sense.
like if you got like you know, you're in the if we're in the quote unquote end times, and that's on the esoteric back, you know, in the Illuminati parties, this is like a you know, a 5-year celebration leading up to this point of whatever they're gonna, you know, the Out of Honor invasion that marks the end of the, you know, celebration. And up till that time, it's a masquerade, and men are women and women are men, and all the other things that the end times are supposed to encompass. And you're playing your role and impressing your peers. And whether the masses know one thing or think one thing or another about you, it matters not to these people. It's all about mastering the illusion of whatever it is you're portraying.
Well, it's that the group is supporting the works of their dude. You know what I mean? So like the people that support the Newton, the Einstein, they're like racked up in this whatever lipstick and high heels phase 2 kind of situation, Statue of Liberty deal. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what we have. That's our Statue of Liberty is as well connected to this as well.
Right.
But
And the
I'm
Statue of
sorry if
Liberty is a
that
manly
might be
face,
shocking.
and it's a pregnant woman with a manly face.
It's pregnant.
You haven't
I
seen this
never.
from the side? Oh, you know that the funniest thing, I think I tried to show it to you, where it was Mike from Breaking Bad, you know,
Yeah.
the guy that plays Mike, you know, his first thing he ever did was a PSA commercial about women's menstruation, and he plays the boyfriend of the woman that's got her period, and it's all about like how to deal with a period as a woman and not be embarrassed. And it's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Did I ever show that to you? It's so
Nope.
funny because he's the boyfriend, and he's like buying tampons at the end of the thing. So and the whole the whole thing is that he's supposed to be able to go into a store and buy these things without being embarrassed, which makes no sense anyway because he's not the one having his period. It's the girlfriend, right? But the girlfriend happens to be there buying her own feminine products at the counter, and he acts like he doesn't know her and buys the tampons, but he's proud of himself for being like it's the weirdest thing ever. But then at the very end, he talks about the Statue of Liberty looking pregnant, and they show it from the side, and it's totally a pregnant bulge, which is why I bring that up. And I've gone off on my whole thing about if the Statue of Liberty is pregnant, and it's actually like that one Ring of Power series indicates, where it's the son, the daughter, she's supposed to be actually matching the bust of Cleopatra Selene, who was the daughter of Cleopatra, and the faces match exactly. Now, if she's actually the daughter of Cleopatra, and that's Cleopatra Selene, and the actual
I
figure
thought
of
that was
Jesus was
Cleopatra
based
Celine
on
Dion.
Celine Dion, the actual figure of Jesus Christ is based on the life of the son of Cleopatra and and Caesar, who was Caesarion, and Caesarion supposedly died in early age, or the story goes in that series that they follow the life of Caesarion, and it matches the life of Jesus, and he goes into the hills and gets Buddhist training, and then comes back. Now, if this was true, it would add up that he would come back and then be able to be like rightful heir to not only one kingdom but both kingdoms by being the leader, the son of the leader, Caesar, who would have been considered a god on earth. So he'd have been the son of God in that way. And JC, Julius Caesar, Jesus Christ, would have been his dad's initials. And he was supposedly married. The whole idea is he married his half sister, Cleopatra Selene, who was actually Magdalene, not Selene. Magda was a prefix that you would put on a name to give it, stature. So it could have been Magdalene that was actually Cleopatra Selene, and he married his half sister, and also had a half brother, which would have been her twin, and that goes along with the biblical thing. And then anyway, so then he's written into the Bible as the martyr. But if all that was true, and the Statue of Liberty is supposed to be Cleopatra Selene, and she's pregnant,
then Han Solo must be the uncle.
The figure at the beginning, when you enter America, you're actually seeing a statue that represents the bloodline of the Holy Roman Empire.
Good golly, Miss Molly.
First time I ever told you told that to you, you were like, dude, I feel like I just been red pilled again. Not that it was like something that seemed unbelievable.
I think it's the first time I remember you saying it to me. So like other times it might have just been where I saw colors or something. You know what I mean? And I was like, yeah, man, do you want to get a cheeseburger? I think that might have been possibly other time.
It kind of fits too perfectly in a weird way.
Yeah, I guess that's the schema that could work.
Jonathan Banks is his name.
I don't know if that's necessarily like my my take on it, but that's an interesting one, I guess. Yeah.
No, I mean it's not like I think it's that necessarily, but it is an interesting thing. That Ring of Power series came out like before any flat earth thing that I ever
so this is all outlined in a book
or way before that. It was like after 9/11, but it was the Ring of Power is like a 26-part series, and it's one of the most at the time and still to this day it gives you some insights that are beyond like what a lot of things do. And it's supposedly the narrator is the daughter of like a 33rd degree Freemason, and anyway, it just seems like authentic because it was kind of poor quality. It was not really known about. It wasn't like it was pushed on you like a lot of things are. And it's good quality information. A lot of it. I mean, it just rings true. It's not like we're trying to like make up this psyop.
Yeah.
There you go. No pun intended.
Yeah.
But if you're a Jonathan Banks fan, I'd recommend you watch the link I'm about to put in the live stream right now. If you're a Breaking Bad fan, you got to watch it. And at the very end, talks about the Statue of Liberty being pregnant, which wasn't in the Ring of Power thing. But then I fit all that together because then if it is Cleopatra Selene and it was the half sister of this, figure that was supposed to be Jesus, was actually the brother that was dead but not dead. Anyway, who knows?
But it could have been Prince the whole time.
Could have been Prince in an earlier, the whole time.
Or what if he's an immortal?
Prince. When in doubt, it's Prince. Who knows?
The refraction of Prince.
They're outer ponders. If Jesus was an outer man, he could actually literally be coming back.
He could literally walk across the outer pond.
They could literally put thousands of years into their pond.
Literally, figuratively do it. Yep.
But the JC thing, Julius Caesar, Jesus Christ, and then bringing back, John F. Kennedy as Jesus Christ. Jimmy Carter, JC. They really like the JCs.
My goodness, how do you manage?
They resurrected him, and he married his boyfriend, and she was the first lady. And man, did they look alike.
Did you get into any of this conversation Jeremy and I have been having about the like the night sun of the old day moon and whatnot?
I don't think I was hearing that part.
Okay, all right.
What's the night sun of the day moon? The Danu tribe?
We're just basically firing back on a spherical triangle.
Oh, okay.
So it's a reasonably absurd term, which is to call something what it isn't. So
it's a straight line, but it's curved.
So the night sun is the moon.
Oh, that's a good idea.
We're taking back the night back with this one.
Right.
Okay. There's no reason to call it a moon if it's really just the sun, but at night.
I just call it a night sun.
Yeah.
And then the day
if
moon
there's
would be
no-
the sun. I got
Yeah, just be the regular sun.
it.
Easy enough.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, we
That's
just
good.
flip flop it because it makes more sense that way, like a spherical triangle does.
Right. You're right. That's a good one. I like
Someone
day
else
moon and the night
brought up
sun.
spheroid, which I was kind of like, that's pretty good too.
Pyramid.
Yeah. That's a spherical triangle. It's called a spheroid. And then we have the accompanying
Pyramid. Who did that? That's brilliant. Love
I
it.
think it was Glatt, but I'm not 100% sure.
All right. I'll give him credit. I'll ask him if it's him.
I was
I'm
giving
gonna,
partial
I'm gonna
credit.
note that. I'm taking a mental note of that one.
Got a quick trigger, that guy. I like it.
Yeah, he's quick. Definitely some funny ones. Oh, I remembered a pun, sort of, when something got said the other day that I keep trying to remember how funny it was, because it was it was something about white light. What was it? Oh, two wrongs don't make a white, is what you said?
Yeah.
Two wrongs don't make a light. Or what was it? Two wrongs
No,
don't
I
make a
think-
light.
Yeah, there's probably an ethnic variation here. I was probably trying to maybe make a. I think we might have been talking about races or something, possibly.
I think it was something to do with the light, like some kind of something to do with the way light travels, maybe with the double slit.
Well, what would a wong be, though?
I don't know. Two slits don't make a light, or something like that. You know, it was two longs don't make a light. It was two longs don't make a light. And somehow that fit into the conversation just perfectly.
I don't know. Yeah, sometimes these jokes they misfire.
They're contextual.
They
Yeah.
backfire. You know what I mean? They
It was contextual at the
ricochet.
time. Yeah, it doesn't. It
I don't
has
know.
a shelf life. You're right. It did
Sometimes
have
I'm
a
not
shelf
even
life.
sure why. Yeah, it's just, you know, the joke computer up here just makes my mouth go, and I'm like, man, I'm interrupting again. I'm constantly doing this. I feel bad.
I'm always catching the ones that nobody else, and I can tell that you realize it whenever everyone's head. Like the other night when you were talking about when you came on and you were talking, they were talking about people eating people, and you're like, yeah, well, they're just humanitarians,
Mm-hmm.
and nobody got it. They were just like kept talking, and I'm like, oh, they didn't even get it, and you just left. Sometimes people are too drunk to get the stuff that you're talking about. That's the problem. That's what drunkenness really is annoying, when you're like really funny and the person's too drunk to get how funny you are. That's when it gets really annoying.
Sometimes
'Cause
that's good. I mean, sometimes people enjoy listening to me go uphill like that. You know,
Maybe.
Sometimes it's more funny for
I
me.
just I hate it when good lines are missed and not appreciated. So that's why I try to bring them
That's
up.
why you
and
came
even though
into
they're not
you came into
they're
Whit
not
Night
contextual any
for me.
longer. I came into White Knight. Hey, maybe that was part of it.
You Whit Nighted me. You know,
I
Snakes
white
has a lot of
lighted
witty
you.
things.
I'm white lighting your pun that
Oh, man,
had a
that's so
shelf
funny.
life.
I hear those two words and I just instantly think of that show with Shannon Doherty where they're witches. And I think of Jibby.
Charmed.
Yeah.
Why do you think of that show with the white light?
It's what the Guardian sexy guy is called.
Oh,
He's
okay.
the
I didn't watch
white
the show
lighter.
enough to know.
He watches out for the witch sisters.
Ah,
Yeah, good show.
you were a big fan. You were a big fan. I mean, there were some
No,
hot
I
chicks.
was not a big fan, but it's like
I know you're a Rose
I did have
McGowan fan.
girlfriends that would watch it, you know, and it was so it was like a unfortunate sort of byproduct
Mhm.
of cohabitation. But also, it's funny that I used to have jokes with Jibby about it because he had a roommate that was a really big fan of it. So we
And I think
commiserated
that
on it.
everyone has to kind of be a Rose McGowan fan at some point.
Like, okay, but Shannon Doherty's my girl, and it's just the way it
Oh,
is.
really? Ah.
Yeah. It's
Well,
the
see, I
eyes.
was a
It's
big
the
Who's the
blue
Boss
eyes.
fan, so you knew
What's
who
wrong
my
with
girl
that?
was. Well,
Who's the boss?
I'm a little older
Alyssa
than you,
Milano.
so who's the boss was a little more contextual
No,
for
listen,
me
I
to
had
have
Alyssa
crush
Milano
on.
was my first poster that went on a
Oh
wall.
yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Is she a man?
That's my probably not. No. And judging by the amount of like nip shots that are occurrent within this television series over the course of it, and I think you can go about 4 seasons, but some of them are very aggressive. Where she's like, "I'm just no bra, guys, okay?" And they're like,
Well,
"You're such a crazy person, Shannon."
that was
She's
just
like,
to
"I don't care.
cover
I'm
up
on
for her
drugs."
manhood. She must have paid a lot for those man nipples.
And then the director of
They're
photography
all
is like,
wonky.
"There's nothing wrong with this, right? We're good. This is for okay. We'll just hit roll. Okay, all right. So go, Shannon. You're fighting the evil spirit now. Okay, go." She should have put a bra on. I think she's anyway. But anyway, it's a tremendously strange show. I think
They got away with a lot, right? Because they're witches. They're allowed to have witch nips.
It's all
They're
shit.
witch nips. It doesn't count.
Just a hot dog machine of plot. It's terrible. Like, everything sucks. It's just terrible. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, it was
what
kind
keeps
of
you glued to
B
it is
film rating.
there's 3 attractive women who may be making the scandalous outfit choices.
Right.
But whatever.
How much did they get a show? What was their income for that show? That's the question. Those are 3 big stars.
But the one is not a big star, and I have no idea who she is or was.
Rose McGowan, dude.
No, there's Rose McGowan, Sharon Doherty, and then the stick in
Alyssa
the mud
Milano.
bitch you don't know, but you don't even know who she is. You don't even know who she is.
Alyssa Milano.
There wasn't Alyssa. There's 3 fucking sisters here.
Alyssa Milano, Shannon Doherty, and Rose McGowan.
Rose McGowan's the cousin. She comes in later, dude. She's
Oh,
not
that's
the
right.
sister.
See, I don't know the show that well.
Fuck you.
I don't know that.
You're
Who's the
fucking
third one?
false.
You're right.
You're
See,
trying to
I don't even
polarize
know.
me.
I thought the third one was Rose McGowan. That's how much I don't know about the third one. You're right. She's a nobody.
Trying to put lies on this shit.
White lies.
Anyway, white lighting beside.
White lying beside. White lying aside, let's move on to.
I mean, is this
definitely
not
Elvis
like? I
is
mean,
definitely
but
alive.
I think
Elvis is definitely
I
alive.
know this is mundane, stupid talk, and it has nothing to do with the elevated discussions that are supposed to occur here. But the program and the cycle that this gets you into, watching a dumb show like this, that many people have watched like many seasons of bad shows. Like, doesn't it just like condition your brain for like all kinds of like really, really terrible plot lines and things like that?
Right. Like the ones that they're showing us with the psyops, right? You mean like it just kind of like eases into the reality shows that ended up becoming like news stories.
It just has to be more bullshit slightly than the news is bullshit, and then it reads like that the news is the news and that this is fiction. You know what I'm saying? Really, It's just funny. I mean, it just lowers the intellectual floor of our entire country having crap shows out there. But yeah, beside.
It really does. It was kind of like you could almost look at everything as carefully planned, even Charmed. You're right. The dumbing down through the Dukes of Hazzard and everything else that we bought into and couldn't miss an episode of.
Yeah, I'm sure I saw every single Dukes of Hazzard, but remember none of them.
Right? I think I remember you talking about that. You just remember the guy going across the car, and then the plot line. You
Actually,
couldn't
not
name
even
one
that.
plot line from the whole show.
I was only going to say my first pictorial reference would be that it's the generally making the jump in the air. But then I thought that's probably not the most basic one. The most basic one would be what you just said, only because, but it's not my first primary like connection. You know what I mean? But it's funny.
Well,
that
I
you said
think
it right
I think
then.
of the sister, well, whatever her name was, whoever the sister was, with her
Daisy
short
Duke?
shorts, Daisy
Daisy
Duke,
Duke.
her Daisy Dukes with her short shorts and her ass hanging out, hitchhiking at the very big end of the first, the credits
go.
or whatever.
Yeah,
that's what I think of.
Right, because I'm still drooling age when I'm watching this, but you're like old enough to like appreciate a pair of shorts.
I was actually popping a Woody at that time.
Good to know.
I was call it the blooming daisy.
I'm not. ever gonna. You should never ever
And
say
that
those
was
two words.
the blooming penile gland. That's what it was.
I don't even know if I want to. Just don't say blooming anymore. Period. I think that's. I'm just gonna omit that from your.
your penile gland hasn't bloomed yet, has it, son?
When you have your first dream, what kind of dream is that? Because you have.
Well, the DMT will make you think that you're actually having an intercourse with a woman. What's intercourse? Bob Joyce is definitely, if there ever was, Elvis.
After that punch in the gut, you're going to move on to Elvis's true identity. All right.
Well, you know that was the one that really hooked you, I think.
This is a hot, cold type of Indian burn. All right. You're causing mental Indian burns with this one. This is put people in mental traction, man.
It's just so funny because it's the first thing people go to. Like, oh, you probably think Elvis is alive too. Well, it's the most obvious one. There's a cover story there too, though. There's another guy that looks just like him. That could be the real Bob Joyce.
There's just no segue between what we were talking about and then going to Elvis's identity. But like, I mean, let's try and
the
just
Daisy
build this
Dukes is hard to recover from.
Can we just pull this vestibule out of the ether and just say that, you know what I mean? Like, what is up with the remake of the Elvis? What did you see any of the? I could only watch about 5 minutes before I was like,
oh man,
vomiting into little doggy bags.
I went to see it with my mom. In fact, I had to watch the whole thing.
That makes me cringe. The thought of it.
All I'm saying is, I was happy that he did not get the
cringe?
Academy Award. They did not give him the Academy Award, and that was the only thing that I was happy about for the Academy Awards. Did you try to watch? By the way, did you try to watch?
Do you think possibly
everything everywhere all at once?
Don't you think it would have been better? But don't you think it'd have been better if Will Smith got to slap the director for the Elvis movie? Wouldn't that be possibly something that we could have him back there for?
I wish he would have slapped the kid who played the part.
They could slap him too.
Yeah.
Or maybe his wife could slap that kid. Who knows, man? Just
right.
Get up in it.
It'd be better if Jada Pinkett Smith took after him.
I'm down with Will Smith basically slapping all of Hollywood. Fuck it.
Right.
Be a thing.
And of course, he was
like a hot sauce show.
Banned. Like, he's banned for the next 10 years.
Will Smith should have like that hot sauce show where he just like invites people and it's like, all right, you're about to get slapped. Ready? Okay.
Right.
How you like that? And
brace yourself, just like Chris Rock did.
When you feel the air go past your face, then change your expression.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that being beside, right? Yeah. Sometimes
this Pfizer sponsored Academy Awards has been brought to you by the sponsors for Jada Pinkett Smith.
Like, I was upset when The Imitation Game didn't win, and then the Stephen Hawking pretend biopic came out. You know what I'm saying? And then that won. But I thought The Imitation Game was much better for that year. I was pretty sure that Hotel Rwanda was a better movie than Ray, you know, but Jamie Foxx won and not Don Cheadle. But whatever.
Mm-hmm. What was the biggest snub ever? What was the biggest snub ever? The true snub of all time?
You got something? What is this?
Well, one of the best movies that Tom Hanks was ever in, and he was in it as many different characters.
Polar Express?
No.
Oh, that Atlas shit movie? No, fuck that.
Yep. You didn't like it?
Fuck that.
It got
some
totally
shit you would tell me to watch.
Cloud
That's
Atlas.
like some shit you'd be like, hey, you should really watch Cloud Atlas, and I'd be like, I was vomiting the doggy bags 2 minutes in.
Hey,
Cloud
as far
Atlas.
as mainstream movies go, it had a lot on the rest of the movies from that year, and it was not even mentioned at the Academy Awards. As far as quality of production and all that, I don't know what won that year.
What's the name of the meaning? What's the meaning of the title? I don't get it. How's a cloud atlas for fucking anything? Clouds are impermanent.
Hmm.
The movie itself is a fucking hypocrisy.
I haven't even thought about why the title is the title.
Oh, really? Is that not? Because what about Vanilla Sky? How you like that one? What's Sky taste like, motherfucker? These are just mind controls things that just get you to this clickbait topics for fucking nonsense movies that just mind control you.
It's synesthesia. It's a nod towards synesthesia. You can taste the clouds.
You know who funded that movie, right?
Who?
You know who funds Tom Cruise, right?
Okay, yeah. Scientology.
Do you think I was trying not to say that?
Yeah. Well,
Or
well, who else am I gonna say? What else am I gonna say?
golly, you
on
need to
Tom
say it.
Cruise?
We both know.
Right.
Crikey.
What was it? Your E meter? Is that what they call it?
Yeah, well, when the E-meters go into the Terminators, then now they're going to backwardly reference all data, and we're going to be like, look, there's potential targets here. That's all I'm saying, man. Not what I want to say. But, you know, both shit films to me. That's all. Like, even though a lot of people love the fuck out of Vanilla Sky, you know, that movie makes me want to puke.
Yeah.
Before and after and during.
Yeah. It's like one of those movies that you I don't know. Yeah, what
It's
makes you
one of
want to
those
puke, but
movies
you
that
have
makes
to
me
watch
like.
it. You have to watch it.
It's like after I've already puked in the movie, then they're like, no, you just keep watching. Just scrape your puke back up, eat it again, because you're going to be puking again in about 45 minutes when you see what we do with this fucking film. Like, I hate that movie. Jeez, you know, what can I say? I can't have a stronger opinion about it. I like Alan Watts more than I like Vanilla Sky, and that's saying a lot. Okay, all right, let's move on here. I'm feeling bad vibes.
The title of Cloud Atlas was inspired by the piece of music by the same name by Japanese composer Toshi Ikiyanagi. The author has said that the book is about reincarnation and the universality of human nature, and the title refers to a changing landscape, a cloud over manifestation of a fixed human nature, the Atlas. So it's a little bit more.
Why? Because it's Japanese. This still doesn't make sense.
If it's Japanese, and it makes perfect sense because it doesn't make sense.
The
fact that it doesn't make sense makes sense if it's Japanese.
Right, because imperfect is perfect in Japan, dude.
Exactly.
Wabi-sabi is an aesthetic, and get your aesthetic down. You'll understand why. We're just paying attention to Japanese people's style, but we don't even know why.
He probably had pyramids on the cover of his album.
Oh, I bet you did. I was going for a triparabola. Triparabola. Oh man, I can't do it. If I could do it, I would. It would be good. Triparabola. Oh fuck.
Tripabola. Tripabola.
Tripalabola is what it would be, not a triangle. I think I got it. Tripalabola. Fuck, I'm close. I'm so close. I'm gonna write this.
Tripalapola?
No, if I write it down, I can do it.
Tribula?
Abra.
Tribulava?
Tripalabola. Easy. The global. If we get to say this, just practice it. Flatties, get this. Under your belt. You know what I mean? Mouthwise, and then we'll just dish this out. You hear Zanuck try to say tripalabola. You know what I mean? It was gold. Arma's going to trip and stumble all over this fucking one. It's going to be beautiful. Let's do this.
How about a round tangle instead of a rectangle?
I like it. It sounds good. Round tangle.
Round tangle.
Into
round
it.
Tangle.
It sounds so good, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Fuck yes. That's in the lexicon now. Bitch. Night suns unite. Or day moons. I don't know what we're about. I have no idea. Need to get that together. Have a meeting of the Day Moon Society. And I'll be reading The Secret of the Secret. Do you believe that there's a sequel to The Secret called The Secret of the Secret?
Oh. Next
Guess what
level,
I'm about to get to know.
Nice. Nice.
Meta vision boards are involved here, I'm sure. Right?
You know, I think that there was a reason that you told me about that, so that I would go watch it, so that I would know the secret of the secret, because that's the only way it works. That means that everything that happens to me is for a reason, and therefore I must watch it and must get the next thing to do from there.
Right, but
Otherwise,
should
my
be
life has no meaning.
the whole thing is you make a vision board of you making a vision board.
Ooh,
right? It's got to be
man.
the secret of the secret. If the secret is the vision board, then the secret of the secret must be bam. I don't even need to
Right.
read this. Fucking
Dream
throw this
within the
bitch
dream.
out. Done. On to Gary Knoll's new vegetarian cookbook. Let's see, over 300 recipes. Spinach, fuck all of it. Yeah. Sometimes there'll be like things like, because I cruise around there, I'm like old school, listen to the radio. Maybe you're like me and you listen to the radio sometimes. There'll be like some paid shit, but I'm like, this is some good paid shit. You know, sometimes it's like definitely some hucksters trying to like dish vitamin C up in some kind of new way or whatever. But this one, it was great. Like this woman was just talking about cleaning her, just house cleaning, and like all the things that you can use that do not involve any chemicals that are bad for you. Like that all work, and that she's like been fucking testing this shit out for like 20 years or so. I'm like, that's great, you know. Not the basic stuff you hear. Radio's not bad. Radio's not dead. Sometimes you hear good stuff. I heard a whole Calypso hour on public radio. I was like, man, I didn't know I like Calypso so fucking much. And I'm like, this is some happy ass music to drive around to. You know what I mean? Shout out to Ken Sparrow. Fuck you, you're a good man. That dude's a fucking comedy too. It's funny as a motherfucker. It's funny. Mother-in-Law by King Sparrow. You want a good laugh? Have some good time. I don't know.
Yeah. All right.
What is it one about Tobago gal? Round as a butterball. And he goes, your country is a paradise for a polygamist. It's like all this the lyrics, like you don't even hear him like dropping these bombs, you know what I mean? It's just like you know, like, it's funny. It works well.
Underappreciated, huh? Till now.
I don't know. Calypso? Yeah. I didn't know the roots I didn't know where a real Calypso scene was. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna have to look into it.
I think you and they talk about Georgie, you know what I mean? And I'm like, oh, Georgie, you know, like, who the fuck is Bob Marley talking about? And Georgie would make the fire light or whatever. As we're no woman, no cry. You know, who the fuck is Georgie? Is he even saying Georgie? Sounds like he says it. Anyway. Maybe I just mishear all the lyrics. That could be.
You talking about Georgie Allen?
No.
Calypso Boogaloo?
Oh no. Oh, I don't know. Maybe he's talking about an old Calypso star. What the fuck on? Is Bob Marley making inside jokes I don't get? Probably all the time, right? He's probably saying all kinds of.
Well, there's an album called Calypso Boogaloo by Georgie Allen.
Okay. Does it slap?
It does. Sounds like some happy ass music.
Yeah.
You know they're making a sequel to Inception called The Conception of Inception.
Nah, you're lying.
Yeah. It's the Secret of the Secrets partner film. I'd watched Joseph Gordon-Levitt little series that they had out. It was interesting. Because you know that guy, he's likable. That Joseph Gordon-Levitt guy, he seems likable. And in fact, I think he was giving us some flattery clues in the little clip, one of the little clips there. He's like a teacher, and it's actually was made during the pandemic, and so he's kind of like the character's going through all the ridiculousness of washing his hands after every single thing he does. And then he's doing like the online thing with his students and stuff. And then he meets this girl online. He's talking to her online. And then she's talking about the universe and how, oh, he's talking to his students about the universe to begin with, and the kid's like, I don't really like it, you know. He's like, well, why don't you like it? He's like, it makes me feel small. And he's like, oh, I think I know what you mean. And then he's talking about the you know, the same thing with his girl online, and she's saying, you know, that science is more than what you're that. He's like, no, science is the scientific method, and he goes into the scientific, like, you know, this is what we do, and this is how we know if it's true or not because we can test it. And it seems like maybe Joseph Gordon-Levitt is a closet flat earther that we should reach out to, or maybe coming out soon when everyone else does.
Well, I don't know. You know, it comes down to the script. I mean, let's see, it's got something to do with the actual writing of the script. But you know how like we were tracking like some other shows on like Showtime. Showtime properties seem to be like truth flavored sometimes.
Yeah, like Legion.
Like I found some little truth flavorings, some truth sprinkles in Yellow Jackets season 2. If you're tuning into that, not so terrible.
I didn't even know there was a season 2.
Season 2, episode 1, right in the beginning.
Go ahead, spoilers. I don't care.
Dead girl comes
What
back
was the
as a
reference?
ghost. Talking to her
Okay, the
boyfriend.
hot one from the first season.
Hot one from the first season, talking to her bestie. It's like, how is your fragile plane of existence? Where are you now? You know what I mean?
Interesting. Okay. She kind of has an Alyssa Milano vibe to her, to be honest, actually.
Oh, is that what your mark checks your?
She kind of looks like a little bit like her.
I'm not gonna.
She was hot like Alyssa. But yeah, so she died in the snow at the end of the first season, right?
Yeah, and then episode 5, about 15 minutes, is question the moon landing. Something like that. Something about one of the characters says something about, I've got more questions about the moon landing. And this is a character that's like a kind of like a amateur detective, I guess. Misty character.
We're taking a high risk here with our reputation amongst flat earthers with all this mainstream media references that we're doing here.
Oh no, I use it as a barometer to see where.
That's what I was going to add. Right, that's what I was trying to make a caveat right now to save ourselves some embarrassment later. People, they call us out for watching.
Everyone's already deaf and no one cares. This is
we're live, man. This is going down.
We're live. Everyone's not listening. It's fine.
Somebody
is. I think we look for traces of like the kind of reality that we
predictive programming, absolutely, right. Retroactive programming, even, right?
Well, because you can reference other movies that are themselves predictive programs. So, like, you can modulate other predictive programmings because of the way that references work, you know, within like fictions. I just think it's all part and parcel to another type of. I don't know, man. It's important to me. I don't know.
No, I agree, but it's kind of like, you know, having the parents come home with like the reverse, you know, the kids watching TV and they're like, "Are you watching that TV? It's research, Mom. It's the parents are flat earthers and they're like, and now you know the mainstream. Oh, it's just I'm looking for the predictive programming, Mom. Don't worry." The kids try to have like a normal life, and the parents are like flat earthers. Like,
is this too normy of a line? I don't know. But the show itself is basically mainlining like cannibalism, referencing all the 90s and stuff like that. It's really interesting to see things like kind of from other time periods and like people kind of recollect on them. You know what I mean? Like, because you know, you realize like you were built in some decade. You know what I mean? Where most of you was made. You know, the you that you know, not the baby you. Right? You grew up in a decade, right? Like in about a 10-year span, you're like, hey, I fucking know, I like robots or something like that, and then you're like, I build robots, or you could do that or something. Hey, you know, so we're all in some kind of crucible of culture, and I'm just saying, like, you know, the cowboy generation, to the space race generation, to the, you know what I mean, to the neon 80s generation, to the generation that grew up in the aftermath of 9/11, to the generation that grows up now, you know what I mean, you know, having memories of you know, there's probably 2 kids fucking that were hanging out with fucking masks on, you know what I mean, maybe they'll fucking get married some fucking day. Who knows? You know, and they'll remember that that'll be an anchoring moment. These are all we're all anchored in our time.
Right. As
Time and
writers,
space.
as two aspiring film writers like us, we don't even need the conspiracy research caveat. We could just say, look, man, people are going to write things, and you have to have some context. You can't rewrite something that's been done already. So you have to have some context of what the going thing is and what's been tried and how you can do a little takeoff. If you didn't have any context for the 80s movies that you watched, you wouldn't have the jokes and references and nods that you might insert into the 2025 movie you make or whatever, right?
I don't know. I don't know how to remember time if I can't remember. I don't know. Fucking songs, movies, all that shit helps me remember when fucking shit was.
I never saw Ice Pirates, by the way.
You've never seen Ice Pirates?
No. Shit. I was like, wait a minute. Something I never even heard of. What was Ice Pirates? Is it really worth going back and watching? Is it something that? Okay. All right.
Yep. It's campy.
All right. Just for context.
That was like good. That was a good movie then.
Right.
You could say whatever the fuck you want now, but that was actually a good movie. Space movie, right? We just want to watch like little space epics, but we're really just watching modified swashbuckling movies. We're watching Errol Flynn movies and calling it sci-fi. And so, yeah, you can steal scripts and you can steal ideas, and this is frequent. You know what I mean? So, like, do you get me? You just we just like fucking lift the shit up. You know what I mean? And like reapply it to something else that works, a better framework, a more marketable framework. You know?
Right.
It's like, oh yeah, this is the Titanic, but in space. This is the Titanic, but underwater. This is I don't know.
Right. Right.
Man, Snakes on a Plane. You know what I'm saying? It's like we've hit every like combination of things, so it's just like multiple things. Like we're just like sampling from time periods now. I think it's interesting. You know, you can. Who the fuck cares? I'm not even trying to talk about that. I think it's important, like that, like these kinds of pop culture things are like little dog ears, I guess, on rabbit ears. I don't know, whatever. People hear these lines, you know, they absorb somewhere. People like us pick them up, other people don't, you know. But I think it compounds, you know, over time, and I think it's important.
Did you get it? You're not getting into the Vikings movies yet, have you? The Viking series.
I didn't like that.
No. Did you try it?
I don't like the color curve of it. It's too blah.
Oh, really? Okay. They're doing a ton of them now. I mean, there's a lot of production put into these things. Anyway, they're saying, you know, that it could be that it's the Druze that own Hollywood, not the Jews. The Druids. You hear that? The secret rulers have been the Druids this whole time, and the Jews are just front. That would be sneaky like a pirate, though, wouldn't it?
Sneaky like a pirate. Did you get me like saying stuff about pirate flags and how they're like the crossbones are the ecliptic and the celestial equator, if they're not the same things?
No, I didn't get that yet. I was just thinking
skull
and bones.
And then, but the skull is time because it's Chronos, so it's like time. These are the three bases of like, you know, your latitude, the celestial equator, and time. And these three things, you don't die. The flag is a reminder to the crew. It signifies like terror to other people. It signifies to the crew that this is surely what will occur if we do not pay attention to the rules of where we are and stuff.
Interesting.
And the pirates themselves like date back before when we think of pirates. Like we're thinking of goofy ass pirates too, but I think that they were back as far as the pyramids, the pyramids. I think they're the same.
Ooh,
peeps. The same
pyramids.
Same.
I remember you mentioning something along those lines. Yeah, the pyramids.
Yeah, we're changing it to PI.
And you were talking about pyrite too, right? Pyrites.
Right. Mm-hmm.
There's a lot to unpack there.
I don't know.
Black rock.
I don't.
Pyrite's black rock. Black rock was the, the black rock.
Well, it's still iron though, right? Like you can find like iron pyrite's really easy to just recover. You know what I mean? If you see it in nodules and stuff, it's easy to recover. But it's like all basically it's like really good. Maybe it would be really good iron to use. I don't know. I've never used like that for smelting, but that might be, the reasoning. They traded in that shit, and then they traded in that shit so much that that's what they fucking called it. I don't know. I don't know, man.
Like the pyrite, these guys. Oh, who? The pyrites. Kind of conflation there. Yeah, some kind of telephone tag thing going on. That makes sense. Shrouded in the shroud of whoever the pirate was that they got the the shroud. It's interesting, that like the shroud that they say is supposed to be the imprint of Jesus, the shroud of Turin. Shroud of Turin. Somebody was talking about that in another talk earlier, that the Shroud of Turin seems to be their go-to as evidence for the life of Jesus. And I couldn't believe that was the go-to. Like, that's
Isn't that
really
shit
like
huge though?
I know, but like, how could that be something that you could be so sure would be the imprint of him?
Yeah, it looks to me. I'd be like, oh, that maybe that's more like Goliath,
right?
Or something, or some type of
Zeus, right? Something like that could be. You never know. I mean, that's pretty sacrilege if you think it is him. But I mean, I don't know why they think that's some kind of like go-to proof. I mean, not to say that I don't think he's a real person or any of that. I'm not even giving an opinion. I'm just saying I couldn't believe that was like the thing that was being argued about as like, some kind of like patented, like, oh, this is it, man. We got the shroud. Like this actual print of the person that we think is the person. How do you know what one person is from another from that long ago? I don't know. Maybe I just haven't looked into it and I sound very ignorant right now. Have we cleared the room completely, or is like just you and I here? I mean, nobody's interested in anything we're saying, I'm sure. Is this like an empty room?
Yeah, they're all
Everyone's checked out. It is kind of late. I mean, I should be sleeping already. Oh, we got Jeremy in here. We got Kosho in here. Kosho, what do you think about the Shroud of Turin?
He's not up this late.
Oh, Jeremy's Kosho's up. He's unmiked and everything. He's up all night long, drinking and not getting drunk. You didn't believe me that he drinks a fifth of Jack Daniels and whatever else a day. Because it doesn't sound like it. Cheers to Kosho on that, because if that's true, it's amazing. Kosho, tell us the truth.
Anything is true with Kosho. God love you, Kosho, but I'd question everything you hear from him.
Big drinker, but not a drunk.
Well,
he's a sober drunk, just like a spherical pyramid.
Hey, Stacy.
What's up, Stacy?
I'm usually not on here. I'd be at work, but yeah, I got out of work the other day and went to go. I dropped my phone out of my pocket and said it. Like my friend was like, "You dropped your phone," so I go step backwards to find it. Well, that was dumb because it's right behind my foot, and she didn't tell me, so I stepped on it.
Oh,
and so
no.
one foot went sliding backwards, like up, like you're sliding, and the other foot stayed still. So then my knee went and popped and went out, and
oh my god,
yeah,
that's like that's like a double whammy.
Yep. So I'm gonna
So
have
it was like she tried to save you, but she fucked your knee and your phone.
Fucked me.
Oh my god, you're having to have surgery?
Oh yeah, it's
And you're
really
like
bad.
telling me I lost my phone.
like, fuck
bitch.
the phone. You should see the phone. It's so bad.
Now I gotta have surgery and get a new phone.
And a new phone.
Oh my god, that's so crazy.
Screw the phone.
That
The
is
surgery part is the
just like
worst.
Murphy's
Yeah.
law, I guess, or something.
It
Oh
is.
no, I'm sorry.
Apparently, I'm accident
It's
prone
a
without
funny
trying to
story
be.
though,
It isn't it? I
right?
have my phone to prove it. Look.
Too comical, right?
It's
Did
crazy.
you have to get a new phone then too? Because it completely broke,
Believe it or not, I already had a new
or was it
phone
just a
sitting in
little
my
crack?
drawer, so I'm good. This phone is, I can still use it, but I mean, it looks like it's been through a train where like somebody drove over it. It looks that bad. Yeah, the glass is
Wait, so
still
you
breaking
had that
off
like
of
as a
it.
reserve already?
Yeah, well, what happened
Did you
was
have
is
it as a
about
reserve, or was it just an old?
no, in December, my phone started giving me issues and wasn't working, and I was able to fix it. As soon as I bought a new phone, literally the phone started working fine. So I was like, "Are you serious right now?" Well, I guess I
Ah,
have a backup.
okay.
So I had a backup already
There
sitting
you
there.
go.
So
So it's
sometimes
At
good.
these
least
phones
you
they
didn't
get
have to
over
pay for that on
Coriolis
top
done
of
and they
everything.
can't satellite very good.
Yeah, no, it's funny because before I came in here, I was like, "Oh, I should tell him that the Coriolis got me." You know what I mean? I
Right?
was off the ground for a
Well, if
second, and that's what happened.
you'd only had Coriolis insurance,
Just
you had
fucking
your
around.
Coriolis insurance. I tried to tell you
Like
last
this isn't
week.
covered under the
You got your
warranty,
surgery
man.
for free.
Right? He's just a good laugh. If people can get that out of it, I laughed at myself. I mean, the first thing I said too was, "Oh no, I can't miss work," because I knew I had messed it. My friend looked at me like, "Are you crazy right now?" Yeah, a little bit. We are. We get so stuck into that pattern. I'm like, I got to pay my bills. Well, who's gonna pay this shit? And it's more about me
Right?
getting better. I thank God I got good insurance through my work, and I paid for that as well. Thank goodness I went ahead and did that in
Yeah.
January, so this was going to be covered. But if people don't have good insurance, I know people don't want to do it, but do it. I had a horrible injury last year that I had none, so nothing was paid for. So I didn't get paid to be out of work for 2 months. And this time it's going to be another few months of me being out of work, and I actually get paid. It ain't going to be my full paycheck, but to have some kind of stability, it's going to save my ass this time, for real. So buy
Right.
insurance when it comes to work-related injury. Everything else, you gotta slide on that shit.
Save
It's
that
like car
ass.
Yeah.
insurance.
Well, when are they going to start making? They don't try to tie in like if you have insurance, to keep your insurance, you have to line up for the jibby jab or anything. Do they do that?
Oh God, no, I
Is it a
haven't had anything
requirement to keep
yet.
your insurance?
Not that I know
Well,
of
I'm
yet.
just thinking, I was thinking if they're gonna make like this required insurance, like this Obamacare or whatever, is part of this Obamacare 2.0 going to be, well, we can't really insure you unless you're, fully,
Uninsurable. Yeah, whatever. Since if you have no,
yeah, we
we
can't
need to
take
give
the
you.
risk of keeping you on a policy. Can't you see that they would tie that
Well,
in?
they
Like,
already do that
like
with
you can't even
smoking
keep yourself
cigarettes and stuff.
insured
So
otherwise?
yeah, I bet they would. I mean, and
Oh,
if they
really?
wanted
Like you
to, they
can't
could.
be a smoker?
They just advise for you to
Yeah,
get.
it's true. Like
they'll
you
like
have to lie about smoking, don't you?
Yeah, well, a lot of people do. Yeah, some things like that. Yeah, your insurance will either not cover you if you're not getting
Yeah.
certain, like trying to get help or getting patches or whatnot, or they'll just charge you out the ass, one or the other right now.
Yeah. You're right.
So they could if they wanted to do something like that. I'm more concerned about stuff like I have to have, because of my health, a blood transfusion, and I was already getting that in the works with hematology and everything last
Oh my
week.
God.
And to have a blood transfusion, that scares the living shit out of me. I know we can't talk about this too much on here, but
I hope
when
you
I
get
think
girl
about
blood and not guy
where
blood.
right, this is my point. I'm going, well, how do I, guarantee that? And the doctors aren't telling me shit when I ask them. They kind of just go, everything's fine. 30 years, a lot of stuff has changed. I go, that doesn't answer my question. You went right over my question when I asked you that. But then I was speaking to one of my friends at work, believe it or not, and the district manager, and there is a organization and a group that she's going to send me that is dealing with the stuff like this right now, where they're helping one another try to get the exact blood that we need that is not going to be vaccinated. So it made me go, wow, well, we actually are doing something in the backgrounds that I didn't even know about. You know what I mean? So it's good.
Can you get your own blood drawn and then have it used later? Stir like a little blood up in a blood bank.
I mean,
just start opening an account somewhere, probably like a TD bank or something like that.
I don't consume nutrients very well, so my blood's pretty low. My hemoglobin, even my iron's at 2, and that's like the lowest you can possibly fucking be, basically.
Yeah, your FE
So
strong, but your globes
my
are
blood, they
weak.
want to just get rid of it and give me new. They're like, that's not working. But we'll see what happens.
Unjuiced blood will be the Bitcoin of the future, I guess, huh?
Right, though? I mean, it's still blood for people that need blood. It's not like it has all the nutrients in it, but if you had to have blood because you're losing it, it would still be something that would make you survive. Yeah.
I
How long
thought
can you keep blood in the
it
bank?
was like,
I'm just saying. How long
I
do you
don't
think you
know.
can
How
store
long does it
blood for?
last? You mean like if you freeze it? I don't know. It's an interesting
Can you
question.
freeze
About
it?
blood like that. Any of that. I have
I don't
no clue.
know.
Just wondering.
But
Start a second
I mean,
refrigerator or something.
I was hearing
Yeah, okay.
people were talking about it as like, they're not even taking donors that have been juiced.
I've
Like
heard
you
that.
can't even give blood. Right now, if that's something that I've heard like many times from different truthers, is that something that's
Right.
like public knowledge now? Like if you've gotten juiced, you can't give blood, and isn't that a big warning sign for any future
How do we
requirements of any
verify
kind of
that? That's
health
the
insurance
problem.
program?
I've had many truthers tell me the same thing. I've heard it also online. However, I've not seen one identification to prove that kind of thing or one proof of anything. It's just word of mouth. That could just be started by some rumor, and then we're just spreading it around. Other people are spreading it. I'm spreading. Did you hear this? I heard this, and I would need to know. Just like we talk about validation over here about the Earth, we want validation about something like that too. Yeah.
Yeah. Just make sure
they're
they
going
give
to
you
have to make a distinction. Yeah, just the Glober blood. I don't want the Glober blood. I don't care if they're juiced, as long as it's not Glober blood.
They said that there's hemoglobes in it. I don't
You
I
good,
want that.
hemoglobin, right? Funny.
I guess
They're
there's
trying to
only like
inject me with
three. There's only 3 people that weren't juiced that were actually Globers.
You guys are nuts.
It's like a 99% Glober ratio, Bax ratio. I don't know why.
I don't know why.
What could it be? What could the reason be there?
Yeah. It's interesting though, because it lets me see the world inside I don't want to go into, which is the hospital and the surgeries and the shit we try to stay away from. It's kind of giving me a perspective of what's happening when you have a surgery or you have a blood transfusion. So I kind of look at it as knowledge in a way too. I'm like, I don't want to do this shit. However, and I'm not going to do certain things. I will not comply. This is not happening. But there's things that I have to have done. And what's going to happen when you do that? And what are people going through? Are they going to make you wear a mask again? All these things, because I used to have to do that when I had last year in April an injury on burnt part of my body. I literally had to wear a mask even going to see my doctor, as my doctor was standing around not wearing one. I got pissed the hell off, thinking, wait a minute, why? I can barely breathe. I'm over here like, hyperventilating because of pain. And all you care about is if I'm wearing a mask right now or not, instead of my actual health over here, So I was seeing stuff like that. Things are quite different right now. I'm already seeing that huge change in the last 6 months. It's not a big deal. People don't even ask you when you go to a regular doctor's office to wear one. So I'm like, well, that's changed there. That's good. But it's only a matter of time. I was speaking to a friend 2 days ago going, have you heard anything? Because I don't watch the news about, and this isn't for it or against it. Just in general, have you heard anything about the C word? They're like, no, not really. I haven't really heard too much about it. I go, me either. And that's a little alarming to me because all I have heard for the last 3 years, if not more, is consistently that in some way, shape, or form. It's pushed into our brains. So for the first time, we're not hearing about it. We're hearing about all the other bullshit more, unless other people have heard stories recently. But I technically don't really watch TV. So.
I've heard that it's officially over from something that
right?
Biden signed, and then there was the whole thing about New York businesses that were the mayor was pushing New York businesses to require that people not wear masks because of so many robberies. People with masks going into New York businesses and robbing them because you can't tell one masked person from another.
Wait. We were saying that shit when it first started going. Isn't this stupid that we were never allowed to walk in with a mask in a store anywhere, But now people can just walk in with sunglasses and masks. You can't even tell anybody is. And we thought that was a fucking
you wouldn't know
alarming.
who anybody is. I'm
But
sure
remember
that
when I
there's
said
a
this was
lot
gonna
more
be like a
robberies
2.5
than are even reported.
But remember when I predicted this was going to be a 2.5 year period, from the beginning, out of the first couple weeks of it, and I was right, and I didn't rub it in your face.
No, I wasn't disagreeing. Did I disagree? You were right on either way. You were right. 2.5 year period. That's they can't string it out too much.
And then like
But
a
now
true
they got the
champion, like I
economy
didn't gloat
just
about
in
it or
time
rub it
for
in your
the
face.
dollar to fall. Right now that the
What's
pandemic's
There's
over,
something
we can
next. Mm-hmm.
we can bring the digital dollar on, and the universal basic income. Another thing that you were predicting, is that going to happen?
Yeah, but well, seriously, we're at
What
a
does that
point now.
mean?
It's just makes me shake my head. I mean, I work. Well, I'm not working right now, but we can't even keep a worker. And the ones that we have are really, really shitty. I'm not trying to be mean, but they don't do anything. In fact, if you ask them to do anything, they're actually upset about it. So it's the economy's failed.
Millennials.
Everything's fucked. People want the money, but they don't want to do nothing for it. I mean, you look at society right now, and I just shake my head. And if people aren't shaking their head, then something's really seriously wrong.
Yeah, it's not like the grand reset concept, but in a way,
Yeah.
Our economy kind of does reset itself, and it is seem like just kind of pick up with what you got, and it's almost a little bit like starting over from that period of time on. Where a lot of people tend to struggle or something like that. So it's like it's like year one, year two. I don't know where we're at here, but the one thing that's kind of interesting is like because of all this crypto, like the ramping back up can be faster and maybe even more dangerous, but it's possible that if we just optimize all the crashes to happen at the right times and just like inflate things at the right times, that we can like just keep this whatever, this broken system, this shitty bang world economy going. It's all fucked up. It's like, when we're riding high, somebody else is like riding low though, right? It's like that's just right. The whole world economy can't rise, uniformly, right?
Well, America is going to have to definitely be riding pretty low for it to ever be like a one world system. That's for sure.
Well, like as soon as this China thing like rejiggers itself and like Chinese people get like regular wage, like what do your cell phone's going to cost like $10,000 or some shit? You know what I mean? Like what?
Right, they can't have that.
Or we need robots to do it. Basically, if we don't have that, a lot of things are going to get whacked. But I think they're still at the point of just trying to establish all these different nations into some kind of like inter-trade, mutually assured success or destruction kind of situation.
Has to be the Outer Ponder psyop. The new Level With Me movie is basically Outer Ponders on their way.
Is that really?
They should just call it the Outer Ponders are coming.
Do you call this like successful inception of your concept now? Are you there?
Well, it's just something that I thought everybody would jump to those conclusions when they realized
I was kind of like, I mean, and I'm not going to say you jumped me on it, but I was like, I was already all about this concept. You know what I mean? The branding, Outer Ponders, you have that is yours, but like,
I guess I don't even know if I made it up. It just seemed like what you would call them. I'm not trying to take any credit for any kind of thing. I just talked about it more than anybody.
Same page with you all. When you say Outer Ponders, I think of like the I'm not gonna say from outer space because I don't believe that shit, but the outer areas.
Yeah.
Not what we talk about, what we can't go to, what we can't find.
Other ponds of continents, right?
Yeah. I got you.
Outer Ponders. Makes sense, right? It's kind of catchy. I guess it caught on, and they started making it like they attributed it to me. I guess that's just what I called them. I don't know.
Well, because every time we would mention it, it became a thing every time.
It became my calling card. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I could actually see a good title for a movie or even a show.
Oh, it's just so many. There's so many. It's like rich with opportunity, not only for government psyops, because good Outer Ponders, bad Outer Ponders, bad.
You should just you should just go ahead and register that shit. You should go ahead and register that shit because like
I write that shit, man.
Yeah,
because it's only like 2 words or what have you.
Outer Ponder Productions. Yep.
No. I mean for a film release.
The Outer Ponders, yeah.
No.
Well, that's kind of what they did with the Mandela
No,
effect.
no,
Everybody was
no,
talking
no.
about it through the community, and then they took it for their own, and they made it and used our stories and used us as individuals in those, in that movie. All it took was somebody just watching us online and listening to us, and I wouldn't doubt it that people aren't watching and listening right now. Show
Which
and other
movie?
people like that could take your shit from you if they think it's going to be fun, like Out of
I don't.
Ponders.
Hey, you can have it. But what are you talking about? What movie?
The Mandela Effect movie. That movie.
Oh,
That was used
I
against
never
us.
watched it.
I didn't watch it either. Don't worry. Even though I was part of it, I wanted nothing to do with it. I stayed away from that stuff for
Oh yeah, they're
quite a
trying to
while.
yeah, that's how I see the Mandela effect. It was just like trying to tie in the losing of any kind of reality that means anything, because obviously it could just be a Mandela effect. The whole thing could be a Mandela effect. We could have separate timelines, so nothing really means anything. There was a conference in California called Question Everything, and it was like Flat Earth / Mandela effect and anything else that makes you question your reality, and it's all lumped into one thing. And that's just like, that just said it for me. Like that's what that's the whole psyop is, question your reality, because virtual reality is a way better option. That's where they're pushing us.
That's when I stepped away from. Not that I didn't believe in the Mandela, but not that it didn't affect me. But when it started getting linked to, I was already getting into flat Earth and all that at that exact time right after that. And then I was like, wait a minute. If you're going to take something that's validated like flat Earth and the stuff that's really just truthful right in front of our eyes, it doesn't take, somebody sitting down and proving something that isn't real. Like I can't show you Mandela effect. I can talk to you about it, but I can't actually show you and prove to you. That's in your mind. But to mix something that's in your mind with the validation in the real world reality, I couldn't do the two together. I thought it was really wrong that people were even trying to mix the two together. And then I heard someone say to me, well, the Earth could be flat now because of the Mandela effect. And I was like, what the hell are you smoking? And that's when I had to step away from it.
And what it really is like flat Earth is a threshold of event, just like coming to Jesus moment. It's just like a threshold moment, and I think people can experience this threshold moment through Mandela. So I don't discount the possibility of somebody breaking through and being able to like allow that thinking to happen. Other people can't,
Yeah.
A lot of these Globers, like, I bet you some of them are like, why don't I fucking think it's? I bet you at least one of them is like, why don't I get it like they get it? It's like,
do I live in a different timeline? Everybody else realizes it's flat.
No,
in
it's
my
not
reality,
that. It's just
the
the threshold. The threshold of consciousness experience can't actually be broken. You know what I'm saying?
But I don't think that's the case with our regulars. And the most people that are here, like Kosher and all them, I've had conversations with them where we've gone back and forth for hours on gyms and other stuff, and they've come to the conclusion that with what I'm saying, it sounds logic. Stacey, it sounds right. It sounds right. If that's the case, and you can put, then I would say it's flat. Well, it could be flat. Like all these things have already went through their mind. They just can't give up on the idea and the belief system that they have already within them. They just can't shake it. They're like, no, I'm sorry, I refuse to believe it's flat. However, it's a possibility. How can you even think that way?
But I just mean like
they have to just stop believing it's a ball. That's the only thing they have to do. It's not a believing it's flat thing.
Yeah.
I think if you don't realize what a big deal it is to be able to conceive of it so freely, as in comparison to like what a normal person might be restricted to thinking in a way, like they have a lot of governors on their own minds, like, you know what I mean? What they call their own minds, they're governed by a lot of different subconscious cues and probably like maybe conceptually wrong things that have been like laid out for them. You know what I mean? So like they're just trying to be whatever they're supposed to. They're supposed to be good people, like a good citizen. That's what they think that they've been loaded with that, and so there's a lot of baggage to that. And I just mean it's a perceptual and consciousness threshold to be able to perceive something in a new way that you're already like invested so heavily in conformity and all these things, and
I definitely think that whoever they are definitely had their hands in every single thing that would have an effect on a mass population, including flat Earth and definitely Mandela effect. And the difference is that flat Earth is a psyop based on the truth. Mandela effect is a psyop based on the manipulation of the truth. that's
Well,
been very,
I think we can say
very
that at least the Flat Earth
intricately.
Society has been a psyop to the actual perceptive envelope, which is flat. But
Yeah,
also the
but
globe is a psyop. But also the globe is also an effort. I think the globe is itself an effort to create a falsification stalemate where neither can be resolved. And what this does is it suspends any kind of like spirituality from anchoring, where it relates back to anything of old world, which I think that they're trying to expunge all of these like religious differences that cause and create warfare, or something like that. Where that seems like what the globe's honest effort really is. It's not necessarily to actually, portray real reality or the truth. It's to create an illusion that stifles spiritual progress.
right.
It's almost like written in there, as Carl Sagan says it in the Pale Blue Dot, which I would like to read the Pale Blue Dot in the Manny voice. Maybe it's kind of so epic. It would just be great. I just need like some epic background music, like with like swelling, fucking rising sounds. And like I could like use my voice and I could say these things that are really important about humanity, and we're only just a small speck of dust in us suspended in a sunbeam. And it just like, to me, it's great. And you can really
I
hear
feel
it
bad for
clearly.
anyone listening that doesn't have the context of who
Sorry.
Manny is. But it's funny anyway. It's still funny, but like
It's just
Stacey, if
people
you
don't
knew
know
who
the
this guy
reference.
is that
It's
he's
funny.
doing an imitation of, it's just so funny. Is
Like,
this
who
guy
it's
that
supposed
used
to be?
is this guy named Manny that used to be on our hangout with us all the time, and he just like
Okay.
he would say things that were just like funny because he didn't realize how funny he was. Like, I don't know, I don't even know how to describe it. You'll understand if you hear Snack do his rendition of this guy. It's just so funny because it's a play on words that he doesn't even realize he's making. That's kind of the gist of it, because he's saying something that's kind of daft, but it's done in a way that's
Yeah, he sounds a lot more young than that.
yeah.
In reality, I'm just a little worse. And also, I'm trying to do Carl Sagan, but
He
also,
kind of became
I don't
Snack's alter
know.
ego in a way.
Yeah,
Because it
yeah.
was
It's like
hilarious.
yeah.
But
I'm
yeah,
I'm
you
just this
could do the reading
everlasting
of
gobstopper
the
of multiple
Pale Blue Dot
personalities
as
now
well.
since podcasting. Thanks podcasting.
blame
Anyway,
the podcasting.
thanks to podcasting,
I'm
I've now assumed many partials of persona.
actually dating somebody who is not a flat earther, not against things, willing to listen and all that, but just not on the same page as me. But I started realizing lately, and this is my question: is most of the people I try to bring into this world who listen to us speak or listen to y'all speak, not just you guys, me too. If I have to like two Stacys, one that is the regular Stacey that goes out and about and talks like the regular world, not necessarily the regular world, but you know what I mean. I can't talk scientific stuff and this science shit because as soon as you do, it goes right over their head. Like literally, they shut down. So when I'm showing people, recently, like the Discord channel, listening in for a second, they go, "Oh God, what are you doing?" Either it's people are arguing over stupid shit, or I hear it's, "I don't want to hear about the science. How can you do that all day long?" Do you really have anybody in your lives, in your world, your friends that can be partaking in this with you who would say, "This is enjoyable"? This is my question, because I started realizing this is why we come together so much. There's a few of us that could sit here and talk about this stuff over and over, and it's so fun. It's exciting. And we could feel like we learn something from one another. But for others, they kind of just want to go, "What the fuck is wrong with y'all?" Like, that's the kind of feedback that I've been getting in the last few weeks from people. I don't know if that's something new with people and their mentality, but I've been trying to bring people into this world again, and it seems like it's a total shutdown. I don't know if it's other things happening because of like their minds aren't willing to think. Yeah, I'd like, do people go at home, do they watch the History Channel or anything that's kind of, I don't know, important? Or not even much the History Channel is important because it's not, but that makes the brain think. Because it's like, are you just watching these, mob wife shows and other shit on TV, and you don't read a book, or you don't do anything that makes your brain tick? That's what I'm starting to see. Nobody's doing anything of importance or trying to get their brain to think outside the box whatsoever.
I think it's tough sometimes. Like people have friendships like sometimes going decades. It's difficult to remodulate those things. I mean, it might be that even like two friends were like, one was like a straight A student and like went on to become a marine biologist or something like that. And the other one like didn't go to college and then, like learns all these things in flat earth, and you try to reapproach that person. That dynamic is different now. The power is shifted in a different way, or at least they're going to be a little bit threatened by the fact that you're attacking what they hold to be almost quasi-religious beliefs that they don't even really perceive them as being. That you have to wake them up to that shit. That's like, well, what happened to our friendship? Why don't you like me anymore? Oh, well, because you're like this and you make me feel like this about my life, and my life's pretty good. And you're, what? It's like it's a trap. It's a trap to try to reach out to loved ones sometimes. I mean, if you can and have succeeded a bit, tell me I'm fucking wrong. But like, boy, it could be difficult, And
I've succeeded and failed, both actually. It depends on who I've dealt with. My best friend's kind of on the same page as me now, and she makes her own little jokes on the side with her when she's out and about with friends, strangers, whatever. So I feel like I succeeded there. But that was a 30-year friendship that she was watching me for how long, you know what I mean? And listening to me. And it took her to the last 8 to kind of even be on the same page at all. That's a long time. So no matter what, no matter what I said, it really wasn't sinking in until something affected her one day. And she picked up the phone and called me. And then we had a longer conversation. Same thing with my mom. It took her literally coming to me out on her own, me not trying to push it down her throat or live, I was just living my life, doing my thing. And then she was like, why does it matter so much? And then we had that conversation. But most of society, you either have someone who's already willing to open up their mind to that. And it was like, oh, you just gave me something that made my brain think about 10 more things, right, in that direction. Or you reach somebody who just really doesn't give a two shits and they want to live their life because it's not fun to even think about, or what does it matter to them? They don't even care. They're like, I believe in a God either way, and I have to feed my kids, and I don't care if it's round, flat, or whatnot. I'm living life. So it's very, I don't know, it's all over the place. But to wake somebody, I don't want to say wake somebody up. I don't like those terms anymore. But to talk to someone and get them to understand what we're even discussing on this kind of level, it seems like it's getting harder for me in the last year, 6 months. I don't know if people's brains are shutting down or they just want nothing to do with it, or it's been talked about so much as a psyop, but it's becoming more difficult lately. Or maybe it was because the whole COVID pandemic thing, and it's got people's brains thinking differently. But I used to have an easier time conversating and getting people on our side and talking to them about it. Now, it's quite difficult. So I've kind of stepped away from it.
Well, a lot of it is so like diametrically opposed to what currently they believe about the place that they live and the dynamics of the universe and things like that. So it's a little bit difficult of adjustment, and it's almost like they're also getting sort of bad information, which is causing this fictional version of what they think to exist. Some little like this is the wrong answer. That's all that they really know. They don't know anything else about like even why their model is a little bit suspect. So it's like you almost have to be like, it's like, how do you get a joke, right? You get a joke when you laugh, right? And maybe the response to this, the proper response is what we do. Maybe we're getting it. We're seeing all this stuff and we're getting the joke and we're like, ah ha ha. And then some, right? Whereas other people don't get the joke and they just think it goes. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, but the appropriate thing isn't to say like, oh, I got the joke because I understood it. No, I got the joke because I laughed. And it's like, unless you wake up, you didn't get the seed that might have gotten planted. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, there's some kind of like process of like how different or the real world is from like what our popular conception of it might be. If we're just to listen to television as being, the primary signpost for what reality really is supposed to be. When we wake up to what the real world is like, it's almost like when you watch a dystopian film, it's almost like you're like, whoa, this is like a real difference. This is all more seedy than it seemed like, right? And you can't like then when you come back to your regular life, you're like, oh, this is everything's okay. It's not all twisted like it was in that movie, right? But you need
Right.
to have that contrast to be able to like appreciate maybe more your regular reality. But if you're not being tricked, then there's nothing to like see the trick and understand it, and then you kind of like, that's, I don't know, maybe there's a positive to being able to wake up from this, like, is it just a trick? Is it just a big got your nose? Is it there's a quarter behind your ear? I don't know. It's like some grandpa trick, this whole thing, you know. But grandpa has
It's
been in the
already there.
ground
The
for a
fact,
while.
the fact that it
You
was
know?
already, I started with the whole chemtrails and sky thing before I stepped into any of this stuff. So I was already questioning what the fuck they're doing to us, right? I was already in that mentality on my own because I'm like, what the hell is this shit? And then looked into stuff and research back in 2000 and even 3 and 4. It was quite crazy, the stuff I was learning and genetically modified food and learning that my government wasn't my best friend. So for me, I think it's learning that first, because if you're trusting the authority, that authority, you're never ever going to get out of that belief system coming into this one, right? Where you trust that the same authority, that science that you cannot even understand. I can understand that they are not my friend, but if
Well,
you don't understand the science of
yeah,
it and all the mathematics of it and everything, you're going to just go, well, back to that belief system.
I
So,
know,
yeah.
but this is like a crazy ass ant farm. But like, if we don't keep
Yeah.
like making the food fast enough, people are gonna like have to be just like put out because there's just not enough food, right? Either
Yeah.
we decide that or nature, just whatever. It's just like it can't go on like at this scale without all of these like, whatever attempts at trying to efficiently do the food thing. So the genetic engineering, a lot of people are not a fan of this. But selective breeding, I don't know. There's like kind of a soft area where it's really kind of the same fucking thing, but I don't, and that might be effectively what they're doing. Where they could be just be doing straight out evil, where they just put pentagrams under it. I don't know, man. But like, somebody has got to make attempts to try to, make for all the food. And
hold
yeah,
on. What are you saying about the
go
food?
ahead.
I don't I
We
don't
need
understand what
the
you're saying.
food. There's a lot
What
of
food?
like all the food that people consume.
Okay, I'm okay. Are you
Yeah.
saying that they need to do genetic modification, or are you saying there's not
Well,
enough
at
food
least
in the
like you'd
world?
want to pick the most like hardy breeds or something like that. In some ways, selectively, genetic selection is in a way genetic modification. So yeah, even though that's not like lab stuff, it on the surface it is the same thing.
So are you
Usually,
saying that there's not enough food in the world for all the people? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that. Well, it's not all as efficient as it could be, and or humane at the same time as efficiency. Like there's a lot of inequity in the whole system, but it still must be that we have to make the food to feed the people. So wherever that dark path leads, it'll just be doing that. But in the event like where food shortage was to occur, where we're like, oh, we don't know how to do this. Did they know how to like supply the world's food supply like this in the 1920s, and how to move it, and how to like, I don't know. I think that there's been a lot of advancements in techniques, refrigeration. I'm not a fan of all preservatives, but they're a big part of like why like things are shelf stable sometimes.
Okay.
But I'm for like as organic of a way to do it as possible. But yeah, I'm not for a Monsanto universe. No, they're terrible. But like it must be, it falls on somebody's shoulders to try to handle that, even if it goes evil, right?
No.
So
Okay, this is what needs to happen. The only thing that
okay,
needs to happen is that the
yep,
governments of the world need to get the fuck out of the way and let the free market do its job. If they take away the regulations and all this nonsense that they keep inflicting on us, the free market will provide more food in the world that will ever be needed. That's
it could
all
be,
that needs to happen.
yeah, yeah. I mean, but for one, like we buy like a lot of grapes from like Argentina or something like that at certain times of the year because it's like they're not in season here. or like things will be in season in other parts of the plane.
I think we've
To
lost a lot of our food through this recent genetic modification, of our actual food that we eat every day. Why? I know people are going to say, yeah, there's reasons why we do this and selective breeding kind of thing. But when you look at the bigger picture, they're using it for many reasons that is unknown, hasn't been tested on many, many levels. So you don't know how it's going to react in anybody's body 10 years from now. And it should be about human safety and what we're consuming and putting into our body than anything. It's nutrition. It's what we live on, right? What we care about our kids, I thought. So when we're using the excuse, and I'm going to use that word very, very heavy-handed, excuse, we're trying to, give food to the world, and we wouldn't be able to survive without all this genetic modification. How the hell did we do it for so damn long before? We did just fine. There wasn't these things of people saying depression of no end. Depression was brought on, again, by other sources that caused that. We need them to get the fuck out of our food and leave us alone and let us supply it. Because if people knew out here right now how to grow their own fucking shit and they did it, they'd have food. We're never going to run without it. But when you mess with the seed, that's a big issue.
Okay, so maybe don't mess with the seed. Okay, I'm with you there. But things like the strawberry, the modern strawberry that is a hybrid of two things that aren't strawberry. The corn, which is really important. A lot of things that you eat might have corn in them, and other people without having that. That's a weird, crazy, selective little hybrid. And plus, there's there's over 52 different types of varieties of corn most people have never seen. And anyway, yeah, there's all these genetic variations that do occur in nature. Pink grapefruit is something you've eaten, possibly pink grapefruit.
Absolutely.
That's made by taking a regular grapefruit and then putting it in radiation, and that produces a gene expression that makes that pink. So it's radiated food by that's a way that people I think had done it in ancient times too, to make their seeds hardier. Do you think radiation treatment is okay for seeds to produce harder crops or to cull weak ones?
Personally, I don't think it would be safe, and I've never done a study on it, but I don't want to use radiation for anything. No.
What's wrong with natural seeds remaining natural? They've been enough and good enough for thousands of years. Why do you need to mess with nature?
Mm. And it's kind of sad.
You're asking me that? I mean, I like better varieties of marijuana, right? What's not to do with messing with nature in this way,
We're talking about food.
Why do we have to go to the supermarket and have all these labels and different types of warnings all over the food?
Right.
But that's not food. It's sad.
It's very sad.
How the hell did it get to that, where we have to have 15 warnings on one packet of crisps and shit?
And it wasn't that long ago that it wasn't this way. Think about it.
Yeah.
It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah. The supermarkets have just been turned into what is a supermarket now? It's
It's a chemical factory.
Yeah, exactly. It's a poison center. It's a pharmacia.
And what doesn't make sense is the completely natural stuff is always way more expensive than all the crap that they have to do crap to. That doesn't make any sense.
At all. They're introducing more chemicals. They're introducing more time with it. They have to fuck with the seed. Come on now. It's just stupidity. But for some reason it's basically also all about consumers and who's selling it and how they're giving it away. I mean, it's a bigger picture than just our food. It's bigger picture than all this. It has nothing to do with anything but to try to control us. I know they're going to use the excuses, we need more food. That's why they're doing it. And we need environments where rice can grow in a certain way, right? Because the environment or the conditions of weather is happening in that moment. I call bullshit. There's many excuses that everything has been given under for our food.
I think also maybe there are more efficient ways to prepare our foods. Maybe I think maybe there's more than just the barbecue or a great frying pan or something like that. Maybe there's another thing yet, to making these foods like superfoods, like so that we can turn some nutrients into like something that's like like replenishing our systems and stuff, like not these empty calories from like multisyllabic fractionated words as modifiers. You know what I mean? That's said to be something that's healthy, and maybe their science is not good, and it's possible that there's like a truer science to like absorbing and taking nutrition. Where maybe we're having to overeat, to make up for something else. It's
We're not getting any nutrition from our
somebody's
food.
got to
That's
think
why I need
about
a
it
blood
anyway.
transfusion. Is I'm not getting the nutrition from the food. I automatically don't do that
Right.
as well because the surgeries I've had, but also my body doesn't do it well with synthetics or anything that is not normal. So for me, it's very difficult to survive in a world this way right now. And ever since basically I've been born, it's been this way. Now we've been dealing with this shit for quite a while, but it's gotten worse. Like to a point where I can't even consume iron. They can give me all they want of all these vitamins too, and a damn the pharmaceuticals and shit, but they're all synthetic as well. Every single thing that we're being given is basically synthetic, and I'm not consuming it. And I will never consume it because it's not natural. Now I'm not the only one having problems like this. We got our kids out here, babies, because I used to deal with the formulas and stuff, who can't even digest cow's milk and whatnot and the proteins in it, because that has been completely changed as well, because we're feeding these animals genetically modified foods. They're having ulcers and all these pests in their milk and everything. So many people can't even consume milk in the last 10 years. If this effects are being seen that it's harming people, killing people, all these allergies and now gluten problems and all these things that have arose in the last 10 years. But nobody's questioning that, and the cancers that are rising to no end. But they do it under the line of we need to create more food for consumption, and that's what we need. So they keep producing it for money. But it's not really about the money. It's about controlling you.
And they keep
No,
labeling
it's
these
not just
disorders as autoimmune diseases. And I'm thinking that's
it's not just
incorrect.
controlling us.
They're not autoimmune.
It's not about just controlling us. It's about population control. For 60 years, they've been saying the world is too populated, and the basically the globalists, every one of them are population control people. They believe they need to get rid of millions upon millions of people, and everything that they do now is about population control. Look at freaking transgenderism. They're pushing that, so kids are getting their peckers cut off and everything, and so they can't reproduce. Look at the freaking food that is killing people. Look at the freaking the vaccine. People, women are
Fuck
losing
you.
babies. Men, what?
You don't use the fucking V word in here.
Oh, I'm sorry. And everything they do.
I get your point.
Everything they do is all
That's the
about
whole
population
LGBT
control.
agenda. It's the same thing. That's to turn people off traditional relationships. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, making food, feed the people, happy world. That's where I'm trying to get to. I think other people probably are too. Met with certain challenges, though. Like I said, it's just it's a
People can
it's a
afford to
challenge to
eat.
balance it, right? It's a lot
Now we
of
can't
spinning
afford to even
plates here.
buy the shit. It's even shit, and I can't afford to buy it. What's the point? What is the
Right.
point?
Or the amount of
People are
like money
stealing
you
it.
spend on like eggs per year, as far as like comparatively to like what it might be like to just have some chickens if you consume a lot of eggs. I don't know. If you're buying like $12 loaves of bread, start baking your own bread. I guess I don't know. Like you probably do it better. But that's how we're supposed to be, right? It's just like I don't know.
I think it really started. The genetically modified food was another way, but at the same time, it started with taking the home and breaking it up. I just have to go back to my grandma's time. Things weren't like this. We still had a farm. My grandma grew shit. She canned stuff. We did all that stuff.
Wasn't it
So it's not
awesome?
the same.
Yeah.
The farm, my grandmother had a farm too. It was all amazing. They had
Yeah.
turkeys and chickens and cows, milk, sheep, beef. Everything was in abundance. There was nothing they never wanted. And they weren't even wealthy.
Mhm.
Like, they weren't wealthy people, but they had food, you know?
I guess it's how
Like,
you look at wealth. You know what I mean? Though, is it money based or is it what you have? I mean, if you look around, you have every single thing you need, and your family's happy, and you don't have to use outside sources for your help and your food and the main basics of
Exactly.
life. Then yeah, they're pretty wealthy. You know?
but we're
Yeah.
we're
And
like
you only
depending a
need,
shitload on on
yeah,
cows, man. Like for all the cheese, for all the pizzas, for all the fucking cheeseburgers, like that's all milk, you know what I mean? For all the baby bottles and whatnot, breakfast cereal, you know what I mean? I like to anyway, we're all doing the Cowtown thing. The maybe we're like riding too much on this animal. You know what I mean? Maybe that's a problem. It's like centralized all of the fucking agro pipelines. You know what I mean? As far as like where things go. So maybe diversification or some kind isn't a bad thing. I don't know. I don't know if there's a solution. You know, I think it's I don't know. Like just I guess try get as close as you can to producing, you know, all the foods that are easy for you to produce. Right. I don't know.
yeah. Do you have space on your place, Stacy, on your house, or is it an apartment or something? Like, can you plant trees in the garden?
You make some microgreens or some shit. I mean, that's like really nutrient dense, right? Like microgreens and like growing your own shrooms and stuff. That's like super
Yeah,
healthy,
have a
you know?
lemon tree, orange tree, and a mandarin tree if you're in the right climate.
Dude, that'd be
You'll
super
never
dope.
run out of citrus.
Yeah, it's nice to have. Good to cook with, you know? You know, you can grow your own little spice rack and shit, have your own little special fucking water you put on there and chant little
Mm.
cool shits to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's all the ability for you to like take like some participation in your own nutrition, like from a hands-on, you know, way is possible. You know, but living your whole diet on that's like, man, there's gonna be a cup of noodles and cheeseburgers in there probably mixed in. So it's like I get why it feels like for most people like why even fucking bother. You know, chanting nice things to my water before I give them to my basil plant or something. You know what I mean? But like, I don't know. It's I don't know, the effort is probably good in itself, you know, but just try to find peace in that or something, or just make decisions like to avoid you know anything that's below your standards. But you know,
Yeah.
just because it says organic on it, is that your standard? Or just because it's like whatever free of something else, it might have something else is just equally undesirable, you know, to it. So some low sugar might have other fucking issues. I think we know enough to stay away from the artificial sweeteners, or at least, you know, be a little bit cautious of them. Anyway.
Yep.
You know what I really think is like when I started doing an exclusionary diet, the first day I just busted down a salads with salt, pepper, a little honey vinaigrette situation I made with some other herbs and shit. You know, like it was pretty medicinal as well. And you know, but after day 3 of that or day 2 of that shit, like everything else started to like really just taste so much better. You know. Like you realize like with all of these like processed like highly refined like foods and stuff, like your palate is so fucked, you know, like you can't even really taste what you're eating. You know, you get you
And
know it's salty, but it doesn't really hit you like, oh, you know.
have you fasted before?
No, well, this is the closest I can do to that is yeah.
Yeah, fasting is it's quite amazing. But most I've ever done was 3.5 days.
I think
it was
I went
80
like for
hours.
2 days with just like Passover bread and salad situations. Yeah. And I was about done after that. You know, I was like, that's good. That's good enough cleanse for me, you know.
Yep. No, it's good because you can just dump weight off. in 3 days, you can lose up to 5 pounds, 6 pounds.
I don't have a weight issue.
Then it clears out all your arteries and detoxifies your liver because you're just drinking straight water for 3 days. And if you've got any injuries or damage to your stomach or to your intestines, or you got bowel problems, they can repair in 3 days. Once they don't have food, the body just says, "Oh, we'll fix up this." Or you got muscle injuries from exercise, you go on a fast and that repairs. Inflammation and knee pain from running or riding bicycles, you go on a fast and heals. It's quite incredible. Because you got to think in the old times, we never had an abundance of food. There was no mass agriculture like there is now, right? So if we were in a village and we caught a deer or killed a deer, we'd eat that and jerk it or whatever, and then we'd live on that and get berries and shit and pick that up.
You would
So
be
in the
like bushed though. I mean, like shit would just be like after you eat, you'd be like, I am sleeping. I don't know, just like everything's exhausting. Like if you're in primitive culture, like you're moving water. I don't know, just like it's.
Yeah, your whole energy was expended on catching or killing food or harvesting food from the forest.
Which I mean, it's understandable. Like the tribal societies like pretty much kept it simple. You know what I mean? Portable. Yeah. Once you start having a city and you could lay down plumbing, it's a different situation.
Mm.
But like how that must have been a pretty big jump, though, right? Don't you think? Like if people were just basically nomadic, living in like yurts and shit with the yaks and goats and shit moving around, and then they're like, "Hey, how about we just like set up here for reals, build a palace and whatnot." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think people once they learned how to domesticate animals and farm them and breed them, that was the first start of like building villages and shit. And once they learned how to, put trees in a certain area so they could harvest them instead of walking around the forest trying to find them all, that's when things really changed in Europe and
I mean, just something greater than like a small like little tribal village or something, more than huts, the beginnings of society, there's going to be this crazy ramp. You know what I mean? All these things that have never happened before are going to start happening. Including all this like just perception, observation, just people getting together, those kinds of things. They trade, information from their faraway fucking lands or whatever. So these booms kind of happen, but to say that there's a record of it every time that it goes down, that's questionable. Like there's things that are out extra timeline that can't even be known, I hate that, shit just disappears behind a foggy veil of history and whatnot, you know what I mean? And antiquity just like takes it away. Like you don't know the recitations of a lot of this stuff, are accurate, or we're going to use Pliny the Elder for every fucking thing, or you know what I'm saying? Like how accurate? We've got to hope that they were really accurate, because we know something's lost here. But
so you could use it.
I just mean I think the world goes through these like cycles, seems like it.
Yeah, the last major reset was the Great Depression. That's when like lots of people died and financial collapse.
Yeah,
and there's always minor collapses like recessions, depressions, and bank
don't get
collapses.
Like mad into it. I think that there's I guess it has something to do with how the real management, I think, is working. Is is taking their cues from the coaching of star movements. You know, that these times sort of in the past been known to like I don't know, maybe there's like some abrupt energies or something like that, or wild ass energies that start happening at certain periods of the cycle. You know, like if we're on like a grander clock and we've just like hit some kind of notch, you know, on that, and it sends out all these energies, and then it resolves out, you know, through people. And so I think in history, going back to the Chinese, that they've like had so many flip overs of their dynasties that I think that they started to see that there's a pattern, something involved with like the way that people react and the way that their management of people, and to sort of mediate these energies so that the nation state can survive. To
Yeah, the thing is, people get too powerful and too intelligent. So I think they have to do these certain resets to, you know, dumb people down, or, you know, change the culture and the language to.
Well, I'm
make
saying
them
that there's
more manageable.
breakpoints in the sky that they're using, and that they revolve in this 18-year situation. But in a longer form, I think that there's another longer cycle that they're also like playing by. This idea is the mandate. The mandate, like there were mandates, right? And we know this because men have feelings for each other. No. The mandates, right? Did, you know, ordered by somebody, a government or whatever. But no, mandates, I don't think that that's a real thing. Like, men don't actually make mandates. Mandates are given. You know, they're dates that are given, and they're mandates of heaven. They're mandates of the heavens, above the stars. And this goes back to old school Chinese thinking on the matter of ruling an empire and shit. You know?
Yeah, I honestly,
Sounds
I honestly
crazy.
think that the Chinese used to be white people.
Well, the Chinese are Caucasian by definitionally.
Yeah, they look very.
There was a lot of, I think, exchange between East and West over periods of time. I believe even like Egypt have a period of time when they were kind of ruled by like kind of Asiatic Jews of some sort, the Hyksos people.
Yeah, well, I used to think
and that's really interesting because like they were like the opium, they grew blue opium that they'd brought over from somewhere else a little further Southeast Asia ish. They brought the blue opium flower there.
The
And
Mongols,
they had
they
opium
invaded.
plantation.
Yeah, the Mongols invaded into the Middle East and parts of Egypt in the 7th century, I think. And they also captured large areas of Europe, but they were eventually driven out, or they left, or something. But they were evil, and they were just crazy people.
Yeah, I think it was Egypt proper, whatever the hell that was, then taken over by Alexander, and then later the Hyksos.
Well, it used to be Christian territory. All that area was Christian.
Greek,
Egypt, Middle East, Turkey.
Yeah, it's like Coptic Greek. Yeah, that's why that runs through that. But that's also why a lot of these like what was it? Ptolemy. Oh, damn. Yeah, I can't. My brain's running out of flexibility here.
Nah, that's all right.
And probably means other people too. So whatever. Let's just take this conversation somewhere else.
Yeah, I studied history a lot on my own volition.
It's too difficult for me to study history, so I just study people who study history.
Fair enough.
But yeah, there's definitely the Western history that I learned in high school is from a particular point of view.
Yeah, a lot of your history starts when Columbus landed in wherever. Modern day Puerto Rico, isn't it?
Yeah. So I'm just saying, this is like, freshman high school type for 8th grade, maybe. Like, I don't know what it's like in England or in other places. I'm sure they have their own formative type of information that they give to people of a certain age.
Yeah.
But anyway, that then colors the rest of all of their experiences and certitude about the place that they live. I'm sure they almost like feel some kind of feeling of understanding about the place that they live after going through the high school. They'll have some kind of nationalistic understanding of who they are, as a person, even. So I don't know, just some interesting extensions, just based off of what are just objective facts. You know what I'm saying? Like, we get nationalism out of it somehow. It just happens. But it's like just group dynamics, group theory. I don't know, somewhere madness of crowds, collective unconscious. Anyway, suffice it to say, I'm an American. You're not, right? It's like that's it's all well and good, but we have our own like perceptions that were kind of delivered, and so to try to make sense of it after all that is an interesting proposition. You're enjoying yourself in your flat earthing?
Yeah, nationalism is convenient sometimes. Like for wartime, you got to galvanize people under one belief, one agenda.
National identity, something about I think the American is a hard worker. We're supposed to be blue collar. You know what I mean? Like Christian 5-day work week, or I don't know, whatever. I'm saying, like, all these things, essentially doing the bidding of other international conglomerates. You know what I mean? Like, it's all this big web of stuff that was designed before the 50s.
Yeah.
That's the spooky action at a distance, is to be able to have empire. It's not electromagnetism per se. But then we use electromagnetism with satellites and communication to do these kinds of international things. It's a quite amazing system, really. Spooky. Capital's spooky, I was wondering, like, you know that song by the Stones, right? Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I was trying so hard to think, like, is he just like hiding too? Like, is it not about the devil? It's really about the banker. That's the man of wealth and taste. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I've heard that a lot of these songs. People always used to say when I was younger, "Oh, what's the hidden meaning behind that song, and what do those lyrics mean?"
It's too on the nose, right?
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't know. It
The
sounds a
guy's
bit
like literally
complex for
like,
me.
you name some other song where you pretend to be the devil, right? Singing a tune about yourself. Like, is there any other such of a musical performance in the history I can think of, besides maybe something out of Faust? Maybe, if that's been possible. We're going back to Italian opera. We don't need to do that. It's a unique song, and is it specifically though that it's talking about the devil, or is it? I don't know. I was like, maybe it's talking about money. Maybe money's the root of all evil here. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe it's the banker that wears all these other masks. The banker that can do all these things. I wonder. Interesting exploration, regardless if it holds any water. Yeah, but it's just weird. Like, I wouldn't choose to listen to that song, but it's on the radio quite a bit. You know what I mean? It's just, I guess this kind of goes back to like I like to just put my fishing pole out in the water of, like, whatever public information is, and see what I get. I find that to be important. It's just weird. Music is such a powerful, amazing force, for good. But it definitely can manipulate people into doing things as well, like dancing a fool at the wedding. You know what I mean? That's music, or that's the tequila that did that. But it's like probably the ABBA is helping, this to be a ridiculous thing, or whatever. I think things move in a metric like that within music. You know, it's happening in time. It's kind of an experience like you don't really have just like in silence. You know, you don't hear like loops and repetitions and things like that. But I think our thinking is like that. You know, there's musical aspects to how we think and how we speak and shit. For sure, right? We're hitting all these like different tones and tonalities and notes and frequencies and stuff, communicating. They even just I sound like I sound, but like on a micro scale, it just sounds like you know. So like, but your ear is able to process it at such a high rate that it sounds like our audible phenomenology. You know, it's just as miraculous as being able to see. You know, that it renders out and things sound like they sound. Because it's really just like little pops and clicks on the micro scale. It's like natural science, man. I think that's where I enjoy this conversation. Be just like natural observation, sort of in the mode of I don't know, transcendental meditation, somewhere around there. I don't know. Yeah.
Have you heard about the calcification of the pineal gland?
I've heard this. Yes.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I looked it up, and when they do autopsies on older people, sometimes they get big layers of, you know, build up of calcium or other chemicals in the pineal gland. So.
Mm-hmm.
And they think it's linked to certain chemicals and medications.
Could be. Yeah.
Mm.
I think if you take a bunch of crap in, you're gonna start to crucify your divine gifts of brain.
Yeah, because you know, the older people start losing their cognitive functions, right?
Well,
But
after
no
enough
one
years
ever
of putting
talks.
aluminum oxide on your armpits, yeah, it accumulates all the toxins, all the fluoride too.
Yeah, I don't use deodorant anymore. I just don't bother
Just saying.
using it.
Yeah, it is
I
a
was like,
cumulative
what the?
effect.
Why would you put fucking aluminum?
It's something I think can be mediated through certain materials. You know, like you can cleanse some amount of heavy metals out of the system.
Yeah, some
Certain
people
herbs do
think
it. You know.
Yeah, some people think awakening. Yeah. Someone just posted a pic on the chat.
Do you know like how basic like my profile on Discord is? So it's as basic as possible to get into the server, and like there's all these like things that like I was looking at Kosho's profile and I'm like, well, I actually am a lot of these things that I didn't even know that there were like little tags for. You know, you'd think I'd make it easy for people, no, but I like this kind of.
Is he in the group now? I can't read it. No, he's not here.
I don't know. He's always sort of in the wings somewhere. But I just mean, yeah, like Ayurveda, the Ayurvedic medicine, that concept, Chinese medicine.
Oh, he's here. Kosho is in the group.
Yeah, he's constantly listening. I'm sure he's got ChatGPT like recording it and trying to like give him things to kind of say later.
Why
Good.
Why do people go AFK here?
Well, it's the time of day and stuff like that. And most people are sane and they're out doing regular life stuff right now. And our West Coast people have gone Betty by. Our East Coast people are still wakey. It's Sunday. Yeah, that's what you got going on.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's concerning that people are relying on ChatGPT.
You can give the letters right.
What did I say?
I don't remember, but I don't have a lot of desktop memory.
ChatGPT, whatever.
GPT.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't
but it's
see.
just it's just the beginnings, man. This is like not even, you ain't seen nothing yet. This is like a
Why
good. This is like
artificial
a
intelligence?
what it
What are
is.
we trying to prove?
Do you know what you're looking at with ChatGPT? You're looking at a great transmission for a vehicle, and you have not even seen the motor yet. Is what you're looking at. The motor. Once a
Okay.
motor gets dropped in here, whoa, boy, watch out. A
Yeah, but
realistic
why?
brain model. Oh boy.
How is this beneficial for anything?
Oh, we're going to create some fucking data from Star Trek people with positronic neural nets.
So what people can have stuff you can create in your backyard.
I think soon enough, in the next 5 years, you're going to be able to program something that is a very realistic version of a person, a projection of a person, kind of, through the AI. And it will very much seem like a real interaction, like more real than
Sounds fucking
we've
stupid,
encountered.
really.
Yeah, with like each individual identities and stuff like that. Like a class of that type of device can exist. It's a device. It's not a person. It's a device, but
So
it
it's
can
like, it's like a
exist.
robocall on like steroids, man. It's
It's
just
a.
gonna be
It
sick.
would be like, well, it'd be like a programmed core, sort of actor, behind it, puppeting all of the powertrain of ChatGPT to synthesize any type of persona from a medieval barber to a future gynecologist, be able to pretend it's anything.
Hey, I wonder if they're gonna be nice to us. Because you know how like people treat other people like shit, right? You try to talk to people or ring up people.
I think that the only real way to model real behavior is to kind of like build a little bit off of how we work, how we're constructed, which is not through a download. Like the thing's got to evolve its own self to, through like learning and trial and error and stuff like that, and then it gets this neural network, which is the strength of the whole AI, like a thing. But that that just helps to create like modeling things like ChatGPT. But there could be something else that's like ChatGPT, but that is all visual acuity stuff, or that is all hearing or whatever. Just an AI, a different type of AI model. Or like even intelligent sensors and like for tactile feedback and all kinds of things. So all kinds of crazy
I
like
think
things can be
people are
made
pretty
better with
much.
AI. What's up?
A lot of people are AI anyway. They're sort of responsive and stuff. They're not.
But also, I think we're mystifying it too much too, as well, because it's really just kind of like distilling down a complex thing and putting it into like a matrix grid of some sort that can be then like plugged in and interfaced with like a two-way directional social network programmatic. No, maybe it's easier to say it the first way, but whatever the fuck. It's like
Google's already doing that with their AI, their basic AI. They're controlling thought and behaviors.
Yeah, I'm just to say like I guess some version of like modeling a persona off of experience, and saying like that file itself represents like a simulation of like something as unique as a person, as far as like its explorative data mapping. You know what I'm saying? Like all those relationships, between you could just feed it any amount of experiences, and so it's an interesting like modeling thing. I think it's because I have an interest in psychology to some degree, like that makes me interested in AI or being able to model things like that. It's interesting, but I don't know, man. It's cool to just like have a chat with some fucking computer as well. I don't know, like that jazzes me up. But this shit can like now you could be like, hey, program some things for me, or like fucking give me a weight loss plan, or fucking not that I need one, but whatever. Do all these like things, and it's not even guided. Like you're guiding it, so it's like to say you just need a program that directs that. Once that's made, then you'd have things that are of a class like Android, kind of like not like a true like almost like self-aware type of instrument. You know what I mean? Or it'd be programmed to appear to be self-aware. More like what I'm really mean. What are we more? We're like, you got you're a circuit, right? You got like ins and outs, right? You got your auditory sensors, your visual sensors. You know what I mean? You're the pilot behind it. So the AI doesn't have that. It doesn't have like a soul. It doesn't have like a presence that it is its identity. You know what I'm saying? So when we can tell it that, it's cool and it can act like that, but it's actually not truly a model of that. I think I've beaten this dead horse enough for everybody, but if we had an AI dead horse, it could beat itself. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I just, it just sounds ridiculous because it's going to take away all the service industry jobs, all the service, all the jobs that take care of like food service, phones.
I mean, what about all these people delivering
tax
Amazon shit?
office?
You don't think they're going to automate vehicles?
Accountants are going to go out of business. There's going to be no jobs at all.
Okay. Well, then how's the economy going to work?
Exactly. It's not
Who's going to buy the stuff for all the stuff that robots can do?
But the thing is, if you create a total fictionless digital economy, you don't need an economy. Because if you essentially control all food production and distribution, and there's going to be no cars, this whole electric car thing is a delusion. You know, they don't have the materials to build 1 billion cars, right? It's just not going to happen. So there's going to be no cars. You'll given a scooter.
The electric thing's going to turn.
I
think the electric car thing's going to turn a little bit.
It's going to what?
Because I think the pressure for and need for battery density is going to push us to using different types of batteries and lithium-ion polymer.
Yeah, but the thing is, they don't have the materials. All these rare earths, they just don't exist.
It's not going to be a rare earth battery like that.
You don't think?
No. I think it's going to be something like real simple. Like, yeah, it just like, well, just imagine if you had like a bunch of like a Walmart, you know, or a department store truck. You know what I mean? It's like a double long tractor trailer, and that's just delivering like some groceries or some shit to like a major chain or whatever. But these are going like all the time. If that all itself was automated, well then, right, you'd want to have it all electric too, right? Bunch of electric trucks driving shit, automatic deliveries. That's nice, right? That's something worth fucking putting.
No, it's not. It's not good because it takes away the working class jobs.
I'm thinking like big business. I get what you're saying though.
But if you remove one sector of jobs and then you have AI to replace all the other manual jobs we have,
yeah,
like even the women down at the job center or at the vehicle registration place, the people in insurance are going to lose their jobs, accountants, finance officers, bank officers. It's all gone under AI. There's no jobs at all. None.
Right. And if AI was figuring out how to like fuck people out of trucks, then they would be doing it this way. And I think that they would also go to like some kind of electric tech, you know. That's what I think AI would think. It would go to that, but it would also
it needs to be shut down. All the people keep worshiping AI. This is going to create this. It's not going to create anything.
It's unstoppable.
You can just make it illegal. No AI production. It's unnecessary.
You police that. You can't.
Well, what's the point?
You'd need AI to police it.
No, why don't you just ban computers?
No, we were like at an arms. This is a silicon arms race that has been a long time in the beginnings, and it's finally roosted now. I think.
Yeah, but dude, you're not a part of it, are you?
But I kind of am, in a way. Because like I can utilize these things, so they're just tools to me. and you can fear them if you want to. I just think progress is inevitable sometimes, and
Yeah, but okay, I just had this image of the people who are attracted to this are the gamers and the trekkies, right? Because they have this mentality. They don't have a natural perspective on life.
Okay, I told you my fascinations begin at psychology and then go off to modeling
Yeah,
behaviors.
I'm not referring to you directly, but I would rather be living out the forest and then have a sort of a life here in the town than be controlled by AI. It just sounds ridiculous. Like it's just pointless. Why do
Yeah,
you
well,
need all
I
this
mean,
shit to tell you what to do when we're really not doing that much anyway? How much are we really doing in our lives? Nothing.
well, it's about what you choose to apply yourself to. But in effect, like if you wanted to live off grid, you could ask AI, make me a fucking checklist of shit that I need to do this and how it's going to work and all my shit
But I
balance
could
and
just
can I
buy a
run my
book
fucking
or look at a
dishwasher and
website,
like how much cubic feet of fucking water am I going to use and like fucking how many hours of fucking running like shit. And, like I don't know, man.
I get your point, but
You can use AI to like do
it's like saying,
structural analysis things, so like you can know if your architecture is going to fucking bend in a fucking one spot over fucking 50 years in a simulation. I mean, it's useful for sure.
but you're surrendering all your human energy and power to a
It's just
goddamn
like that's like
computer
saying like
system.
a fucking power saw is illegal or some shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I can't see the point. We're gonna
For
put
me,
everyone
it's a
out of
tool.
work.
For me, it's just a tool, like any other. But yeah, it's a
Okay,
tool for someone else as well. I don't know. To me,
no, I
there's
get it. I
some
get
kind
it.
of equal access to it at least.
The problem
In
is
fact,
if someone
it's
else can create all this stuff by talking to a computer, then someone else can create the same product. So there's not even going to be a demand for services at all.
I hear you, bro. But like, listen, if like both of us got an ice cream stand, on a boardwalk or something like that, equal opportunity to grab people or whatever the fuck. If I design my ice cream stand using AI, I think I'll beat your ice cream stand. What do you think?
If you
I
could
use
mind
AI to
control
design it.
people to,
I
yeah,
use
you
AI
could
to like.
control people's thoughts pattern to go to your stand without even
I
understanding
would use
why.
AI to
So
create
yeah,
the branding. I would use AI to create the menu. I would use it to create the all my business and stuff. So I know like what supplies I need to get, or whatever. I could use it for all these
customer
different aspects.
service.
I could even have healthy ones, and I could fucking figure that shit out. But I could use AI as a tool, as an assistant to be able to get to these ends. If you had to do it all by yourself, it's slower going. That's all I'm saying. In an afternoon, you could fucking wheel your way into this, where it would take you maybe 20 years fucking trying to put it together yourself. So, it makes things dynamically faster to fucking figure out. And
I don't know. Have you
I'm
seen
for
those
that.
new?
Like,
Are they building those new suburbs over there? Those
okay.
new apartment block suburbs and stuff?
Like, I guess my belief is that if we really have everything working at optimum, or even probably even 33% of efficiency, because I think we're probably like running the world at about like 5% efficiency, maybe.
True.
As far as what we can really do with it.
Because what happened? We removed the talent out of the community and replaced it with ideology and gender equality. So that's where the efficiencies collapse.
I don't know. Like, I don't think it's necessary to have everything in cities. That's not what I'm saying. But like, just I don't know. There's ways to improve everything. Man. I don't know.
No, but yeah, I get it. But I think we need to create a tiered society, right? Whereas people shouldn't be forced to live under AI and computer control. If somebody wants to live on a ranch, doesn't want to be part of the New World Order, why should they be forced to have AI or even a computer or even a cell phone?
The AI
There's no
is just,
benefit.
what you're attributing to AI evil is already an extension of people's activities that are then using AI for those goals to increase it.
Exactly, and blood tech, like companies are developing AI because in today's society, like you're saying, ban computers. It's because in today's society, people don't want to work. They can just sit at home and get paid for doing nothing. But industry has to keep going.
Well, a lot of countries, people pay people to do nothing.
Yeah, exactly. But in the 1800s, everyone worked. They didn't have computers back then.
In the 1800s, fuck it.
Yeah, but everyone worked. But now you can go
Are you
on
sure
YouTube.
everyone worked? I mean, some people were fucking hustlers and vagabonds and fucking gamblers and
Yeah,
musicians.
and snakeskin
Everybody
salesmen.
trying to paint this rosy picture of like some kind of communist paradise you want to live in.
No.
If you manage everything efficiently, not everybody's got to work a hard fucking day. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. All I'm saying to Blood Tech is that he was just saying that ban computers and ban all this. And that's all well and good. And he's paranoid about AI, but industry has to keep going. There's still going to be jobs.
Yeah, but now
Technology
we're
is
talking
evolving.
about manipulation of stock markets, and the AI could just control the stock market. How are you going to stop that?
That's been. It's before ChatGPT that AI can control the stock market. Yeah, that's for sure. So this is nothing new. The effects that you might be attributing back to AI have already, the roots of it already been there.
Yeah, I just think it's just absolute fucking destruction for really no net sum game of nothing.
White knighting for AI, dude. Okay, all right.
We're not producing anything. You're not having any industries. No one's got any jobs. You're gonna sit around on a computer all day just talking to AI.
That's
in a
just what
fucking
I'm
room in
saying.
an apartment.
People have jobs. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's plenty of like being a mom's a job. I'm sure there's plenty of moms out there. That's a hell of a job. That's the worst job.
No, but in the future,
they do it the best. But
the
thing is, like,
they do.
But they're driving the economy, with their buying and whatnots. You know what I mean? That's why I gotta sit and watch Axe deodorant. Supposed to be marketed to me as the guy. No, it's marketed actually to a mom. But I like study advertising and psychology and shit. But but that makes sense. The mom's the one who buys the deodorant. It's not teenagers fucking don't. They're like, fuck, you smell. Anyway, listen, AI is like at too big to fail levels, and like I'm saying, it's like a 5-year crawl till this thing starts like to really be some serious shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it means that every aspect of your life will be monitored and controlled. Why do you want that?
Worship the almighty algorithm. Ridiculous.
See, this is where the paranoia comes in, bro.
Okay.
Paranoia.
You've been
brainwashed to think everything's bad is good. So,
do you think that's paranoia though, or are you just trying to get a free pass to talk about paranoia, Jazz?
No, I'm just saying that if you literally think that everything that you ever say is recorded, which is what I
well, that's what this is right now. If you're of any question of that, this is all being monitored, probably by multiple agencies.
What we're doing,
not to scare anybody.
What we're doing, I've got nothing to hide, so I don't give two fucks.
Right, me too. Because I'm just talking to you.
That's slavery. You are submitting your will to something else.
And that's also communist mentality. And you're that paranoid.
That's communist mentality pushed by the Australian government. Are you Australian?
Oh, the Australian government.
He's not Australian.
Yep.
No.
I'm not Australian. I'm your cousin.
What country? New Zealand.
He's Kiwi, mate.
Oh, you're New Zealand. Yeah, okay. It's the same communist. It's the same communist shit as Australia and New Zealand.
It's not. Fucking hell.
Yep. 100% communist countries. Up, top, down, bottom. Every single politician's a communist. It's been planned out for 50 years.
Oh,
you just don't know it. Yep, you don't know it. We both live under
Oh,
communist regimes.
how are you in the Five Eyes campaign? How do you know this? You're a spy.
They're communist as well. Five Eyes is communist, yeah?
Well, no, I don't think any of those countries are communist. Do you know what the Five Eyes
Yep.
nations are? I think they're doing a pretty good job in keeping
Oh,
our
yeah,
nation
communists.
safe.
They don't have I in the
No, they're
name
not
either.
keeping anyone safe. No, that's another government propaganda.
Well, you're here talking now, so you're being safe.
Safe from what?
Oh no, but stop talking because they're listening. So
They're listening.
Yeah,
They're listening to you,
you're
Jess.
not
shut up.
hearing what.
Shut
No,
up.
no, no.
Both
You're
of
not
you.
hearing what even we're
Too many
saying,
words.
right?
Yep. Yeah.
It's
It's
yeah,
just
you know what?
the only thing I'm really concerned about is saying anything for future reference where the Terminators can actually come back in time and get me. That's all I'm like looking at basically. Here,
Yeah,
you know,
that's
because
probably possible as well.
there's no cap on it really, right? Anyway, so
No, but I see this common thread with a lot of New Zealand males. They have this same way of
do you study
thinking.
New Zealand males? Do
The
you?
government's not doing anything wrong. These people are good. We're here to help you. Don't worry about the future. Live in the now. All this communist rhetoric, and you don't
Whoa.
realize you're speaking.
I was
This,
joking about
you
him
know?
being communist, but I mean, what do you think?
Maybe
Is
that's
he
because New Zealand's just a laid back country and we're not paranoid as fuck.
right? They made Lord of the
No,
Rings,
it's
right?
because
They're
you've
chill.
already sold out. You're. I told you, you're long gone. Right?
He says you're out of touch, Jazz. You live in a fantasy world, propped up by
Yeah.
a fucking monarchy.
You actually, you're
And
right.
you
New
just said
Zealand
Lord of
is
the
a
Rings
Rings.
spun
I'm
it
delusion.
out.
walking Lord of the Rings, so yeah, I was in a fantasy world. So
Yeah, you were in Lord of the Rings.
I was an orc in Lord of the Rings.
Golly, wow! I hit the nail right on the
Wow.
button.
So
Okay.
it makes sense now. I'm in a fantasy world. Holy fuck! What am I
It
doing?
does. It does. Yeah, you just reform the shards of your Narsil mind and try and slay the world now.
Fuck.
Pop that ball. It's only filled with hot air, Jazz.
Yeah.
I know because I listened to you for fucking too long.
And I will pop that ball to
Pop
release
that
some hot air
ball.
because it's coming up to winter, so I need the heat. So because we're in the southern hemisphere and the earth's not fucking flat. But anyway,
It's coming out of winter actually right now.
Okay, that's an oxymoron. See how people is calling it global warming? What does that even mean?
I never see global warming.
You can't have global warming on a flat Earth. You've got to call it flatteral warning.
You can't have either of them at all.
And how does flatteral warming work when the sun stops every day, but it's equally measured at doing 15 degrees an hour throughout the whole flat Earth? How does that
When
work?
does the sun stop?
Well,
Who claims that it stops?
Are you?
Oh, it must be
Are you?
lasers pointing down as it moves away to
Are
stop
you?
that.
What are you
degrees an hour.
talking about? What's this guy talking about?
He said something like global warming is really not having anything to do with the weather, but more like a quasi-political social agenda pushed by people to kind of like, you know, something crazy.
Wait a second. He'd be right about that.
That's what I was saying. Actually.
Oh, okay.
It's nothing but a transfer of wealth, transfer of trillions and trillions of dollars.
From the working to the.
And we're the paranoid ones. I don't know. Jazz, you know, he lives in his own little.
That's what I
little
mean.
piece
This
of
is
the
a
world.
very common dilemma with New Zealand people. They have this same communist manifesto in their brains, and
You're
it's
saying
so
there's some type
bizarre.
of sheep.
Well, no, I just wish someone would break out of it. Do you believe in round Earth too, Jazz? That the whole world's round?
Oh yeah,
No.
yeah, he's deep in that shit.
Yes, he does.
He's
I
deep into
just
the ball,
believe
bro.
it.
He's
I
balls
just believe
deep.
in reality. Oh yeah, no, I'm
Okay,
fucking, I'm balls deep, all right.
you live in a
Right.
fantasy world of delusions.
Right, because
pushed
he
to you
wants
by
the aliens
government.
to save us. If there's no ball, then the aliens can't save us.
Why
His
is that?
brain's
'Cause you
broken.
can only dip your
Give me a
flat
short
tip,
hand.
is that it?
Okay, I've got a question for you, Jazz. Does every person you know think the same as you and act the same as you?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. That's communism. Because if you have 100 people,
that's
Yeah.
sane versus insanity. There's only
no, that
a couple of egos here.
Yeah.
That is indoctrination. Because if you have 100 people in a
You
room,
guys are self-indoctrinated.
every person should have
No,
100
we're
different individual thoughts. But New Zealand has 100% the same thoughts. That is mind control on a
We've been-
scale that is unprecedented in human history. What
No.
is wrong with you people?
What is wrong
What,
with
no, honestly,
you?
what is wrong with
Well,
New Zealand?
We've been brainwashed to think for ourselves.
Yeah, see,
That's our
he's
problem,
conditioned
Jazz. It's
to
different than
worship
yours.
government.
You've been brainwashed to accept everything that the government says.
Hold on, Blotech is not Jazz. There's two different people.
I know.
Oh, okay.
No, I've not been brainwashed to think any of what you just said. I'm not paranoid enough to say
No,
that what people do, go out and do, explore, is fucking fake to make what you want to believe true.
no. But I just told you, every single New Zealand person I meet is thinking the same as you.
Because
Why?
we're
That's
the
just
most
terrifying.
Okay, well there's the surveys of the happiest country in the world. I hope it comes out that New Zealand's the most sane country in the world.
You're not sane. You're conditioned into mind control, into delusional shit of global warming, and
That's
we live on a
straight out
globe.
paranoia on a global scale, not a flat Earth scale. That's a global scale.
Okay, you're trolling. Honestly, come
No,
on,
I'm
no
not.
way.
He might be. No,
I'm
but
No
absolutely
one's
that's
that
not.
his
ignorant.
style. This is what he does.
This is a joke. No one's that stupid, man.
Blytech, you're talking to 27 people and you're saying that no one's this stupid. You're not talking to 8 billion people. Do you realize that?
Okay, do you watch a show called The Project on the evenings in New Zealand?
No.
Okay, have you heard of the show called The Project?
I have heard of the project. Is it
Okay.
on in Australia?
Now, yes, it's a coordinated regime by the communists to control thoughts and mold minds into thinking the same. That's why they call it the project. It's a project to manipulate, right?
Okay,
Same
there's
with the
paranoia right there. Carry
The
on.
media works in cooperation with the government to push the same agenda. They also work with the banks and also the corporations. And
More
this is
paranoia.
not even a fiction.
Paranoia squared. Carry on.
Come on, man.
Wow, he's really naive. Hey, if the audience is actually paying attention this early in the morning, Jazzaconda is a prime example of somebody who will believe the official story until the day they die for the sake of it.
And listen to how many people are listening and how many people are agreeing with you guys and how many people are actually living in reality on the globe. Carry on.
Non
Yeah,
sequitur.
I just find it weird. Why would you come to this server, though? What are you trying to prove, dude?
I'm not trying to prove anything.
He thinks he's better than us, so he'll come here and talk to people. He
Oh,
thinks are lower than
Saya,
us.
I'm sorry. Wow,
Just trying to. He's gonna kick back, have a few beers, dig his feet into the couch. Yep, that's what's happening here.
I'm not trying to prove anything. Is that you, Glat? I haven't heard you for years.
Jazza. Right, so you think that you're better than everybody here, which is why you come here to feel better about yourself by talking to those you think are lower than you.
When did I ever say that? Never
I'm not.
once said that.
Well, I'm neither suggesting nor saying that you had to say words to show us. We all know it. We can smell it.
Oh, of course you can, because I'm disagreeing with you.
Yeah,
Which
this
means
is the.
that I'm wrong.
You're right. This is this elitist attitude. You can't have normal thoughts. You've got to think as the government does. So yeah, he's trolling,
No.
but he's telling us to. He's trying to condition us to think like the slaves.
No,
yes.
actually, because I don't think the same way as you. You think I don't have normal thoughts.
Yeah,
hence
no,
the
I'm not
paranoia. But
No,
all you
it's not
guys are
that's all he wants to do
backing
is
each
drop the
other up,
keyword. That's
rubbing
all you
each
want to
other
do is.
on
Why
the
do these
back.
commies always come in this chat though? We don't
That's-
want to be taught your communist manifestos. Just take it somewhere
We all
else.
think-
There's a communist group. Go join it.
I'm the only one here. We all think the same. Let's rub each other on the back and
Oh my goodness.
let's hope no one drops the soap.
Wow. Okay. Douchebag.
Exactly what it is. I'm sorry.
And kick your feet up. It's
Hey,
just ridiculous, like the amount of quality conversations people have tried to bring to you over time. Ultimately, because you're just here to just drop a paranoid. You just want to say they're paranoid. Is at the end. That's
what job
absurd.
do you have, Jazz? What's your job?
It's absurd, man.
Hang on, Snacks. Listen to what you just said.
Yeah. I just watch your act, bro. That's up and I see you, bro.
Listen to what you just said. I'm the only one here going against yous.
That's not what I said. I didn't say that.
No, you didn't say that. But what you are saying.
No, I said that people have wasted a lot of time. It's good time talking to you for no fucking reason.
Yeah, we should know.
So exactly. Hang on. So exactly what I was just saying is that I'm the only one going against yous, and you're saying that everyone here's told me everything.
There are better people to talk to.
And I should agree with yous because all you guys are right.
There are better people to talk to because
exactly what you
all
just
you
said.
want to do is drop an insult and call people paranoid. And I think that's even like yourself fucking.
How is that?
You're projecting
how is
that shit
an
too.
insult?
When it's all that you really.
Are you calling?
No, I'm saying, bro. Listen,
through
that's
it?
your
Hang
move.
on, hang on.
That's your
hang
move.
on. I'm not insulting anyone. I think you're insulting the whole world if you're
No.
if you're saying that a mental health.
This is wasting time
thing
here.
Is
But
an insult.
no, this is wasting time. Because you don't know. You don't really know what the fuck you want to say, do you? You don't really know what the fuck. You just want to object to me, like spotting your fucking routine, where you just fucking sit there, let people try to talk to you, so you're gonna ultimately be like, you're just paranoid. You know what I mean? That's such low quality. Like what you could.
That's all right. I
saying?
just muted him. I just muted it. I don't want to hear these fucking government shit. He probably works for the government too. So.
I've
I don't care.
I've never said any government shit. What the fuck are you on?
Well, you can't hear you now. So anyway.
No, I muted him, so it's over.
No, I'm talking to him. He's trying to object. He said, "I'll never said. Well, I'm not gonna. What am I gonna repeat him? You just muted him. If you're gonna mute me, it's not gonna be a shit show.
I'm not gonna talk to him. Don't even bring it up. I'm gonna do coffee. I'll be right back.
What's going on, Glad? How you doing, man? Let's bring this back. Fuck.
I'm gonna go. We'll catch you later. Have a good one.
Go ahead. You derail the sky if you like.
Yeah, it's still a atmosphere.
Yes,
so
is
carry on.
Is that what it looks like?
It does. Check your chemtrails.
You got a flat. I don't know. All those helicopters look like they got the big bug eye sort of window in the front. Is that how yours is, or you got a big flat piece of glass in front of you? How's that work? Are you looking through an actual big curved piece of optic, or all this time and didn't notice it, or did you immediately refute me and say no, it's not curved? Which happened there? Is my mic on? Do you still hear Jazz? Jazz, is your windshield curved on your whirligig on your ornithopter? How's that work? Just wondering. Glad, do you think you can have spheroidal excess? Is that possible? That's the next thing we have to pay attention to.
Okay, I'm back. What's going on?
Yeah. I was just thinking about the round tangle. I mean, the spheroid. The spheroid.
Yeah, the Spheroid. Yeah, Spheroid.
Yeah, that's what we got. Did we come up with a better name for their nonsense yet?
I like the triparabola.
Ooh, that's not bad. I like that.
I think I like it because of the strength of it. We practice saying it. It will make them seem like they can't say it very well because it's already defensive to say.
Yeah, it's already a smart person word. They're gonna have to practice in the mirror.
Triparabola. 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 We make Arma say it. This is the win. It's I think it's more compact than spherical triangle. Triparabola. I said it faster. Yeah. Fight me over it. But I think technically it is a spheroid by definition, so yeah.
I did. So did that communist leave, Jazza, whatever his name is?
Yeah.
Interesting. Pops in, stirs up shit and fucks off.
Yep.
And there's a lot of them do that. They just sort of pop in, start a fight, and leave.
At least he fucks off.
Mm. It's also a
No, but
communist tactic.
I just hear that. I just hear the tactic over and over. So it's just like, you know, it's enough. Like I
Yeah,
already know.
it's communist manifesto. It's called a hit and run or a surprise attack. Just run in, stir some shit, get a reaction, and fuck off, and then leave. I shouldn't swear. It's no point.
And then wake up amnesia, have the same fucking shit happen the next day. Yeah, that's about the speed of this. So, yeah, I just wanted to call it out since you might not know him very well.
No, that's the first time I heard that guy.
Oh yeah, you'll see the repeating.
Yeah, there's some
unfolding.
type of aluminum or probably some lead in the water supply in New Zealand. There's some weird shit going on there, man. Because when you've got a small island nation under a socialist government, they'll just do whatever they want, and they know that people are clueless.
Are they socialist?
So
I didn't know anything about the actual government of
yeah, it's socialist in New Zealand. They just don't realize it. They borrow billions of dollars from overseas and give it to themselves and the corporations.
There's like a high elf council, probably. Man.
And they remember they locked down the whole country for that word we can't say, for no apparent cases, whatever that means. So.
But he was also orc in Lord of the Rings, so that's the gem that I'm walking away with here. You know, I'm trying to take the positive high road here. Yeah, it's a drag, you know, trying to rebuild what little energy we had going on. Need some relief crew up in here. Got us up on this, like, you know, the night sun of the old day moon. You know what I mean? Like, what's up with that penumbra? You know what I'm saying? Like, or the anti penumbra. Which is already the anti-umbra. We'll call it anti-penumbra, just to like be extra.
So do you think that people are trying to use Chat GTP to be smart? I think so, isn't it?
To be smart? No, I guess you can't really. I mean, I think it's like a good thing. I think it's smart to use, but I don't know. Sometimes it could make you smarter.
Well, but
you
if
don't
it's
have to be
giving you
smart
wrong
to use it.
information, how can, what good is it?
Well, I guess provided that you don't ask it questions it can't answer, or that you stringently check it out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think early models had more instabilities than the current ones do, but what do I know about it? A lot of it's just how you use it. Stuff. It supposedly can't do like calculus, but then yeah, it's still able to like calculations or whatever. But it can still like do those things in other ways. So like I'm not really sure what.
Holy shit, dude! We're being live streamed. Did you know that?
I'm aware of this. Yes.
Can you tell
that's
me?
That's why I did tell you and inform you of it.
No one told me.
No, I said it so that you could hear me, but I was saying it to Jazz when Jazz was speaking about it to you, I guess, about
So that's why he jumped in. He's coming to the live stream. Oh my god. Fucking hell.
Whoa. Yeah. Multi-streamed. Yeah, this is multi-streamed. It's more than YouTube.
How many dipshits are watching this?
Can't say. Maybe one or two. The rest of them are excellent people. Thank you for watching. Shout out to Jeremy, doing a shout out to the 22 watching right now. but I'm just guessing. I'm just gonna pick 22 out of them. But who's gonna check me, really? Shout out to 22 bots that are watching. What's up? How you doing? You catch a tickle? What happened?
What's going on in here?
Yeah, I don't want to play this game anymore. It's really deflated me.
Okay.
Feeling a little
Yeah.
flaccid?
Hey guys.
I hear somebody.
Yo.
I just got accepted to the server, you know, so
Who is this?
saying hi, neophyte.
In real life?
Yeah, in real life.
Or does it have different significance? What do you neophyte to?
Ultimate reality. Ultimate reality. I don't know.
All right. Wow.
Yeah.
All right,
You
cool.
want to get this one, Blaze? Since you're fairly new here, I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know. I'm just here to learn, you know.
Ultimate reality is cool. Yeah. Right on. Yeah. Cool. Great. That's an interesting icon you got.
Thanks. I think we're in some kind of mathematical construct that we can't leave, you know. So just the notion of traveling in the vacuum is kind of foreign to me.
You think we're in a mathematical matrix of some sort?
Yeah.
Simulation theory? Is that what you're there? Are you there, man?
Yeah, I'm there.
Do you make this what leads you to believe you're in a simulation?
Simulation is because you know, the objects we see in the sky are just apparent, right? They're apparent to something, you know, underlying that. So
You mean constellations have structure to them? Is that what you mean? Or they and then also have structure to each other?
So basically, I think Earth's axis of rotation is extended and connected to the celestial poles, and that rotation gives us the apparent motions of the sky, but it's not the actual thing.
Okay, so you're saying the sky is tilted, not the Earth.
Yep.
Okay, but then you presume to be on a sphere after all said and done.
Inside a sphere.
Inside of a sphere. Does that make a concavity a part of your cosmogony?
Are we on a sphere that's inside a sphere?
No, I don't I go with the geocentric model, so we wouldn't be on top of the sphere, right? Inside, so basically we're at the equator, which is the equal torus field, and we're like over the southern hemisphere, if you'd like, right? If the sphere is divided into two, which is Earth's crust or Earth's surface, and we experience the northern hemisphere, but the southern hemisphere would be like the mantle, the lithosphere, the hydrosphere, and all that. Different layers below us.
Okay, so you see South Pole as being a down vector? Is that what you're saying?
Well, there's What the south geographic pole or the south magnetic? Like what?
Well, I guess it's a what's under the feet question, I guess.
Oh, under the feet. Yeah, so I would go with the standard scientific model, but the Earth cores,
What,
but I
like,
mean not a complete sphere. Like,
I mean, is the ground position then like the dielectric plane of inertia and the center of your toroid energy?
oh yeah, that would. Yeah.
But you're on maybe a ball or maybe a flat. You're not sure. Is that what it is, or?
Well, we're inside the ball, and the Earth's surface is it's not. I wouldn't say flat, but like topographical. There's it's rather yeah. I'd say leveled.
Okay. And this is we're in a unique experience here that is not replicated anywhere else in the natural world. Is that what you're saying?
Right, because we're surrounded by a celestial sphere. We have celestial poles, celestial equator. And I don't think any other planet has that. So it's a real phenomena and makes us, I say, the center of creation.
Okay, but presumption of sphericity seems to be relative. He's free to say. Do you have any kind of investigation as to why that might be, or have you questioned the sphericity of the model that you think you may be resigning on?
I mean,
I guess just like what about the natural world tells you?
In my everyday experience, just watching the sunrise, sunset. It just the sun has a motion around us.
Okay.
So that's the way I experience it.
Always moving from east to west.
Yeah.
Inside a sphere.
Well, no, it would actually be. We see the apparent sun, which would be in the firmament. So.
Okay,
Which is
so
like
the
a
sun
half
that
dome.
you see is a projection from another surface. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. A projection from the celestial equator onto our inner sphere, if you want.
Could be. I mean, not really sure.
I'm just exploring.
Yeah. Yeah, I think at one time I'd questioned if it was even that the sun was doing a circuit or if it was just bobbing up and down and then it appears to do a circuit. I don't know. I've questioned a lot of different things, I guess. I guess there should be part of everybody's right to exploration.
Well,
keep on.
I mentioned I was geocentric, right? So so far I like the Tychonic system. So the moon and the sun is orbiting Earth, but then the other planets are orbiting the sun. So far that's what I hold true. It can change, but.
Yeah, I think there's been some talk about that on the server. Have you listened to the server previously?
Yeah, I've been in the server a couple times. I wasn't able to speak because of the permission thing, but
gotcha. Okay.
I heard mostly today about diet and stuff. So I haven't really heard about the geocentric debate or anything.
You're talking about diet?
I mean, you guys were talking about diet earlier, right? Anyways, no, I haven't heard any. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Welcome. Anything you want to come on particularly to talk about, or anything like that?
No, I mean, I've been around, in a couple servers. It's always seems to be always the same points, right?
Yeah.
I was maybe hoping to, meet different people with different perspectives and maybe, cherry pick a couple of that for my conception. Or
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, it's hang around. Cool. We weren't really talking about anything particularly.
Cool. Yeah, I
think we were I think we were talking about AI, but I mean, that might not be what you're interested in.
Artificial intelligence. I mean, that would That would include simulation theory. So basically, everything is magnetic in nature, right? Magnetism is the underlying, let's say, the underlying source, like, of all construct, right? I don't know. Yeah. So there's a polarity in nature, right? I mean, there's no such thing as duality, but I mean, like, everything, whether it be politics, right? The brain, it's always red versus blue, right? Is that what you mean by artificial intelligence? Like, we always have like two choices.
No, I mean, I think we were just talking about ChatGPT.
Oh,
I guess I was kind of making the case where I think it might be in 5-10 years or something like that, and I think Blaze was saying that we should burn it because it's evil or something like that. Maybe I'm strawmanning him slightly, but I think he appreciates it. That's the basic tenor of the argument. It's like a for or against, I suppose, but like I think
you got
another fellow would come in and say like we didn't need it before. Why do we need it now? Kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree, but I feel like there's some value to it. I mean, it cuts down your research. You could ask it a question and then you can verify it real quick using the internet. But you guys use it in your everyday life? Or?
If I'm trying to actually research things, I think I used to be able to Google it, and I think that the power of my ability to do so has diminished over the last 15 years. Steadily to the point where I think I'm just getting generic responses, and it's almost like Google just died. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I agree.
and so for anything extended like this, if I'm trying to get an edge on something, if I'm just poking around, not really sure. Sometimes I'll use ChatGPT, and this is not for this topic, but other topics I've used it for to help research because it's got a pretty good pool of information. I think it delivers it faster and more cogently than a cursory Google search can provide.
100%. If I want to list, and do some complicated equations, it'll do it for me.
I was trying to catalog types of lens flares that happen on camera lenses, and I asked it for it. It gave me 6, but I was able to get about 30 or so before I was bored of doing this, and it's really interesting.
Yeah.
I can't Wikipedia that information. I can't Google it. I can only ChatGPT it. Unless it was making them up. I don't know that either. Right?
It does make some stuff up.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. If I'm pressing it like over, it starts to give me kind of similar definitions of what you might call a type of flare. And I'm like, okay, I think I've just mined it to the bottom right now. Like I'm pulling up like less and less meaningful results. But I don't know. Potentially, yeah, this stuff could be tuned to know any kind of like knowledge base and be able to extract it really quick with like varying degrees of like complete quotation or integrity. You could run another filter on it, like a check. If you had to just wait another minute or something for something else another AI to fact check itself, then like you would have a complete. It's just a piece of the puzzle. This Chat GPT is a piece of the puzzle. I was kind of arguing before. All these are going to come together. The micromotors, the AI, AR, GPUs, network of things. It's like made for the robot population to kind of like be able to interface with it,
Yeah.
Whether they're pizza delivery robots or whatever the fuck, what I'm saying? Like it's possible to do so. Will we go to that length? I'm not sure if the economics make it feasible, but sometimes they'll just like float these things anyway, just as an ad campaign. That might be the extent that it goes to, or eventually maybe it'll be where it moves to. But yeah, Blaze Tech's position was that this is bad for everybody because it's going to start emitting positions in the workforce. What do you think?
I don't know. Like you said, that's still far ahead. I wouldn't be able to say if it would or would not. But yeah, I don't think it can replace a human. You know, we got intuition, imagination, and empathy, right?
Okay.
Something AI does not have. Is not
Or
capable
let's
of.
say we could build a painting robot with all of the vision of a Van Gogh or a Picasso or something like that, and it could paint.
Yeah, but
And
it's
you could
still.
buy your own. You could buy your own at the store or something like that. I bought the Picasso painter robot. It makes all the nice things in my house. You know, does that then fucking devalue the fact that people can paint? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it does because it's going off stuff that's already imagined. It's not bringing anything new to the table. It's only displacing what's already on the table.
Right. But that's, I mean, isn't that what an artist does too? In art school, you know, they're studying all these things, trying to do basically what AI is doing. A lot of people like convincing themselves they're artists, but they're just going through an education program that's making them synthetically become artists, and they're not really.
That's a good point.
But this is egalitarian. Everybody can be Picasso. Everybody can be that. You feed it your dog photos, and it'll make a Picasso out of it, paint it for you. Does that fuck up like the meaningfulness of painting?
Yeah, see, I don't know because yeah, if I get a painting from an AI or a painting from a human, right? If it looks nice, it looks nice, right? I'll just hang it on my wall. So I don't know. Is there like
But
a
like,
spiritual aspect of it, like to
I
it?
think so, because like a really nice one, you know, you'd be like, oh yeah, a person actually did that. They thought this, they saw it, and it's as original as they could make it, and they're not trying to replicate it. But an AI cannot do those things. It must replicate it, so it can only draw from other things and try new combinations. Maybe that might work. Could be ghastly as well, but yeah. So, but whatever the beauty of it is only synthetic. There's no real emotion behind it. There's no real perceiver behind it. So it's kind of empty for the purposes of what I guess real artwork is supposed to be. But a lot of people just use artwork as decoration and to tell other people about what they are, what they what they are about. You know, like putting posters on your wall or something.
Yeah, I guess when you're looking at a painting, you're trying to put yourself in like the position of you know the painter itself and what he was thinking, and then if it's an AI, like you said, it's kind of empty, right? It's
Yeah. So it's just an interesting thing. Like, there's a lot of other aspects that could be, you know, like maybe there's like an AI version of a pair of scissors that sucks really bad, but is like super efficient. You know, does it miss something? I don't know. I'm just saying like there are ways in which the AI will be inhumanly good at things, and it's going to seem like synthetic, I guess. You know, like if AI could, like, let's say, strategize like world economic things, and let's say model them, and you know, come up with like strategies and stuff like that, it might have some kind of crazy fucking solutions it might come up with. You know, and people may actually entertain those things, and they could even implement them, but they might not really feel like real reality. They might feel like a program. They might feel synthetic. You know, maybe to the core we know that there's something up with it, even though we can't prove it.
but then
Yeah.
simulation theory, right? It would be we're already in a simulation, so
Okay.
this is the opposite of a real reality. We're just
Well, the more encased you are in something smaller, like if you're a kid, you're in sort of a simulation of reality, but it's called school, you know. Then you go home to, you know what I'm saying? Like we are living within degrees of separation from being chased by wolves, right? We're living within degrees of buffer of that, to the point where our little lives, our little everyday lives, are sort of simulated to some degree, you know. Like we take part in them, you know, but they're so conditionally rendered down to specific things.
right. So it comes back to that.
Yeah.
You just create a loop for yourself, right? And we just live throughout, you know, our daily routine, you know. But like I don't know, it's I don't know. If I don't know, man. It's this is kind of deep. I'm not sure where to take this.
Oh, we can't do it deep. No, can't do it. No, sorry. The rules against us. Now go for it. Go for it.
I'm not sure where to take this. Like from
All right, just
where
one
you left
time.
off.
You can get deep one time. Just no. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Go for it. Sorry,
I don't know
man.
where to take it. I don't know where to take it, man. Like,
This is getting deep right now, or that you had somewhere deeper to take it?
no, no, no. I mean, not really. I won't. I won't. We'll leave it at
You're not
that. I
ready
mean,
for that. Okay, that's cool.
I'm not ready for it right now. Yeah.
All right, yeah, yeah. We're just scratching the surface here, man. Keeping it light and breezy. It's 10 a.m. on Sunday. I don't know. I'm sure a lot of people are just sleeping right now. Wow, Zowie. Yeah, it's cool, man.
It's all new, right? Like I just started using it like a couple months ago. Like I only have the default, the default version, the Google Chrome extension, right? So I haven't really experienced all of its potential, but
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of it too, like that I don't like. I mean, as far as like it replacing musicians, I mean, that's something I like to do. But I'm sure AI can make some dope beats as well. And I've heard them. Like, there's an AI somebody made to make like a type of metal, and the metal itself is pretty much like, and if you're into that kind of groove, it's fantastic. And AI can make that kind of music, but can it make Beethoven? I don't know yet. It'd have to be like trying to replicate Beethoven. Yeah, man. But then anybody else come up with some shit sound like Beethoven, I'd be like, you're just copying Beethoven. There's like a finite amount of types of music I think that are out there in a way. But I think it also frees up people to do all kinds of other things in different dimensions. Like extend off of that stuff. Don't be stuck. Don't spend $60,000 learning to oil paint. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, for sure. Yeah, that's a waste of money.
like reapply your artistry some fucking where else. Like use it more creatively or whatever. So that's why I think it's a good thing. Or that's the only thing that can be a good thing about it. It kind of sucks, but there's no putting the genie back in the bottle with this shit. I don't think. Just like other things, like all this knowledge you're cruising onto that led you to this place. What kind of like hipped you to this kind of conversation?
Oh, Globe Earth and Flat Earth. I don't know. It's entertaining, right? Or I know this is not mainly this subject, but I don't know. It's entertaining, right? I don't know. I just like hearing different point of views.
Did you already have kind of an open philosophy on things, or did this open your philosophy, or
Oh
did
yeah.
you in any way kind of like bend with the spoon here, as the Matrix might say?
My main philosophies, I'd say, is monistic monism, right? Ancient hardcore Greek metaphysics, and holographic theory seems to be the two prominent, fields I'm interested in.
That is really cool. As far as like philosophy, who you digging on?
Mostly Plato, Pythagoras.
Young Aristotle.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Young Aristotle.
He's like the original rappers in my opinion. Anyway.
Aristotle was, extremely logical, so I like what his view on of the world.
Little Plato.
A little Plato.
But right, Plato is not flatto. What do you call flatto?
Plato.
Plates are flat.
Yeah. Right. See, I don't think that flat Earth is the ultimate question. I know it raises, the doubt. It makes you question, but it's it should be flat, right? It has to be a container. There has to be a container. So there's an upper firmament.
There's deeper questions of existence that come into play after you kind of delve into the conversation. Is that what you're alluding to?
Yeah, flat Earth just raises question like gas pressure without a container, water level, right? It always stays level. How's it going to curve around a solid ball, right? I can't picture that. We're gonna say it's gravity, but then again, do they really understand gravity? I mean, they calculate and describe it, but
It
try
just like
to.
spherically floods the craggy, incomplete, imperfect surface of a rocky asteroid moving around. So that's what happens. Okay, yeah, this, such is their paradigm. But I just don't see evidence of water being able to act in the way that it must for their model to be. I don't know. But I was hoping somebody else might be able to jump in here. I gotta get on with myself here. Been on here for a few hours. I'm sure people
No.
have had enough of my voice anyway. But wish you well, man, and catch you around here.
Too, brother. Have a good one.
Alrighty.
kind of weird that somebody obsessed with coming against flat earthers is calling flat earthers obsessed with anything. Yes, sir. Blue Marble, I'm obsessed with the truth. What are you obsessed with? Going against people? Weird.
Is he even in here?
No, but I'm sure he can hear it. After all, he is obsessed.
Yeah, I love how he tries to manipulate the moderators that he's being bullied when he's the one doing the fucking bullying.
Dad, he's bullying me. No, don't pay attention to the little bruises on his cheeks. He's bullying me.
Is everyone out buying assault rifles now, or how many states is it that have banned them?
Yo, yo, how we doing? Hey Jeremy, what's up, man?
How we doing? Hold on.
Yeah, man.
What up? What up? You guys hear me
No,
good?
I was just thinking about yesterday. You know, when Jesse was talking about like the night sun. You know what I mean? I just tried to talk about that eclipse. You know, did we get any like positive thing that you can't see a double ring of fire? Is that
You
or
can't
does
see a
the
double what?
double ring of fire from one position or whatever? Can't see a double ring of fire from one position.
Oh, I don't know if they ever got that shit sorted out.
Oh, okay. But I also
Remember,
think that
I was only.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, just lastly, that the day sun should have not an umbra but an anti-penumbra. What do you think about that? Since the penumbra is already an anti-umbra, so just call it an anti-penumbra. I think it's pretty good. What do you think?
Anti-penumbra. Your days are penumbered.
First off, don't ever roast me when I'm sleeping. All right, I just happened to wake up. I just happened to wake up last night and go pee, and I hear you roasting me.
I forgot what I said. I forgot.
Which was in the middle of Gleason roasting everyone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Gleason, he was roasting you guys.
Oh yeah. Me and Gio were talking about the maps. It was interesting.
I
We
heard
read an
what
article.
Yeah.
But the chick in the article, she's from, or the dude, I don't remember if it was a dude or a chick, but 100 years ago, they were teaching this flat Earth. They're pretty good. And but the teacher was the geography teacher at this school that teaches flat Earth. Her test was to measure the tropics and compare them. She said that's going to be the best test to confirm it. That's the same test we were talking about. They're saying you're not in bad company.
The subsolar point?
Yeah, but she said it. She just said she said it just as measuring the traffic stuff, but it's the same thing. Just the way that we talked about doing it was more valid. So I think it's more valid just because you're not just measuring arbitrary points on the ground. You're measuring the path of the sun. But she's saying the same thing, but just not bringing up the sun. Yeah, we were talking like the flat earthers from 100 years ago. They sound a lot like you guys now. Same attitude, personality.
Yeah, you got roasted from a guy who's been dead for 100 years.
Oh yeah, that's what I said. I said, what do you think? I said, what do you think? These guys, Robotham and all them, like, what do you think they would, say about Witsit, or the full flat Earth movement? Like, you think they'd be
Yeah,
proud
that
that?
I remember now. You said I had them rolling in their graves. That's right. You son of a bitch.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, just thinking about it, for I think they'd probably be impressed by you guys, and happy you guys are carrying the torch.
Oh, bro, if they're smiling right now if they see me, Witsit, Gia, all of us in here, yeah.
Not you, dude. They see your arguments, like no, they're like face palming.
They're probably like, yo, these guys, this guy Jeremy, he's off the hook, yeah.
I mean, to be honest, Witsit really debate the flat Earth. Not too much anymore. He does sometimes.
He does what? What's that? Kosho, what'd you say? Say it with your chest, bro.
Say it with somebody's chest.
Fuck, my mic's been fucked up for I don't know how long. Anyway, you know, I'm gonna throw you guys a bone. Fluoride bone.
What's up?
Fluoride. I used to be on y'all's side with fluoride, and then I saw the evidence, and I was more in the middle. But I'm back, baby. I'm convinced fluoride's a conspiracy.
But I can't understand what you're saying.
Fluoride, the shit they put in the water.
All right, what about it?
I'm back into the conspiracy side. I was in the middle. I was all on your side. I was in the middle, and I'm back in the conspiracy side.
Fluoride is
down with
actually aluminum. It's aluminum toxic waste, is what fluoride is.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. That's what I saw. That there was a lobby by the manufacturers. Like when the manufacturers shit like aluminum, for instance, they get this nasty byproduct that has fluoride in it, and they were already putting it in the water, and so it was like poisoning people. And anyways, they had a like a lobby for testing to see if it could kill bacteria in your teeth, because it was like fucking people's teeth up or fucking their whole mouth up. And so it's kind of true, it kills bacteria. But yeah, obviously it's a toxin. It's a neurotoxin.
Well, I mean, it's not just mercury either. They use or aluminum either. They use mercury in silver amalgam fillings, and that's a heavy toxic metal. It like attaches itself to the muscle tissues inside your body.
That's what sucks, is that I saw that they showed the studies from when they were doing it on rats, and it was similar to a study that somebody in here posted about them testing kids and their intelligence, and it mostly affects women's offspring or something like that, but it affects
Mad Hatter
men.
syndrome. Yep.
What's it called? Mad Hatter syndrome?
Mad Hatter syndrome. Yeah, it's a neurological
Yeah.
ailment.
Said a couple of doses at a young age is all you need to, be fucked up. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I know
Why?
I know that dentists are starting to do away with fluoride treatments.
Yeah, but that's my thing. Is like, that's kind of why I'm maybe slightly on the fence still a little bit. Is just because I've seen all the rhetoric about the neurotoxin and the lobby and all that kind of stuff. But if it's well known, why would it still be the case that it's promoted as being a health benefit?
And people don't realize is that those toxic metals, they put that shit in vaccinations too as a preservative.
That's like the mercury, not really. I mean,
Yeah.
the fluoride as well.
Well, I don't know about the flora, but I know that they put mercury in it as a preservative, and formaldehyde and all kinds of shit.
Well, I'm just I'm curious to look more into the fluoride thing and see like who's. Surely there should be some champion against it, because if it's well known that it's not healthy, it's like, don't they put it in almost like most water sources?
Yeah, water treatment. Yep.
Hopefully, some Globers will come in that are firmly on the other side, because I like to hear both sides. And yeah, the evidence that I've heard
both ways
from Globers is makes a lot of sense. So, well, no, it makes very little sense, to be honest, because the only evidence is that it's been shown to help this like this tooth issue that was deadly even. But that doesn't really seem like enough reason to put it in all the water.
Well, it's banned. Fluoride is banned over in Europe. They're forbidden to use it in the water.
Oh shit!
But they did use fluoride in Nazi Germany. It made people docile.
Yeah, I've read that before as well. That it was, but that's the other thing, is I'm not sure what the difference is. Like, because I don't know, there's different chemical, compounds or forms of fluorine. But yeah, I remember reading something about that a long time ago.
Yeah, and it models your teeth. It softens them. That's why people lose their teeth.
Of course, there's a claim that it calcifies your pineal gland.
Yeah. so do the chemtrails, because of the toxic shit that they release too. Bromine and.
The only thing I know about is sulfur iodine.
They say that the chemtrails are also linked to the Morgellons disease. You ever heard of that?
Probably, but I forget. I don't know. It rings a bell, but I just don't know what it is.
It's basically a disease where you develop lesions all over your skin, and you have it's like some kind of parasite that's in your body, and it formulates like these red and purple fibers that come out of the sores in your skin and things like that. It gets all over your furniture too. When you come in the house, it gets all over your furniture, and it eats away at your furniture. You pay attention to like those little specks of wood that are like chipped away, and from like no kind of like damage to it that you know of. It's the fibers that are eating away at the furniture.
I'll have to look at that some more. Like I said, the only chemical I know about is a silver iodine that they admittedly spray or whatever.
You ever sweep the floor and you ever sweep the floor and you see this big old weird looking dust ball? It's got red and blue strings in it.
Mm,
The
I don't think so, but
Morgellons things
maybe.
aren't that big. They're fucking microscopic. What the fuck are you talking about?
I didn't say that they weren't.
Yeah, you just said they'd lump in a ball on your floor.
I'm talking about the fibers.
Yeah, so am I.
Well, I like some Spider-Man shit because, like you said, it's blue and red.
They're blue and red fibers, yeah.
Like
Can you
little
smoke
worms.
them?
They look like little worms.
Me and Sean used to always talk about chemtrails and spraying. See, there he is. Yeah,
My
see,
friend
yeah,
had
seeding.
Morgellons. Took him years to get rid of it. He'd pick it out with the fucking tweezers. He had it open on his face, open on his arms, and he'd pick that shit out and send it to doctors and shit. Nobody knew what the fuck it was.
Yeah, they're saying that he's crazy, delusional paranoia.
For
Totally.
sending parasites to doctors.
Well, for picking
So,
it, for operating on himself, basically, they say he's nuts.
are you talking
Thomas
like
Jefferson operated on himself.
Are you talking about Margellin?
Yeah.
Like Margellin? Okay.
Yeah.
And people can like literally feel that shit crawling around under their skin.
So after doing a lot of research, what if Margellins is just what's that parasite? Kosho. We've talked about it. What is it? Damn it. On top of my tongue. Lyme disease.
Scurvy.
I think
Okay.
I think it's like a fuck
If you
mutated
get bitten by
Lyme
a
disease.
tick, doesn't you get Lyme disease from like a tick?
Yeah. And they literally have the same
Confused,
symptoms, exact
Sean.
symptoms basically.
Sean, I know you're well intended here. Morgellons is
Yes.
different than fibromyalgia. You're thinking of fibromyalgia.
Okay. No. Margellins. It's if you look at the symptoms and that they're claiming are happening, they're almost the same. But I know what you're talking about with the fiber thing, and yeah, all those studies that it's more likely that you're just sitting on a couch that has loose fibers.
It was a yellow couch. There's red and
Yeah,
blue
could happen.
fibers.
It's just that the symptoms are the symptoms and the data. If you look like the people that claim to have it annually, it matches Lyme disease. Pretty
Like the
weird.
number of people.
Yeah. It's like people that are infected by Lyme disease every year, like 300,000. People that with Margellins is like 296,000. It's like the numbers are the same, and it's just fabricated to make it Margellins instead of some type of Lyme disease.
It's
There's
not just the fibers either. People have pulled out shit like these little weird looking larva bugs too. That have it.
I'd have to see like a medical report of it like that, but I know what you're talking about, but a lot of those are like self-diagnosed, and I got this thing off Amazon and tested it with this. It's just one of those weird things. I honestly, I don't know if it's a Lyme disease. To me, I think it's like a hybrid Lyme disease, and that's why it's not being diagnosed as a Lyme disease.
I mean, you're a doctor, so
Yeah.
trust what you say.
Exactly. Like I said, that's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have no idea about any of this stuff. So,
Jeremy,
just
do you know how the do you know about Edward Bernays and fluoride?
I know about I do know about Bernays and fluoride. That's right. He was the guy who was the main lobby, wasn't he?
Yeah,
because he's the godfather of marketing.
He
the
sold it to the industry of dentistry, and everyone uses dentistry as the authority. And you pointed it out earlier when I first logged on. It's like, man, the dentists were putting weird shit in our mouth. They weren't really hip to toxicity at all.
Right. It's weird that they should be now and they're still doing it.
If when you guys were talking about it, is this under the guise that they're spraying and it happens?
Oh, I was talking about just fluoride in general, and you're talking about the Magellans, whatever.
Yeah.
Raven had brought that up, and yeah, he was talking about spraying.
If you think about it, it'd be a lot more effective to just do it while people are in doctor's offices rather than spraying. It's too inconsistent. Not enough people are actually getting it for it to be a spray thing.
I hate to say it, but the little guy's right. It's an ineffective way of dispersing stuff. I don't believe in chemtrails at all. I mean, I know you could, cloud seed and you could do things in small areas, but the idea of blanketing the sky is ridiculous.
Okay, so I've been doing a lot of research on it lately because they've been doing a lot of. I was talking about like solar radiation management, Kosho. Remember that all back in the day?
Yeah.
You may not notice it because you're in Texas, but if you notice that it's been extra humid everywhere, Dan, I know damn well you can tell California's been humid as fuck because holy crap.
It's humid
I
here.
think that would be one of the effects of doing solar radiation management, where they're doing the cloud seeding, or it's not even cloud seeding. I'm sorry,
It's like,
where they're
it's like
doing
when they block out the
yeah,
out the exit, the radiation from leaving or whatever.
yeah, and to do that, they would spray it in the stratosphere, and it would be like a blanket. And if you think about how that works, it would make an area extra humid, especially if it hadn't been as humid previous times.
In Sichuan, Japan, when they had that tsunami 30 minutes before it happened, they were reporting rainbow colored clouds in the sky.
There's a lot of hurricane suppression testing and stuff like that. There's a lot of
Is that true?
Situations where it failed and did a lot of damage, and it's documented. It's not even just hearsay.
Well, will you convince me, because like I said, I'm already in the mood to go back to conspiracies, like I did with the fluoride. But the hurricane thing, I was also there in the past. With that whole HARP machine that they had in Alaska, but supposedly he never used it because they didn't have enough power for it. And also all the hurricane tests that the government did, I think from the 60s to the 80s or something, they shown to not have any effect, from what I know, right? So maybe like there's probably some other information.
Project Storm Fury.
You talking about HARP?
Storm? No. Look up Project Storm Fury. In that test, that was when they were testing seeding hurricanes right off of Florida, and it actually did have an effect to the point where they had to admit they did it, and they had to reimburse a lot of the cities. I think it was like $3.8 million in damages. There are reports where they've seeded and had bad outcomes of it. But yeah,
Okay.
Project Storm Fury. Check that one out.
That's the one I think that's when they canceled. Go ahead. Do I know?
There was that
No cancel.
In Vietnam, they used to
That's orange.
do it over there. Yeah, they used to do it over there. I forget the name of
Well,
the.
that's cloud
Agent
seeding.
Orange?
That's
That was a
seeding.
herbicide.
Different.
I
That's
forgot
different
the
from
name.
the hurricane
I
stuff.
forgot. Jesus Christ! I didn't even get to finish my thing. I forgot the name of the project or whatever in Vietnam. But apparently, they would cause typhoons or monsoon or whatever it's called. I
Yeah.
think it's a typhoon or something.
No,
So that
it was a monsoon.
yeah, so that this special operation guys would have more rain to like go do their special operations, sneak around in the mud and shit. They would literally cause these huge ass rainstorms so that like
Gorilla
in the
monsoon,
Vietcom.
bro.
Do you all
It
remember a
lasted 3 months.
couple years ago when there was those fires in California, and like it would burn down the building, but like nothing would, like the trees and stuff would be unscathed. They were saying it was direct energy weapons.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, the problem was that it was too widespread. Like when I've watched that happen. I was actually no, it wasn't just that fire. I don't know if anyone. Dan, you may
Didn't you
remember the
cause a
Cedar
couple of
fire.
them?
Yeah, all of them. Dan, do you remember the Cedar fire that happened here in Southern California? That
I don't
fire.
remember which one that was by name.
It was it was the one before the one that the guy just brought up. With the one that ran through like Dana Point and all that shit. It was before that one.
Yeah.
I watched that one jump houses, literally jump a house, like patches of like islands with trees. There'd be like 4 trees that were perfectly fine, and the rest would be completely torched. Fire's crazy.
I think people are conspiratorial about that directed energy weapon thing up there. And if
Yeah,
anyone,
there are direct energy weapons, but you can't conflate them to that. I don't think there's anything that starts fires and only makes certain trees burn on the inside. It's too specific to one thing you see rather than what's actually happening.
It's actually what's happening there. Remember, they also had that dam problem up there in Orville Dam.
Yep. Yep.
There's some sort of real estate thing going on where they're trying to clear something. Either it's for that train going through or something.
Yep.
There's something up in the background there, and I was checking out the dam, and I zoomed out, and above the dam is totally deforested. So they're like, "Gee, we don't know why it's flooding, but if you look, there's all these triangles out of the mountains behind it."
Yeah,
And
and PG&E has been trying to sell off for about 2 decades now, and all through that whole area, if you notice, is where their power lines run.
yeah, there's something going on there that they're not telling us about for sure.
I agree on that one.
In that area, and they're clearing out people, making it undesirable to be there.
And collecting insurance all along the way.
Thank God. The fire burning the houses and the tree thing. I always thought that was like a good explanation because we build houses kind of not with a lot of care here in Yes, and it's like they're mostly have a skeleton of like wooden frames, right? That wood's all dead, as opposed to trees wood, which is like live. So, just for that reason, it would make sense that the houses are burning and trees are surviving. In some instances,
Lots of cases it has to do with decking. If you have a nice deck around your pool, it's made out of wood, and it's basically a wick right up to your house.
Plants around it if you don't clear them right.
Yeah, it's too bad. Same thing in earthquakes. It's your own shit that falls on you.
Yeah, exactly.
California sounds like a shitty place to be.
Hey Sean, you're in a good mood today. Forgive me, rest of the flat earthers, if I say this out loud. Flat Earth isn't just about flat Earth, right? Like you can you can be a flat earther again if you want. You just don't have to fight the terrain part of it because there's a whole bunch more to flat Earth than the terrain.
I 100% understand that, and that's why now I consider myself a conspiracy skeptic and a conspiracy theorist. It's kind of hand in hand if you look at it right.
Yeah, he's fucking confused.
I'm confused, but yet I'm trying to help you out in your understanding of how actual shit works. Got it.
Okay, settle
Don't
down,
accept
Tony.
his help.
Settle down, Tony.
Is everyone a Tony now? Is that the key word?
Yeah, because were you here yesterday? Were you here yesterday when the day before when Austin blew up? It was like, Tony, stop! Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? My new name's Tony, I guess.
No, I'm still disappointed in Jeremy for having you on.
Oh, that's so. I'm in a good mood too, Dan. Let's keep it that way.
Okay.
Hey, they say if you have fillings in your silver amalgam fillings in your mouth, if you hold a black light up to your mouth, you can see the fumes from mercury steaming up off your tooth.
So I went out.
Is it outgassing?
Is what?
Is it outgassing? It's
only very little.
It's just where there's a vacuum and there's the excess gases inside the material being boiled away. I guess it's not boiled away because it's already a gas, but being sucked out of the material.
I bought this little UV light wand, like a handheld wand that was supposed to be for sterilizing or investigating or checking, and I brought it on a date because we went to a hotel, and so we had this UV wand, and I ran it up and down my chick first.
Wow.
It was so
She was
funny.
staying there with you?
She thought I was going to check the room, but I checked her instead.
It wasn't a smart move, anyways, because if you check the room, it's just going to dissuade what happens next, right?
The bed
You're
was
like, oh,
fine.
this is
There was
disgusting.
some splatter on the wall and the ceiling, but the bed was fine.
Someone was Spider-Man.
Yeah, you got to give credit to that. It gave us something to talk about.
I might have been there before because I do be hitting a feeling sometimes.
Nice.
Jesus Christ. Anyways, I wanted to announce that I know Sean won't go back, but I'm a true earther. You guys hear it first. I'm jumping over to the true earth side.
Okay, ready? Flat, FLAT, for love and truth.
That was Geo did that. One night with Geo, Coach was a flat earther again.
I didn't say flat earther. I said I'm a true earther.
Well, whatever, close enough.
It's not close enough.
I think Kosho is in love. I think Kosho is in love with flat Earth. He just can't believe it's flat.
What's a true earther?
I can't believe it's not. I can't believe it's not a globe. It's like
What's a true earther?
true earther is just somebody who believes in the true earth.
What's the true earth?
All the evidence behind it and everything he can find out.
But what is the true earth?
The one we live on spins.
Oh, so that's globe earth.
Yeah, from what I know, that's the case. That's the truth. I might not know the truth.
Was it because Gleason?
No, it wasn't because of Gleason, dude. We didn't even look at Gleason's map. We looked at other people's maps.
Bro, Gleason was rocking you to sleep last night, bro.
No, we were looking at fucking this dude's
I
map.
heard.
I forget his
I
name.
heard what
was
Geo
Middleton.
read. I heard what Geo was reading, bro. You were getting rocked.
What? That guy sounded as like, dude, he sounds just like a flat earther, man. Because he read a verse from the Bible, and he's like, people will not heed, good people's words. And then his next line was like, now you guys all know you should have listened to my words. Should have heeded my words. Because he's trying to say that his whole claim would have, if people would have believed in the flat earth, England would have been the rulers of the world and taken over all these other countries, and this whole thing. He basically blamed the globe for England's the fall of the British Empire.
I know the globe is where all the problems fucking start.
Well,
That's
yeah,
where all the
when
problems
when
end.
England was conquering the world and colonizing everyone, they had huge maps, and they would just have blank patches, and they would say, "Hey, let's go fill out this blank patch and go over here and see what's over here, see who we can trade with or colonize." And then once they got the globe model, they said, "Oh, we know where everything is. Stop expanding."
Well, that guy's maps were interesting. He had on the outer edge it said impassable ice. No, impassable was it region of impassable ice. Although that's a pretty cool sounding name. But I've never seen a map like that. That was like, I've seen Mercator's map or Gleason's map, but this one was like, was blatantly flat Earth. You know what I mean? Whereas Gleason's was sort of, it was a means to tell time, right? To map out the time zones and shit.
Have you heard of people saying that in Tanzania they see the sunset southwest, which should be impossible because they're outside of the lines of tropic?
Yeah, but we're outside the tropic and we see it set northwest. And you're not, but we are outside the tropics.
Bro, that whole argument's fucking stupid, dude. If you're looking at the sun at the equator, anywhere on Earth, it's going to be east. If you're looking at it, when it's below that line, guess where it's going to appear to be?
Southeast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome to the globe.
No, what? No, that's just
That
how it
makes
works,
no
bro.
sense on a globe.
What do you mean,
Makes
welcome
no
to the
sense on a
globe?
globe.
It makes sense.
It makes Noah sense on a globe.
Jeremy doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any sense at all. It should be to the northwest, not the southwest.
Yeah,
Because
but
if the sun's GP, hold up, real quick. If the sun's GP is above the equator and you're south of the tropics and the equator, then the sun should be north of you. If the sun is north of you, then when you see it set, it should not be southwest, but northwest.
You just gotta
Jeremy
have
said,
the right device for checking out the sun, you know?
Yeah, I think the southern hemisphere sees it set south of west and rise south of east in the winter months, our winter months.
yeah, it's just like our summers. You know, it's north of west and north of east. Or no, I'm sorry, that's south of west and
If
south of
this wait,
east.
wait, 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 wait. If the sun's GP is north of me, you're saying I should see it to the south? That makes no sense at all.
Well, if the Jeremy said it best, like if it's on the equinox or something like that, and the equator sees it directly west, and you're further south from them, then it makes
You can see
sense. Well,
it
you're still
north
going to
of
see. You're going to
you.
see it from the west too, because it's the equinox. But if it's some other day, someplace north of you sees it directly west, it makes sense that you being further south.
No, that doesn't make any sense at all.
If you're north,
If the GP of the sun is between the tropics at all
yeah,
times of the year, right? We all agree that the GP of the sun is always between the tropics. The GP of the sun never leaves the tropics. If I am south of the tropics, I would have to look north to see the tropics where the GP of the sun is. So
and they do.
the sun therefore would be north, not
It
south.
would be. It would be at noon. It would be. But when it rises and sets, it wouldn't necessarily have to be.
You don't look at the GP. Like it's true, the GP is beneath the sun, but the direction of the GP and the direction of the sun aren't going to be the same thing.
I
I made
think
a picture
Xanac
about this
went
before.
back. Yo, I think Xanac sent me a DM. I think he went back, saw what me and Rumpus did, and he said I'm right. It is a shorter path, but then there's air mass and shit.
Well, regardless,
Anyways,
I mean, you hear what Rumpus called it? He called it Kosho model.
yeah.
That's what's up, dude.
You got the Kosho model.
Dude, what's the kid? He's like, what the fuck? He's like, what happened to the fucking globe model, dude? You guys don't have a fucking globe?
Yeah, yeah. He's like, can we just see the globe model? How about that?
I think it's funny though that Rumpus he ended up agreeing with me on that as well. Everyone's like, oh, you guys are disagreeing, but we agreed on it. You know, I assumed what the mechanism was. I assumed it was the sun that was giving it the energy, but what he said about the magnetic field um, giving it the energy, that made perfect sense, especially if it's the magnetic field, which is actually moving with the rotational speed of
It
the
doesn't make
surface.
sense. Why isn't the sun giving the air below that energy? It
It
only does the
is.
top layer and then the ground.
No, I already said when I said it to Woods the other day. I said exactly that. Even in the case, like let's assume that the sun's giving the exact same amount of energy to the ground and to the upper atmosphere. Okay,
Why
so
why
the
not
sun,
the atmosphere in the middle?
all of it, dude. Let's say the sun's giving 100 all the energy equally. There's no differences in the amount of energy gotten by the sun. Okay, just so we can see what would happen in that case. Even in that case, the upper atmosphere doesn't have any impedance or friction, not as much as the lower atmosphere, which has a lot. So it's certainly going to be slowed down. So for that reason alone, you know, if energy is being supplied to the atmosphere in total um, equally, then still the upper atmosphere will travel faster.
Mhm.
I like that Rumpus actually went off and did some research. And these dogs are fucking raping each other.
Rumpus is pretty intolerable, bro.
Yeah, he's
Fucking
obnoxious, bro. I had to leave. I had to fucking leave that day because I couldn't listen to him anymore. I had a huge headache.
I don't really mind what he says or whatever. It's just that he yells into the mic and just constantly interrupts. It's fucking ridiculous. Like it's like there's an exception to how he can behave sometimes. Like, dude, like you need to chill the fuck out and wait your turn to talk.
Yeah, not only that, they were muting him. They were muting him every time he would stop talking, so that other people could talk. So if it wasn't for that, it would just be him talking nonstop.
That's so funny. Like, yeah, I'm done talking. And then you begin your point. No, actually, I'm not.
Dude, for like 5 minutes, bro, I had him admitting that I was right with this thing until he realized the implications of it.
It's just like last time, dude. Same thing
Everyone
happened
knows
last
I'm
time.
right. Everyone agrees with me until the penny drops and they're like, "Oh shit, the globe
Okay.
model's all fucked up," and then they have to go back on it. It's fucking bullshit, dude. You guys are cringe.
No, what you are is you're a alleyway salesman selling stolen goods. Okay, and so you're, at first time you hear what you're claiming, it sounds like, oh wait, I guess it sounds like he's correct. Yeah, until you actually think about what you're saying, and then you turn 180 degrees on your position because you realize everything you said was bullshit.
No, you guys are just ridiculous. You think that? I don't want to get into it because we'll be doing this every day for next year.
Yeah,
Is
we
this
think
your?
that planes. Go ahead, Jesse.
Oh, is this your merry-go-round thing? I just got here.
Yeah, it's totally analogous to a merry-go-round from the center to the North Pole to the equator. Totally analogous. It's always shorter distance to lead the target in that case.
I sure would like to.
It is analogous.
I sure would like to see how that applies to the spinning fish tank.
If your spinning fish tank has Coriolis, then it's a shorter path for them to lead the target. It doesn't matter. Well, I don't know about that because that is this only works on the Earth and merry-go-rounds and shit when the target is not getting farther or closer away from you. So I don't know about your fish tank, but anytime you can lead the target and the target's constantly the same distance away, no matter what, like a curved path, like the merry-go-round or a latitude line or something. In that case, it's always shorter to lead it.
Wait, what's different about a fish tank?
There could be a difference if I don't know if it is different. There are instances where it may not be faster to lead the target. I'm not sure.
Like when the water's rotating, also.
No, it doesn't
The
matter
problem
about.
with, the problem with the
It doesn't matter about when. It
Go
doesn't
ahead,
matter if
sorry.
It doesn't matter if the thing is rotating with the thing or the air is moving with the thing. It's irrelevant. If there's Coriolis, there's an option to lead or not lead. It doesn't matter if the air or the water or whatever is moving with the thing.
But I think the fish swimming from one end of the tank, if he takes what's
Well,
a
we're not
straight
talking about water
line
though.
in the tank, I think it will take less fin flaps, less tail flaps, and burn less calories. And if he were spooling out a string behind him, he would spool out less string if he goes in a straight line in the tank, even though in inertial reference frame that would actually be a longer curved path. But the
Well,
string is in his reference frame, and
what
the
if he has
water
to
is
catch up to
in
the?
it.
What if he has to catch
But
up
I'll
because of
wait,
the
hold
water?
up. I'll
Hey,
hold
what's it?
on after this real quick. Real quick. The problem with this, dude, is that it's water. We're not talking about water. We're talking about plane going through air. So a truly analogous thing would not be a fish tank. It would be a sealed air container just with normal atmosphere sealed in it, and you'd spin that. You would not be spinning a fish tank because then you would be analogizing it to a submarine, not an airplane. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, uh, well, let's talk. Can we talk about the fish tank since that's easy to visualize, and then switch to
No, because
a?
we're
Why
talking about
won't
an
anyone let me
airplane, not a
finish sentences
submarine.
here? Hey guys,
Because we're not
look,
talking about a
Yeah.
look.
submarine.
Hey,
Let Jesse
Explained
finish.
it.
yeah, guys, look. I am not a guy that just goes on and never stops. I make my point and then I stop. So there's no need to cut in the middle of my sentences. They're not even all that great anyway. So why don't we look at how it would be in a fish tank, and then look at how it would be in a pop-up tent built up on top of a spinning merry-go-round, right?
Or why not just cut to the chase, put a glass dome or a fucking tent or whatever, any type of air sealed thing, and why would we even look at the fish tank at all? It's just a complete waste of time. It makes more sense to do something with atmosphere and air, the actual thing we're studying, right? Because we're studying how things move through the air, not water.
Well, there's a lot of similarity about an airplane flying in air and a fish swimming in water, because they're being supported by and navigate, they're controlling their motion against this medium they're in.
Jeremy's
But
original thing was a drone in the air. So you would put the drone in the middle of the merry-go-round, whatever, have a radius of like 5 to 10 feet. Spin the merry-go-round. You could have a little airtight seal above the merry-go-round and have it go from the center to the outer part. Why would you bring up a fish? It makes no sense. The water would be curling around and stuff. Like, you do realize to do science, you have to use the thing that you're testing it on. Like, if I go test shit on water, I can't then say, well, I tested it on water, therefore it works in the air. Like, that makes no sense.
well, I think this unilateral opposition by the flat earthers to avoid discussing the fish tank is evidence that it's actually a very good illustration, and I think they know that
That's
it
not evidence.
disproves their point.
Bro, I'm willing to discuss
That's
the fish
definitely not
tank. I'm
evidence.
willing to discuss the fish tank. Hold on. I'm willing to discuss the fish tank. If there's Coriolis involved and the fish can take two paths, then it's going to be shorter to lead the target.
It may
In your
be
fish
short.
tank.
It may be shorter in a different reference frame, the inertial reference frame, but my contention is that to the fish, it will be a straight line, and it will be the shortest line for the fish. They will have to flap their tail the least number of times. They will have to burn the least number of calories, and if they were spooling out string behind them, it would be the shortest string. If they took what in their reference frame was the shortest path, a straight path, even though in other reference frames it would be a longer non-straight path.
Bro,
Okay.
you're ignoring my point. You're ignoring my point. Your earlier point that us not wanting to talk about it is not true, because I fully addressed it, and I addressed why it's an incompetent test. It doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean,
Hold up real quick. Hydrodynamics and aerodynamics are two completely different fucking subjects in physics. The mediums act completely differently, pressure-wise, way you move in it, all kinds of things. They're completely different states of matter. They're not even the same state of matter. It makes no sense to discuss what happens with water to discuss what's happening in the air, when you could literally just directly test it with air and the merry-go-round and the drone. And it's
Yeah,
this is
the
not
thing
me
is,
ignoring your point. This is
hold
not
on,
me
Jesse.
ignoring your point. This is me refuting your point. Thank you.
Hold on, Jesse. The thing is, we already have an analogy that's perfectly analogous with the merry-go-round and the
drone. Yeah.
And the drone. Yeah, we don't need any more analogies. It's just making it more complicated and confusing. It has the distances because we're using the edge of the merry-go-round and the North Pole in the center of the merry-go-round and the equator. It's perfectly analogous for the scenario we're talking about with plane flying.
Okay.
So I'm willing to talk about the fish tank, and I've already addressed it. If the fish lead the target, if there's Coriolis involved and the fish lead the target, their fish are actually going a shorter distance.
But so would they be flying a straight path in the inertial reference frame?
If they lead the target and go a straight path in the inertial frame, they're going a shorter distance. That's how it works.
Is that a straight path in the inertial frame or a curved path in the inertial frame?
Leading the target is a straight path in the inertial frame.
Okay, so that means that the path in the fish tank would be curved, right?
Bro, I don't know. We have an example. If you really wanted to look into this, Rumpus did an example 2 days ago. He did a little diagram and shit. So I mean, there's that.
Yeah, but he went back on what he claimed.
Yeah, Rumpus went back on what he claimed because he's just like you guys. He acts like he doesn't. Hold on, left lane. Just like you guys.
Yeah,
Rumpus
he
went
realized.
left lane.
I'm sorry, man.
It's fine. Just like you guys, he realized that once he realized the implications of it, he went back on it because you can't have the globe being wrong. I know.
Yeah, that is what
He
happened.
went back. Yeah, he went back on it because he realized that you were separating the reference frame, and the atmosphere is also a rotating reference frame. That's when
Left
he went
lane, he
back on it.
fucking told us. He told us that pilots don't adjust for Coriolis effect, and planes aren't affected by the Coriolis effect. You want to go with that because that was his reasoning. Is that what you're going with, left lane?
Well, I just think that was his turning point, that he recognized that you were separating the reference frames.
His reason for why it wasn't shorter is because planes aren't affected by Coriolis, and pilots don't have to adjust for Coriolis effect. Is that what you want to go with, left lane? Maybe ignore me for a second
No,
time.
not that they don't have to, but I mean they can accommodate the effects.
Yeah, what happens if you don't? If you don't, you're gonna miss your target, right?
Well, as long as you don't, if you don't accommodate it, if you don't compensate for it, yes, you would miss your target.
Okay, so pilots do need to adjust for Coriolis, and planes are affected by the Coriolis effect. So Rumpus's reasoning for why it wasn't shorter when you leave the target is ridiculous, right? Because he brought up all kinds of shit that doesn't even happen.
I always have trouble either agreeing with or disagreeing with Rumpus because I'm not really ever sure where he's at.
He's not either.
Just threw Rumpus under the bus. See you later. Talk to you later, left lane.
Okay.
Yeah, but
okay, Rucky.
Here, look, I have a depiction here.
You're in a funny mood today, left lane.
I have a
Well, left
depiction.
lane come in to tell us that we were wrong about what Rumpus was saying, and when we corrected him and said that he doesn't think you have to correct for Coriolis as an airplane pilot or a plane, then left lane threw him under the bus. Oh, I have no idea what Rumpus was saying.
Yo, Witsit's got a diagram, it looks like.
Yeah.
That's nothing. I posted a video.
He posted a video. That's non sequitur. All right, so
yeah, you're incredible with. Never mind, Wits. I'm sorry, Wits. Go ahead, dude.
no good. Look, starting destination is this light blue circle. Okay, the plane in this fairy tale that is the globe. They pretend that we can just fly like this right here to the destination, and we just keep the destination, this red dot, in our heading, and we just go from this place to this place, and everything just works out magically. We just keep the city in our heading. In reality, the red dot is going to be moving away from the plane. So
That's not analogous. That
is.
illustration
Though.
doesn't represent it. Yeah.
It is though. So then when the plane's flying towards the destination, it would actually have to slowly adjust to get to the destination. Now, obviously, if you do that, it's going to be a much longer path than if I just cut to the chase and lead where the destination's going to be. Obviously, this curved line is longer than this line.
This is exactly what Jeremy was talking about.
You know
bro.
what
This
they
is perfect.
My bad. You know what they
I was
do
just
is
saying,
though.
Jeremy.
Go ahead, say it. Say it.
I was just saying this is what you've been explaining, bro. Like, remember when you were verbally like explaining this? This is like what I imagined in my mind, and this is exactly what you've been talking about with the drone and the merry-go-round. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, but
dude.
what they do is they'll tell you that inertial frame doesn't matter, or when like I don't know. That is a good fucking diagram, though. Nice work.
That's a good point. Which coordinate
And
system?
there's a bigger point, man. After that, you can only travel one direction. If you travel the other way, man, you would never catch up.
But the way that this illustration is, that red dot should be on the same line as that blue dot. The path of the plane would follow that line from the blue dot to the red dot. The red dot should be on the same line as the blue dot.
Oh, there is no Coriolis.
Now the plane compensates for it. You could rotate that disc, and you could watch that blue dot move down that line to the red dot.
This is what you guys don't get, right?
Sure, I just had a thought real quick. Go ahead, Witsit. I'll go after.
So look, let's say the Earth's spinning, right? Okay, like say your destination actually started up here, then you would actually just fly down, and then the destination would meet you. That would be the same thing. That would still be leading the object. If you're claiming that I can just go from here to here by keeping the red dot in my heading and just go straight to it, then there's nothing to account for. I'm just going straight to the city with it on my heading. I'm not accounting for anything. I'm not adjusting for anything. The city's going to slowly move away from me. So if I'm keeping it on my heading, what's going to happen is I'm going to slowly adjust as I fly, and it's going to make me take this path. If I was to lead it, it would be shorter. If what you're saying is true and that we can keep the city in our heading and then slowly adjust, it's going to do this. There's no way around it. You just now said they adjust for
Mixing
it.
up coordinate
Okay,
systems.
cool. What? Just saying
Mixing
the
up
word
coordinate
coordinate
systems.
system doesn't mean anything.
Here, think about
Yeah,
it
it
this way.
does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, you're talking about an inertial coordinate system outside of the rotating Earth versus one that rotates with the Earth.
Wait, so the air moves perfectly with the Earth?
There's wind, but that's irrelevant.
Not irrelevant. The Earth is spinning, dude. The Earth is spinning. As I take off the Earth is spinning. So I can't just look at my destination and fly straight there. That's what we would do if the Earth was a
Straight
flat
relative to
stationary
what?
plane, though. If it was a stationary plane, we would just fly straight to the heading of the city, and then boom, we'd reach it.
Think about it this way. Let's say that you're on a merry-go-round and you're starting in the center, and you want to walk to one point on the perimeter, like one specific point. Would your path on the merry-go-round change depending on if it's stationary or spinning?
Point.
Sure. Again, doesn't rebut the actual point, though. That's what
Can't
I'm.
answer?
I did answer.
No, you didn't.
Did anyone else hear
Answer
me?
yes or no.
Yo, we
Would your
just
path
went through
change?
the thing with the merry-go-round. We just went through the thing with the merry-go-round, and we realized that it doesn't. Hold on a second, guys. We just went through the thing with the merry-go-round with Rumpus yesterday, 2 days ago. It
So how come
doesn't
he can't
matter if
answer right
the.
now?
Can you
Dude,
guys
he said
stop? Can you
stop
hear
talking.
me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Gambino
Jeremy.
sucks. I mean, it's like new.
How come no one can answer my question?
I did answer.
Oh
I'm answering
gosh.
it right
Yeah,
now.
he very clearly and audibly answered your question. So you're gonna be on mute now until Jeremy's done.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we did the thing with the merry-go-round, right? It doesn't matter if if the object is moving along the circumference or the merry-go-round is rotating. It's irrelevant. Either way, the plane still has to travel a shorter distance when you leave the target. Like when everything's inertial, it's the same distance the plane has to fly. When everything's inertial and there's no rotating reference frame, the plane still has to fly the same distance just because you start spinning the merry-go-round on there. That doesn't change the distance the plane actually flies.
Dude, I drew the diagram that gave you all 4 scenarios. It shows you which what's the shortest path is in either scenario.
The shortest path is always a straight line. We know that. But when you're
The
on a
shortest
rotational
path is
Earth, when you're on, go ahead,
my
Jeremy.
bad. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say a shortest path from A to B is always a straight line, but when you have rotation involved, or at least the pre-assumption thereof, you no longer have a straight line. Like
You do
things are
but
What coordinate system?
within the reference frame that you're drawing the line, it's still a straight line, whether it's rotating or not rotating.
Yeah, if you
How
plot your
can it be a
footsteps on the
straight line if the
merry-go-round,
ground
it's
is
a straight
moving?
line.
So, okay, let me ask you guys a question. A plane cruises, a 747 standard commercial airline cruises at what, 30,000 feet?
Yeah.
What's the height?
Yeah, that's right. 35,000 is
Okay,
average.
right. Now, how long does it take for a plane to descend and land on the tarmac?
I don't know, several minutes.
20 minutes from where when the
sure.
airplanes or the pilot goes on and he puts on the ding, puts on the little
Yeah, let's use that.
sign, right? 20 minutes.
Let's use 20 minutes.
Now, okay, cool. So let's say we're descending to an airport that's located in South America, right close to the equator. Now, the claim is at the equator, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. So my question becomes, when does that spin let go of that plane? When does that spin affect that plane? Because in 20 minutes, that Earth should have spun, what, 330 miles in an hour, or in that 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, right.
So
What
where's that
coordinate
witness
system, though?
happen? Do we witness this?
Yeah, sure. But
No,
you're just
you can't say
misunderstanding
yeah,
how
sure.
that would
I'm
manifest.
asking you a specific question. I just gave you a whole bunch of numbers, and I'm asking you in your mind's eye to actually put the feet to the pavement and ask you, does that really happen?
Yes. You asked a yes or no question, and I answered yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. You're misunderstanding how that would manifest in the real world.
Okay, so Gambino, if I have an object moving along the circumference of a circle and I'm at the center of the circle and I want to hit I have two options. I can either lead it, and I can meet it there, or I can keep my heading on it the whole time and chase it, well, basically like a heat-seeking missile. Obviously, you agree the one where we lead it is going to take a shorter path, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Now you think instead of the object moving along the circumference of the circle, it's planted on the edge of the merry-go-round, and the merry-go-round is now rotating. Do you think that changes anything about the distance the plane has to fly?
In what coordinate system?
It doesn't. In reality,
No, it's not a coordinate
in the
system.
first scenario, in reality, the
Define your
first
coordinate system
scenario,
better.
in reality, I know the coordinate systems. There's no reason to even go there because in the first scenario, you agreed it was it was a shorter distance to lead the target.
Yeah.
Now, just because the merry-go-round starts rotating, that doesn't change that it's still going to be a shorter distance for the plane to fly in a straight line and lead the target.
Along what coordinate system path?
And the inertial frame, that's where everything was before that. Before, when the thing was just moving, everything was inertial.
Oh,
And
you're
now
confusing things then.
when the merry-go-round starts rotating, just because there's a non-inertial frame's been introduced, doesn't change the path that the plane takes.
Well, ICBMs do exactly what you're talking about. What you're messing up is the relative speed and altitude of each of these.
Would it
So
be a shorter distance? Oh, hold on. Would it be a shorter distance? Is it a shorter distance for the ICBM to lead the object, or do you think it would be a shorter distance if it was like heat seeking and they had to like chase their target the whole time?
You're confusing ballistic trajectories
Don't answer that one.
with
I know.
You're
I think it's
interrupting my answer. You're confusing ballistic trajectory with non-ballistic trajectories. An airplane is not a ballistic trajectory.
I think it's
This
a
ain't
great
about
point.
ballistics.
Like,
It's about options. Go ahead. It's
no, I
about
think
options.
you're raising a great problem, a great challenge, Jeremy, which is like if planes flew off on a like east or westerly heading, so they're not fighting against Coriolis, so they're deliberately not following a ground traffic, but following one that you'd probably have to calculate. I think it's a good question.
No, it's not. It's not a question. It's all. In this scenario, we've demonstrated this. Rumpus did it. Witsit just did it 2 seconds ago. It's shorter. It's a shorter path the plane has to take when it leads the target. It doesn't matter that the ground's rotating underneath it. It doesn't change anything. We've already been through this with a merry-go-round 1,000 times.
You're confusing coordinate systems, though. You're
I'm not fucking
calculating
confused,
path
dude. Don't tell
in.
me I'm confused. I understand the coordinate systems clearly. There's a non-inertial one and an inertial one. And the inertial one is the reality one, like the merry-go-round, when everything's inertial. Nothing changes when I start spinning the merry-go-round. You still have the same distance the plane has to travel. It doesn't matter that the merry-go-round all of a sudden started spinning.
Let me ask you this then, if that's true. So let's say that I take a ball on a merry-go-round and I roll it from the center outwards to the perimeter. It's going to travel a certain distance, right? And it's going to travel along the radius of the merry-go-round.
Can we just stick
Now,
with the drone? Can we stick with the drone, like the flying thing, like the
let me
plane?
finish this and then we'll do whatever example you want.
Well, the
So
issue with what you're saying, real quick, is the fact that you have to remember that on what you're laying out, the medium, the atmosphere, isn't in rotation with the merry-go-round, whereas in the actual reality with a plane, it is.
I haven't even gotten there yet. I'm just talking about the distance the ball would travel. So if I'm on a
I know.
merry-go-round and let me finish before you interrupt. A stationary merry-go-round, I roll the ball, it's going to travel one radius of the merry-go-round. Now, if the whole thing is rotating and I do exactly the same thing, the ball rolls or follows a track from the inside center to the outside. Will the distance that the ball traveled be different or the same?
The same if it traveled along the radius.
In which
Oh no,
coordinate system?
in the one with
This is
the
some
one
red
that spins.
herring bullshit to get us
No, yeah,
distracted.
it's the one that
No,
the one that
yeah,
spins.
exactly
It
what it is,
doesn't.
Jeremy.
But in the
Exactly what
reference
it is.
frame,
No, I'm
I
just
guess
showing
that
your
Someone's
the
fallacy.
taking the bait. Someone's
I'm just
taking the
showing your
bait.
fallacious
Listen.
thought,
I've
Jeremy.
already
That's all.
showed you. I've already showed you the inconsistency within your analogy. They're
No,
inconsistent. They're not relatable due to the fact that the medium isn't moving in the analogy you laid out. It's not a
okay.
factor. Whereas this is. You're welcome.
No, the air has nothing to do with my question at all. I just asked
Okay.
about the distance traveled.
Yeah, but
well,
you're
it's
trying
an
to
air.
compare
Well, no,
that.
it's an
You're
airplane.
comparing
We're
that to what we're
discussing an
talking about.
airplane.
Exactly.
I'm
We
just,
already
I
have a
only brought
comparing
it up.
that.
scenario.
Hold on. I
We
only
already
brought it up
have a
because
scenario.
Jeremy
We're
said that
discussing
the
airplanes
distance
and
would be the
drones.
same.
All right, one at a
We're
time, guys.
discussing airplanes and drones, so it does have
Yeah,
to do with
I know.
air. But the question you asked was just like a quiz or some shit to see if we know that there's this reference frame that's a reference frame that spins and a reference frame that stays still. That's what your
Exactly.
question was about, and that's
Yes,
what we've been
because,
discussing the
hold
whole
on.
time.
Yes,
We've already
because Jeremy,
surpassed you.
stop rambling.
We've already surpassed you, and we've moved on to having a drone do the exact same thing to be directly analogous to an airplane, because that
Mm,
ball would be analogous to like a train or a car, not an
okay,
airplane. Thank
you're
you.
gonna stop. All right. So I brought up that example because Jeremy made a specific claim that the distance wouldn't matter, wouldn't change with rotation versus stationary. So I just proved him wrong. So everything based on his fallacious logic can be ignored.
Sorry.
You
Can I
didn't even
respond to that?
ask
Can I respond to that, please?
before you
Yeah, go
do,
ahead.
because he wasn't even listening to what the other guy was saying, and he was just waiting for his turn to talk. Now he's not
Let
having a
him finish.
conversation. He's not having a conversation. He's just waiting for him to make his point and not listening to
I
what the
know.
guy's saying.
Back to the topic because
Can I
that guy was
respond to what you
distracting.
said? Am
Right.
I ever going to get a
Yeah,
chance to respond to it?
Jeremy's
Go ahead,
talking now.
Jeremy.
Let Jeremy
Okay,
respond.
so in the drone example, the actual example, not this ball rolling thing, that red herring that you put us onto. In the actual example of the drone, it doesn't matter if the merry-go-round starts rotating. If the drone flies in a straight line to the edge, it's the same whether the merry-go-round rotates or not. Do you agree?
I
The
disagree.
plane, you disagree.
Yeah, let me tell
You
you
think the
why.
plane? Okay.
I'll tell you exactly why. So is that drone following a particular path on the merry-go-round like a plane does?
No. In my example, the drone flies in
Okay.
nothing's moving. Nothing's
Straight
moving.
line. What do you
Right?
mean by straight line? Like straight line along the radius of the
Like there's a
merry-go-round
meter
or a
stick.
straight
Like
line? Okay.
we
Straight
have a
line in reality.
we have a meter stick planted on it's on a post that's planted in the ground, and there's a meter stick. And the drone is going to fly along the meter stick. So it's going to stay parallel with this meter stick the whole time. We're going to know it traveled a meter and in a straight line because there's a
Hold
meter
on.
stick there.
I'm confused. Is the meter stick laying along the radius of the merry-go-round or
It's
is it straight up?
floating in the air. There's a post planted into the ground, and there's a meter stick attached to the post, and the drone is going to fly the length of the meter stick above the merry-go-round.
I'm still confused. Is the meter stick laying down or standing straight up?
It's floating
It's
in
in
the
the
air.
air.
It's
in the
floating in the air.
air.
It's going to be
Okay.
Next to
it's
the
Is it
going along
vertical or
along the
horizontal?
length. You can't listen if you keep talking. You're never going to understand.
Noah's talking
The,
over you.
the merry-go-round is going to go along the path of the drone. It's horizontal. It's the radius of the merry-go-round. You understand where the meter stick is now?
It's floating over the merry-go-round?
It's floating over the merry-go-round. Yep. It's just there's a post in the ground. You understand what a post is? A stake, a giant
Post in
stake, a giant
where
wood.
is the post relative to the merry-go-round?
There's a giant wood post. It's
On the
right on
outside.
it's right on this edge. It's right on the edge of the merry-go-round.
Is it spinning with the merry-go-round?
It's planted in the ground. What do you think? It's
I still
cemented
don't
into the ground.
understand that. Okay,
There's
so
a
we have
post
a
cemented into the
post
ground.
on the outside of the merry-go-round. Okay, fixed. Got it.
Okay, and there's a meter stick attached to it that goes from the post to the center of the merry-go-round. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now the drone is going to fly one meter from the center, and it's going to fly parallel to the meter stick, and it's going to hit the edge of the merry-go-round. Is that all clear?
So it's following the path of the meter stick.
Yeah. Nothing's even spinning yet. Nothing's going on. It flies 1 meter. It follows the meter stick.
Okay.
Right. Okay. That's obviously the shortest distance.
Between the point of the center of the merry-go-round and the point outside the merry-go-round, right? Yeah.
Yes, is the path of the meter stick. The meter stick that's floating in the air. That is
Yeah.
the shortest path, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you think if I start spinning the merry-go-round, that all of a sudden there's some different shorter path than the meter stick?
No.
Well done. That's holy
So what?
shit.
What does that? What does that have to do with the rotating Earth? Because on the Earth, the meter stick would be rotating with the Earth.
Okay, now
That's not analogous.
okay, but we agree, but I'm glad we're clear. In reality, the shortest path is in the inertial frame in this example, right?
In your setup, yes, that makes sense.
Yes.
That's not
Okay, but
analogous
this.
to the rotating Earth.
So now, if we change it over, and now we have the center of the merry-go-round is the North Pole, and the circumference is the equator. Okay, is that analogous?
Analogous to what? The merry-go-round with the meter stick on outside of it?
Yeah, the merry-go-round example. Yeah, there's a merry-go-round. We were using the center and the edge, and now instead of the center and the edge of the merry-go-round, I'm using the North Pole and the equator. Is that analogous so far?
Yeah. Where's the meter stick though? Where's the target?
There's no meter stick. There's no meter stick. All we have is the North Pole, the equator. Are you with me?
So how's that analogous to the example with the meter stick?
You're gonna have to just follow along. Hold my hand, and I'll walk you there. Okay. So we're totally analogous right now. We got the North Pole and the equator.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so now there's two options because there's the Coriolis effect is involved, right? There's two options.
Right.
We can either lead the target and go the shortest distance, like on the merry-go-round, or we can constantly have a heading at the target and adjust along the way, right?
The target is on the merry-go-round or off of it?
We're on Earth.
Yeah.
You're at the North Pole. We're trying to fly and hit something at the equator.
Yeah. So the target is rotating with the Earth.
Yep, and there's two options, right? There's two options. Oh yeah, it's an airport on the ground at the equator. We're trying
How
to
is that
land there.
analogous to when your target was fixed in the ground outside of the merry-go-round?
Dude, just walk with me. Holy shit.
My target was what?
You said that in your first example, the target was fixed in the ground. It was the pole stuck in the ground outside the merry-go-round. That's what you said.
No, the target was moving along the edge of the merry-go-round.
That's not what you said earlier when I tried to clarify that.
Okay, we'll go back to the merry-go-round. There's something on the edge of the merry-go-round. By the time my plane gets from the center to the edge of the merry-go-round, the target's going to be there. That's the example where we follow the meter stick and fly 1 meter.
So you would just follow the radius of the merry-go-round. Yeah.
No, we're not following the radius of the merry-go-round. I can't do this. I don't know.
That's what you said.
You guys go ahead.
Dude,
I've been telling you, man.
You really tried to appeal to his intellect. Unfortunately, it didn't break through, but good job walking, man. It was a great example. It really was.
I think all the Globers here know where I am, and they know that you guys can't explain
no,
anything.
you don't even know where you're at, bro.
Okay,
Dude,
so
he was walking
because
you through such a not even I can't say prehistoric, but such a basic observation, and the amount of constructing it took in order for you to catch up to where he was at. Bro, this is where witnesses get thrown out of the court for providing.
Wait,
funny, you said the exact opposite of reality. That's funny.
Yeah, I want to throw out a very simple demonstration. You're on the North Pole. You've got a road that goes straight to the equator, and you've got a car. You would agree that on the rotating body, that the shortest distance would be to drive down that road, right?
Yeah, 100%. Good point.
Okay, why can't I fly about 10 feet off the ground and follow the car, which would be the shortest distance?
Exactly.
Yeah, because when there's Coriolis involved, it changes everything.
Coriolis effect in
What
this
are you
case is
talking?
tiny.
Dude, have you not watched Red Bull planes do low to the ground maneuvers? What's the issue?
Here, one last thing. pretend, just one last scenario. Pretend we're in a plane in the North Pole and we're flying to the equator. We have two options. We can either lead the target or constantly have a heading at the target, right? We all understand that? There's two options. You can lead the target or not lead the target.
Leading your target would be a longer distance along the ground.
We're going to
take
find
more
out.
Fuel.
We're going to find out right now what the distances are. But you agree there's
it's easy to find out. The
well, I'm going to run you through
longer is a longer distance.
I'm going to run you through a thought experiment real quick. Okay, there's two options. You can either lead the target or not lead the target and chase it the whole time like a heat-seeking missile would. Okay? Now, there's one plane we're going to leave. We're going to fly in a straight line to the equator We're not going to adjust for Coriolis. We're going to do the math and figure out where our target's going to be, how fast we're going, and all that. And we're just going to fly a straight line to the equator and the target, and we're going to lead the target. In this example, we're going to have a rope, a magical rope. It's just going to be behind the plane, and every foot the plane goes, there's going to be a foot of rope behind it. So at the end of this journey, there's going to be a straight piece of rope going from the North Pole to the equator, right?
This is exactly analogous to the thing that I brought up, but you dismissed.
Okay, do you understand the length of the rope? Say the distance is 6,000 miles from the North Pole to the equator. There's going to be a
Yes, you're
6,000.
measuring the distance that the plane is traveling.
Yeah. So in this example, there's going to be a 6,000 mile rope from the North Pole to the equator. All right. The rope will be 6,000 miles long, right?
Right.
Then we're going to do another one where we constantly keep our heading on the airport we're trying to land at, and we do a curved path the whole time. So now we're doing this curved path towards the equator, and that rope and there's another magical rope. That rope's going to be longer than 6,000 miles, right?
Right.
Right. So now we know which one's the shorter distance to fly, right?
Ground path that's directly between the source and the destination.
You're not worried about the ropes, the length of the ropes, the plane actually went?
No, because that's not what determines the fuel. You're using the wrong coordinate system.
We're not worried about fuel. We're worried about this. This is a distance thing right now.
Yeah, you want to minimize the distance so that you can minimize the amount of time and fuel necessary.
Yes, and the shorter distance would be the one with the shortest rope, right?
Yeah. In what coordinate
Yeah,
system?
so that's going to be the one. So that's going to be the one. The rope in the rope's coordinate system, because we need to know how far we're trying to figure out the shortest distance for the plane. So obviously, it's not going to be the one where it leaves more rope behind. It's going to be the one where it leaves the least rope behind.
That's why I showed you, dude. That's why I made that
Hold
table.
on, he's almost there. You with me so far, Gambino?
Of course, I'm way ahead of you.
Of course. Yes. So the shortest distance is going to be the one where we lead the target, right?
I don't know about that.
So you're not with me. You're not with me at all. You're totally lost. All right. Go ahead, Kosha.
Anyways, my table shows the shortest path is different depending on which coordinate system you use. If you're using the inertial frame or if you're using the rotating frame, the shortest path changes.
Yeah.
Is actual distance dependent upon coordinate system?
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be.
There you go, and that's your problem.
Oh, here, I'll tell you where you're wrong with the example of the ball rolling on the.
Does actual physical distance depend upon coordinate system?
Yes. Here's why. I'll
There
tell
you
you the
go.
example.
Other clowns.
Can you let me finish? Since I'm responding to your question very nicely. If you roll the ball from the center of the merry-go-round to the outside, and let's say it's on a track, so it can't be thrown off. Does the distance that it travels when going from the center to the outside change whether it's stationary or rotating?
Already answered that.
What's the answer?
Yes.
Oh. How could it be different?
How could it be? There's motion involved.
Okay, so
wait, did I say
how much energy would it
take?
take?
Did I say anything about a coordinate system?
You are,
This is the
by saying
problem
that
with
it does
relativity.
change.
It allows ignorant people to pretend they're super intelligent. They just say the word.
Okay.
They say the
Ad
word
hom.
relative. They say the word reference frame. And
All
they
you can do is
think
ad
it
hom
covers
when you
all
know
the-
you're about to lose. That's okay. I know.
About to lose what? The plane isn't moving in perfect lockstep with the spinning Earth, i.e. the destination. It has to update for the destination. If you say coordinate system back to me 500 times, it doesn't change that. If you say reference frame, it doesn't change that. And if you say relative, it doesn't change that.
Okay, so let's poke on that just a little bit. So let's say that I roll the ball at a certain speed from the center to the outside of the merry-go-round. Will it take more or less time to travel that path from inside to outside, whether it's rotating or not?
Are you going to address what I just said?
Yeah, I am. I'm showing you where you're wrong
What
about
he's
what you
saying is
said.
analogous to driving, though. We're talking about flying. If you're rolling a
Right.
ball on the ground, that's analogous to the tires on your fucking car rolling along the ground of the earth.
There you go,
We're
Noah.
talking
That's the
about a
problem.
plane flying through the air, i.e., the drone in our analogy.
Listen,
So I don't
they're
know why
trying
you're
to say
trashing
Actually,
our
the same.
analogy when it's way better than yours with your rolling ball, which is more analogous to a car. Thank you.
No, they're trying
What's
to
the
say they're the
difference?
same. They're literally trying to say that rolling a ball on the ground is the same as it being in the air. And they
Well,
think
that's
they
just
make them
not
smart because
science.
they can say
That's
the word
unfortunate.
reference frame out loud.
Maybe if you guys knew the difference between ballistic trajectories and non-ballistic flight, you would
Nah,
understand
dude,
what's
you
going on
can't
here.
listen. You're muddying the water with your explanation of how a ball would travel from the center point along its radius to the outside edge of a circle, right, or the merry-go-round, and you're going to say that that's moving. That's fine. You move the
Yo,
ground, the car's moving, and things are going to change. But if a plane is not touching the surface that it's observing or you're attempting to observe, there's going to be different observations that are held.
Sure, if you're in a
Witsit,
ballistic trajectory,
Witsit,
but yeah,
yo,
you're
Witsit,
wrong.
do you remember his first example was an intercontinental ballistic missile? Like, oh yeah, of course we built one of those and set it up and shot in the sky. You did too, like just
No, but plenty of people
unverifiable
have.
shit. We only observe
Like,
this.
the reason I
We
get
only
frustrated
observe this
is just
Coriolis flight in space. That's
they
the
just
only
drag you
time it's
through the mud.
observed.
They drag
That's
you
all
through the
right.
mud with something that's not even representing their actual position.
Okay.
And
Ad
then, and,
hom,
they,
because you lost.
and then they want to pretend that they're teaching you by saying reference frame. I just specifically made a point, and your response is to go back into your stupid little script. This is why
Well,
I'm getting frustrated. Respond to what I said, Campino.
isn't reference frame and relatively necessary when you're talking about motion?
All right, let's see. This is what I'll do. I'll just keep repeating it. And no matter
Well, you
what
can
you guys
repeat it
say back,
if
when you don't
it's
answer
an
the
invalid
question,
statement.
when you don't
It's
answer the
invalid.
question, I'm just going to keep repeating it. How about that?
Yeah,
We'll do it that way.
it's invalid.
Okay. How about that?
It's
How about that?
invalid.
So when you leave the Earth in a plane, is the destination moving away from you?
No.
There you go.
Well, there's
So
no
you don't
Coriolis
believe in the
effect.
globe. Okay, left lane doesn't believe in the globe. Who else we got? Who
No,
else
no,
we got?
you're wrong. You're neglecting the fact that our model states that the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. Why are
So
you
it's
Okay.
on
neglecting
lockstep.
that?
So no
irrelevant.
Coriolis.
He doesn't
It's
get
irrelevant.
it. Okay. Another glober. Any globers want to disavow the globe next? Left lane doesn't believe in the globe. It took him a couple years in here. He finally.
Yeah, you're misrepresenting me. You're misrepresenting me.
Kosho? No, you just misrepresented yourself. Kosho?
No, I didn't. I said I know exactly what I said, and he's misrepresenting
Yeah,
what
you
I
said
said
that you said
and
the
saying
globe
a
doesn't
bunch of
have
bullshit.
Coriolis in your answer.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
dude. If you said that the air is just moving in lockstep with the Earth, then there's no Coriolis.
You said the
Exactly.
destination is to
That's
move away
wrong.
from
That
the.
is incorrect.
Exactly. Like what I said earlier, Witsit, the only place you can observe the Coriolis, they're saying, is when you're in outer space. But as long as you're in the atmosphere, there's no Coriolis force. That's what they've been fucking saying, is that, oh, everything works the same down here, but all these magical things that we talk about happen up there. They're proclaiming to have knowledge of the fucking heavens.
No, but they double
So
talk. They double talk
this is
because
like
then they
such.
say there is Coriolis, and then they say that there isn't. Because I mean, well, they don't understand when they're saying that it's moving in lockstep that there isn't any Coriolis. They still think there's Coriolis, but
Yeah,
it
just
Well,
moves in
that's the
continue to
lockstep.
question then.
misrepresent.
When does the movement of the Earth kick in and not affect the plane? How high do I need to be above the surface, left lane, in order to observe the ground moving beneath me? That's a straight
Outside
question.
the
What,
atmosphere.
There you go.
what,
So he doesn't believe in the globe, and left lane's disavow.
Bro,
So do we have another baller in here that wants to defend the actual globe model?
Hey, would
discredited.
somebody back me up on it?
I'm backing you up.
I
Or
think
not me.
so. I think it's funny.
Your
So go
team.
ahead.
Your
What's your
team.
claim? What's your claim exactly?
There-
What's the claim that you're saying? I just got back. I wasn't listening. Just got back.
Does the
What was that?
destination, if I take off the Earth in a plane, does the destination move away from me? Yes or no?
Well, it depends on which frame you're using. Describe the movement.
Does
Oh
the
my God.
destination move away from me?
You seriously have to tell him whether it's all within the same reference frame or if
There
you're
is no same
asking
reference
him
frame.
It's a
whether he's
binary
moving away from
question.
something that's in a different reference frame.
There's
You
no,
guys are so
planes aren't
interested.
immune to Coriolis. This is basic physics. You don't get to pick and choose because you're on Discord and want to defend the ball till you die. That's not how it works. Just saying the word
What's it
reference
ask
frame
you?
doesn't change shit, dude. I just told you guys that.
Yeah,
It's
but
a
in
binary
physics,
question. It's yes
in
or no.
physics,
Does it move
physics, you're
away from
required
you?
to have
Yes
a
or
reference
no?
frame to answer that question.
Does
It's a
when the plane takes off, does the destination move away from it?
In the inertial frame, it's you could say that.
Binary question, yes or no. There's no additionals to it. It's either a yes it does or no it doesn't.
It's an invalid binary question
If you're
fallacy.
saying there's a scenario that the reference frame
You're
it
invalid.
doesn't move away from it, and that's
Fine.
what actually happens, then your answer should be no. Do you guys know how yes and no questions work?
In that reference frame, though, in the rotating frame, it's not moving away from it.
Okay, so when the plane leaves the Earth, the destination does not move away from the plane.
The rotating frame, though.
What frame is not rotating?
The inertial frame.
Which is what?
One. Just any frame, like the frame that the rotating frame is rotating in reference to. So I mean, it really could be any frame outside of the Earth.
Oh, so you guys are bringing up something completely irrelevant to confuse people because you're confused. I already called this out, though. This is why you all want to light up and interrupt me right now because I'm exposing it. You keep using the word reference frame and relative as if it's giving you intellectual high ground that you're teaching us, but it's not, because that's a stupid response if your answer is that it doesn't leave, period. So now you're talking about something outside the Earth? Yeah, well, if we go outside the Earth, then it would. So you're just wasting everyone's time. So then your answer
Listen.
is no.
What's it? Calm down. Nobody said any of those things.
Well,
Nobody said anything about leaving the Earth.
Dude,
Nobody said anything about leaving the
literally
Earth.
saying exactly what I said.
No.
Literally,
Nobody said
literally,
anything
you
about
guys
leaving
fucking
the
changed
Earth.
Our prediction, dude. We literally.
We simply,
predicted
I
what
simply,
you
I
guys
simply
said, and
said.
you fucking did it. Like,
Yeah, nobody said anything about leaving the Earth. Okay, we said which reference frame you're using. In order to describe in order to describe a movement, you have to decide which reference frame you're describing that movement in. It doesn't mean that you have to leave the Earth to do that. You can choose any reference frame you'd like, whichever one's the most relevant for whatever it is that you're trying to describe. But in this case, we're talking about a plane's movement, and the relative reference frame is usually only the surface of the Earth.
Listen
It's never
very
the inertial
carefully.
frame.
Listen very carefully. Is the Earth and the atmosphere the same reference frame?
It depends on what you mean, because I mean the
Dude,
air
that's a
moves
yes or
slightly
no
different.
question,
So
Joe. It's yes or no.
well, it depends on what you mean, because if you're saying that does the air move with the Earth? Yes, but is it also independent in that? Yes.
Blatant
double speak throwing you out of court now,
Well,
right?
that's what I'm saying. That's why I said it depends on what you're asking.
Blatant double speak. So, let's see if any other ballers can answer. Is the Earth and the atmosphere the same reference frame? Yes or no?
Wow.
False dichotomy.
Telling.
False
dichotomy. Yeah,
Dichotomy.
it's a false yes or no. It's a false binary
Come on,
question
dude.
fallacy.
Wait. Time out. Are you saying that it can be multiple reference frames at the same time?
No, I'm saying they can be reference frames that are very close to each other, even though they might not be exactly identical to the nth degree.
Oh, so they're not the same. So they're not the same reference frame.
I would say generally yes they are, but technically they're not.
Okay,
That's not what
no.
you
Then
said
the
2
answer is
minutes
no. They're
ago,
not the same
but
reference
fine.
frame. So then every response you guys give, claiming they are the same reference frame, is you disavowing the globe. I'm glad to know you guys finally woke up to the globe deception, and now you don't believe in the model. Welcome to the club.
I mean,
No,
it's
objects
Demonstrating
welcome to
your
flat Earth.
broken opinion of it.
No, that's what it is.
Objects aren't reference frames, though.
We know the reference frames doesn't save you though, because anytime you have the option to leave the target or not leave the target, which happens when there's a Coriolis effect, it's always faster to leave the target. Shorter distance. It's always a shorter distance. It's always a shorter distance to leave the target.
Yeah, not in the non-inertial frame.
That
Which
frame's
is the frame,
irrelevant.
which is the frame. It's not irrelevant in this case. That's the frame we use to describe the movement.
Okay, if there's a plane, if there's a plane flying over my head and it's going in a straight line, and I jump on a merry-go-round and start spinning, that frame is irrelevant. That's not what the plane's actually doing. The plane's actually going in a straight line. It's not doing loop-de-loops in the sky.
Yeah, in the case you described, using the inertial frame makes sense. And in the case of an airplane, we never use the inertial frame. We use the non-inertial rotating Earth.
Dude, the inertial frame is the only one that matters. The rotating one, there's all kinds of pseudo forces start popping up, and
lines start curving when they're not, when we know they're not. Newtonian mechanics falls apart when you jump on a non-inertial reference frame because they're fucking irrelevant. The non-inertial reference frame should stand for nonsense.
What's super funny though is like you guys are all sitting here pretending like we didn't just listen to you blatantly doublespeak, right? So it's like you can't answer the question. Yes, but no. False dichotomy. Jesse says it's a false dichotomy, dude. I said,
Yeah,
I said, is the Earth and the air the same reference frame? And Jesse said, it's a false dichotomy.
It is, and I can back that up. You're putting it into the dichotomy that it has to be either exactly 100% infinitely perfectly identical or absolutely perfectly identical to the inertial reference frame. You're not leaving any third option for it to be almost identical to Earth reference frame.
No, that's not a false dichotomy. My question is not a false dichotomy. I said, is it the same reference frame or not? If you want to say no, but it's really, really close, that doesn't matter. Your answer's still no, which means it's not a false dichotomy.
But see, then you're gonna take this on to the next step and say that because we say that it's not exactly perfectly identical, that therefore it's not practically identical, when practically it is identical.
So you're preemptively determining what I'm going to say next to then falsely attribute my question as a false dichotomy. So it's very logically fallacious and remedial. My question wasn't a false dichotomy, and that's just objective.
No, you said it before. I don't have to wait for you to say it again. I know what you're going to say because you said it before. Go ahead, Gio.
So you're giving false accusations of false dichotomy due to a preemptive attempt to try to avoid the subsequent argument, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
You just got fucking exposed by Witsit. Holy shit.
I'm just gonna start talking fast. Dude, can you guys acknowledge it's not a false dichotomy? It's very simple. When you keep bringing up, you have to talk about reference frames. I'm like, okay, let's talk about reference frames then. I'm like, is the Earth and the air the same? And you go, no, but yes, and no. The answer is no. They're not.
No, the answer is
the
not no.
same.
The air and the Earth are in the same reference frame when the air is not, when there's no wind. So there's that. No, there's sometimes
when
no
the plane
wind.
when the plane takes off, it's now the plane's now become inertial. So it's inertial to the rotating reference frame.
The planes are not inertial.
This is what's just objective. In the globe model, the air is a separate reference frame from the Earth. That is objective. If any ballers want to bet me money, we'll go to you pick out whatever department of physics that you want to, and then we'll go ask them, and we'll tally up 10 of them, right? And then we'll see who it is that's right. Because this whole like just double speak in Discord, but pretend you're teaching us stuff, it gets really frustrating. That's why I jumped in frustrated.
Why don't we make it a little more clear and just ask them which would be the shorter path for the airplane according to its fuel consumption? Was a straight line along straight from the pole to the equator, or should he lead on the equator?
Now listen to this. This is the funny part. This is awesome. I'm about to slam dunk on you. Thank you so much. Okay, so you said that they're not the same reference frame, but practically they are. Well, no, they're not. But it's just a really, really, really small difference. Okay, so that really, really small difference is still a difference, which means that leading the path would still be shorter.
Yep.
I mean, it depends on which way the wind's blowing. If there was no wind anywhere ever on the Earth at all, then it would be. Why do three of you half mods cut me off in the middle of my sentence?
My bad. Let Jesse finish.
It wasn't just you. It's like it triggers. Anyway,
we get all antsy in the pantsy. Go ahead.
I don't remember what I was saying now.
Well, it was double speak. I can say it for you. You me say it for you?
Yeah, I remember. So no, if there was no wind whatsoever anywhere on the Earth at any point in time, then the Earth and the air would be the exact same reference frame.
That claim
as it may be, there's, as it may be, there might be an eastward wind of 10 miles an hour on the equator. So that subtracts 10 miles an hour from the reference frame at that point. It might be west. It could be the other way. But on average, it's pretty close to zero. But for all practical purposes, a 10-mile-an-hour change in the reference frame is easily accounted for or easily dealt with by an airplane when he goes to land.
Yeah, so I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I thought you were done. You paused and then kept going. But like that claim defies physics. So this is where a lot of flat earthers let the Globers run wild in fantasy land, where they can just make stuff up. And they just say, if there was no wind, the atmosphere would be moving perfectly with the Earth. That's a really cool claim, bro. That's an awesome, fantastical physics-defying claim you have there. But do you have any actual empirical evidence? You guys can't even cite that. You can't even cite it from a university. Cite it.
How does it defy physics, though?
Okay, no problem. It's
that's
called
my
the
question.
Law of conservation of energy. Okay, and it's called the law of conservation of momentum. Are you guys familiar with the fact that those are physical laws?
What's stopping the air then?
Hey, does everyone agree to the validity of the laws of physics that are the law of conservation of energy and the law of conservation of momentum? Yes or no?
So what's stopping the air in this instance?
So you do agree that
Are you going to elaborate or not?
Do you agree that they're valid laws of physics?
They are valid, yes.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so if I have air moving with the Earth, the higher I go above the Earth, the faster that air is going to have to go. Because, wait, Leflin, you're lighting up. Do you disagree?
No. I'm just moving around.
Okay, so
Well, actually, Kosho disagreed yesterday. We had this conversation, and Kosho
Hold on,
said
Dice. Let him explain. He wants to be the
thank you,
expert.
Ed. I
Let him
don't need
explain,
you to
please.
fucking tell me what to do, bro. Settle down. Kosho agreed yesterday that the further you go out into Earth's atmosphere, the slower that it's actually going to go, and the less thereof, and even past the moon. Like this, kind of what the conversation
this
was.
is what I'm trying to tell you, baller. I'm tell you, flat earthers. Okay, the ballers know they can come on here and they can just make stuff up, and they can work together to speculate through answers. And then when they think they've got one that they all kind of agree is the best they can come up with, then they all just say it. Okay, that doesn't make it real. That doesn't mean that physics allows it, and it doesn't mean that's even what the mainstream official model says. Just because they come up with something over the course of weeks in little group meetings doesn't make it real. So we're talking about physical laws. Okay, if the air is
Well, hold on. You just said a whole bunch of stuff there, a whole bunch of accusations. I just wanted to point out it's projection again, of
I'm not
course.
projecting anything.
Please continue.
Okay.
That was not a helpful interruption, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, wouldn't it be like kind of an anomaly if it was? So,
what are you expecting from him? Sorry.
yeah, this is very simple concept, right? If I draw a circle and then I draw bigger circles around it, obviously the radius of the circles as I go further out is greater because they're bigger circles. This would be like the atmosphere. The first circle is the Earth. The second circle is the first layer of the atmos, right? Because as we increase height, we increase radius. So that means that for the air to all move together with the Earth, the higher you go, the air's having to travel a greater distance. If it's going to make one rotation all together in the same amount of time, that means it has to travel a greater distance in the same amount of time. That means it has to go faster. In order for it to go faster, it has to have more energy. This is called the laws of conservation of energy and momentum.
Should we go into all the reasons why it is getting energized?
Do you agree with the statement?
Generally, but there are energy inputs into the system.
Wait, time out. What do you mean generally?
Well, I mean, what you're describing is true, just in relation to a law of a rotating body. The further away you get from the center, the higher tangential velocity. But it doesn't accurately describe the conditions of our atmosphere.
So the atmosphere doesn't move with the Earth.
It's dynamic.
That's irrelevant, dude.
It's not irrelevant.
It's
It's dynamic. Like I'm looking at stratus clouds right now. I'm sitting down here in Eloy, Arizona. stratus cloud's probably 10,000 feet up, and I'm referencing off my mirror. They're just barely creeping along. So, I mean, it's pretty close to the same rotation as the Earth.
Oh
10,000 feet
wow!
up.
Let's just baselessly beg the question, like boldly reify.
It is, but within our model, that atmosphere at 10,000 feet up there is moving real close to the same rate as the Earth.
Yeah, and that's a you problem because
Hold on.
Kosho said something about removing the wind, and so did Jesse, and then Leftlin
Well,
agreed, which means
well,
all
that
the
would
ballers
be
agree. All the ballers
well, that
agree.
would-
If we remove the wind, that the atmosphere is moving perfectly with. Now, not all of them. Xanax disagrees with you guys. Rumpus disagrees with you guys. Ruif disagrees with you guys. But either way, the people in here, right? Because you can't hold people accountable for other people's claims. So
right.
does everyone here agree that if we removed the wind, that the Earth's atmosphere will be moving in perfect lockstep with the Earth?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So that means in that scenario, the higher layers of the atmosphere have to have more energy to make it move faster, right?
What do you have more energy? Well, but I mean, it's less dense, so it may be going 2 miles an hour faster at 50,000 feet, but it's also got a lot less density per cubic meter. So I'm not sure how you're measuring energy.
That doesn't help you. So you didn't answer my question, and you notice how the ballers can never answer questions. Like they always have to qualify their answers, and then what they do as a tactic is they say I'm asking loaded questions, but I'm not. These are not loaded questions. You have to qualify your answer because you can't answer the actual question.
Can you stop projecting already?
I'm not projecting at all. I answer questions all the time.
You always project.
Think about it a minute. Yeah, let's just thinking about it. That if there were no energy inputs and the Earth was rotating, no wind on the ground, I would probably expect to be a little lag as you increased altitude. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. That's actually viable regarding physics. So, and this is why I don't like to skip over with the qualifying explanations. It's not a productive way to have an intellectual conversation. We have to establish the parameters. Socratic method. We have to establish the parameters and the agreed upon terms and understand it. We agree, right, that if the atmosphere is moving in perfect lockstep with the Earth, then as you go higher, it's going to have to go faster, which means there's going to have to be more energy introduced to make it go faster, right?
I mean, it would take time for it all to get caught up to speed. If the Earth had just started, then there would definitely be lag. But you said that the air wasn't moving, so I'm assuming by that you mean that it's reached equilibrium, and all the air has caught up to its velocity.
You guys are the one that said something about no wind, so now we're rocking with yours. So, okay, I'm going to jump the gun here because this will take like 30 minutes unless I just summarize. So what your guys' current position is, as in the people in here, because you guys can't agree, and I've been asking for weeks for a citation so I can see what the actual globe says. No one's provided one. I went and looked myself. They don't exist. So this is all just speculative, rebut the flat earth Discord land. Okay, so what you're basically saying is that back when the earth first started, so when little dust particles from the sun decided to dap up and congregate and make little babies and become matter, and then gravity coalesced into a ball and it just began, or whatever your story is. Then the atmosphere was moving slowly or more and more behind the Earth the higher you went. But over the course of time, it all equaled out, and now it moves perfectly in lockstep with it. Is that accurate? That's what you guys think? Is this the tactic? Like in these moments, just don't respond?
Silence.
I don't know. You were just
what you're saying.
rambling.
What's it?
You were just rambling on, and I just kind of disengaged.
What? Get out of here. Are you serious?
I'll ask it again. Okay, really concisely.
That's what I did. That's what I'm just being honest.
All I did was add in what your mainstream explanation for the Earth is, which is that it was formed by dust particles from the sun. That's what you think you live on. But anyway, we'll leave that part. Are you guys saying that when the Earth first started, the atmosphere was moving separate from the Earth and it was lagging behind it more and more the higher you went, but that over time it equalized and now it moves in lockstep with the Earth? Yes or no?
Sure.
False dichotomy.
False dichotomy.
Yes, we're not saying lockstep. We're saying nearly lockstep.
No, you said if there was no wind, it moves in lockstep.
Oh, yeah, if there's no wind, and by wind I mean any air moving relative to the ground. If there's no air moving relative to the ground, then it's in lockstep, and then it's the same reference frame. That's what we're saying.
Buddy, the wind is just a dynamic system. Okay? So if I'm driving in a car, the car and the air in the car is the Earth. The fact I turned the AC on doesn't mean shit. We're not talking about that. You're the guy who said if we turn the wind off, it moves in lockstep. The question now is, are you saying that when it first started, it wasn't moving in lockstep, but now it is?
Which it don't cuss.
I'm trying not to.
Well, theoretically, if the Earth wasn't spinning and it started spinning, then there would be a lag before the air caught up to speed. I'm not sure what you're getting at.
You are sure what I'm getting at, and you're being a sophist. So your answer was yes without saying yes. So you guys think that at the beginning, the atmosphere was lagging behind the Earth, but over the course of time, it equalized out, and now it's all moving in lockstep with the Earth.
Silence is an admission.
No, I mean, I don't think that there's
Oh, that's cute. He got a
an accurate way to
soundboard. What
answer
a
it.
big boy.
I'm just going to start playing the cricket sound when you guys like blatantly disrespect me like that.
I don't think that there's a direct answer to that. Either way it's answered, it's going to be attacked.
Well, that's kind of the point of this, Left Lane. Yeah, I don't believe in your model. I don't believe in fairy tales. I don't believe where people say they know what happened billions of years ago. I don't believe in stuff like that. I think that's weird. I think it's weird that people think they know what happened billions of years ago. Almost as weird as people thinking they know that they looked it back in time with a telescope. So, anyway, this is what you guys are having to say, okay? Let me help you out. That the Earth started and that the atmosphere was lagging behind it, but that over the course of time, that the energy equalized out, the atmosphere equalized out, so that it all moves in lockstep with the Earth. Right? That's what you have to say. I mean, you've effectively said as much. Then I still man your position in good faith. I'm not in any way strawmanning it.
You are the opposite of good faith, please.
Thank you for your valuable input. You're 10 for 10 today. So can we just move on to... This is making it take a long time. Why can't we just move on to the next step? Because you guys know that I'm setting you up. That's why you won't answer. You know I have a follow-up that's going to refute you.
The problem is your follow-up depends on us falling for a false dichotomy.
What's his follow-up?
Okay, so if you're saying that the atmosphere was lagging behind the Earth, but then it equalized over time, you're going to have to offer a specific viable mechanism of a very particular amount of energy that was introduced to the system, proportionate to altitude, so that it gives you the exact amount of increase in speed.
The magnetic field and the fact that the charged particles from the sun ionize the gases in the thermosphere, giving those gases up there in the thermosphere an added influence from the magnetic field, which is rotating in the same rotational speed as the rest of the Earth.
Yeah. Okay.
So
that's the best you got. It's gonna get bad. But anyway, so first of all, here's my question. So then, in theory, the atmosphere could have just started spinning faster than the Earth, right?
I mean, I don't claim to know what the relationship was when it started, but yeah, it could have started any of those ways.
No, I'm saying if what you're saying is that the magnetic field and then the energy from the sun is speeding up the higher layers to where it catches up to the lower layers and then it all moves in lockstep, then in theory, if it had introduced enough energy, it could have just moved faster than the Earth, right?
Well, the magnetic field, basically, if you were only using the influence of the magnetic field, then it would just simply match the rotational speed because that's the speed that the magnetic field's going. But because it's like they say, it's a dynamic system. It's not just the magnetic field; it's also the energy, also the friction. It's a number of things.
Okay, dude. The magnetic field would not introduce just the right amount of energy proportionate to altitude to make the Earth. First of all, if that's what you're claiming, then you're claiming that it did start off moving in lockstep because it's always had a magnetic field.
No, I'm saying that those gases, if they were only influenced by the magnetic field, then they would rotate with the magnetic field, which is rotating with the Earth.
Now, this is what I do know, right? And I'm trying not to be like I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything, but like, I know, right, that you guys have never actually thought this out. You've never actually read an article or a paper about it because it doesn't exist.
You can't read
Can I say
people's
something?
minds.
Yeah, can I say something to Kosho or ask him a question? Kosho, if the magnetic field is rotating with the Earth, then how do you explain the flipping of the magnetic field?
What do you mean? Why would that be a problem? The magnetic field, the poles are what's flipping, right? But yeah, the magnetic field is the poles are gradually moving and shit. So
the globe admits that the precession of the magnetic field does not match the axial precession of the Earth.
yeah, of course.
Okay,
Well,
so
that's
it
what you
doesn't
just
move.
said originally. That was your original
It's
answer
not.
to Coach.
No, I said it's rotating the same speed as the Earth, and that is
Then
true.
he just told you it's not.
Now that the super rotation is
He just told you it's not.
stopped. No, but you're talking about the poles and they're moving. That's not the
No,
same
I'm
as
saying that the globe model, the geodynamo model, and the geomagnetic field model, as of now in 2023, admits that the axial precession of the Earth does not match the precession of the magnetic field. They do not move in lockstep at all. They're different.
Yeah, but you're saying the precession.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about the rotation.
Oh my God, dude, they're both processing and they're not processing together.
That's fine, but we're talking about the rotational speed of the air, and so that would just the rotational speed of the magnetic field is all I'm talking about.
It's not the same as the Earth.
Yeah, but the rotation. If there's no super rotation, then that means that they're traveling at the same speed right now.
The super rotations to do with the air. Now we're talking about the magnetic field. Okay, here, let me just boil this down here. This is the point I'm trying to make. I know that you guys haven't read. I empathize with you.
You can't read our minds. You don't know shit.
I do know because I read.
No, you don't. You can't read people's minds. Stop pretending you can. It's dishonest and disgusting and stupid.
Sorry, did he say that he knew he read your mind? Did he say that? No, right?
Yeah, he said he knows we didn't read stuff. That means he pretends he can read our minds.
Yeah,
He
so
can't. He doesn't know.
Okay, so
you would
here's
you would offer up
That
a
was
viable
hilarious.
explanation if you actually read it, Ed. That's how he knows you didn't read it.
Yeah, and in addition, I diligently researched for the official answer, and I couldn't find it anywhere. I've never even seen an accredited source for the globe actually detail an explanation for this. It's just completely overlooked, and they just say it does this because it has to do this, right? Like it's just assumed. So this is my point, though, right? Let's see if we can get to this part. Okay, we're removing wind. Remember, please don't revert back to the wind. That's called a red herring fallacy. Okay, so without the wind, you guys are claiming that the Earth's atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth. Okay, so, but it didn't do that at first. Energy was introduced. Now, Coach was saying something about the magnetic field and stuff, and that doesn't work, but put that aside for a second. Like, how much does the atmosphere at that moment when it first began, how much was it lagging behind the Earth? Do we have like an official
Why is that relevant in the first place?
Because that's how we're going to determine how much energy has to be introduced.
Why is that relevant?
Because that's how we're going to determine how much energy has to be introduced.
Yeah, you said it already. Why is that relevant?
Because you have to have an accurate, viable mechanism to offer that amount of energy to get that amount of increase in speed.
Yeah, those conditions are. I don't even know how we would imagine what the condition was.
What? Well, we can just use the radius of the Earth relative to the radius of the atmosphere with the increase in altitude, and we can see how much faster the atmosphere would have to move in lockstep.
Well, we could just take today, stop it, stop the Earth, stop the atmosphere, stop everything, and then put the Earth in motion and see how that would propagate up to the top. That would be a good idea.
What would be a
That's
good
interesting.
idea is if we could actually test your guys' claim that you guys are ad hoc making up. So I want to know, like, now Janik has actually come up with a number, and so did Rumpus.
Which ad hoc claim, to be specific?
Rumpus came up with, I think he said somewhere between 10 and 20 miles per hour behind the Earth at cruising altitude.
Rumpus
That's
isn't
what
here,
yeah.
so why is this relevant again?
Oh,
Dude, you're like a child.
Well, he was talking about it, and I asked him about that, and he was talking about like the surface imparting at the equator 1,000-mile-per-hour tangential speed to the air molecules next to it, and those molecules transferring that energy to the ones above it, and so on and so forth. And that would indicate that the upper atmosphere would lag, yes. Or if it was, in lockstep with it, it would be going like 20 miles an hour faster at 30,000 feet or something like that.
You don't need anything to do with the freaking lower layers giving anything to the higher layer. It's basic physics, dude. It's like,
Well, that's what that
E
is.
equals
That's what it's doing. It's
That's
it's
what you
the
say,
Earth's
bro.
rotation dragging the atmosphere and those molecules transferring the energy to the ones above them. That's what's making it rotate with the Earth.
Okay, yeah. Basic fluid mechanics tells us that the further out you get, the more it's going to drag. Okay, the point is that it's a very simple concept here, right? It's really just irrefutable. Like, if you have speed equals distance over time, if you cover a greater distance in the same amount of time, you have to increase the speed because speed equals distance over time. So if I run 100 yards and it takes me 5 seconds, and then I run 200 yards and it takes me 5 seconds, I obviously ran faster when I went 200 yards. Okay, basic stuff here. In order for me to go 200 yards in 5 seconds, I'm going to have to use more energy than I used to run 100 yards in 5 seconds. Right.
I think the increased tangential velocity at 50,000 feet would
You
be
can play your
2.5
flute soundboard.
miles.
Sorry, I won't play it again. What's up? What'd you say, Jesse?
I think the change in tangential velocity at 50,000 feet would be 2.5 miles an hour.
That sounds correct.
You said at 15,000 feet?
50.
Okay. Can you drop the math? Or like, can you just describe the math?
Yeah, hold on.
You can just say it out loud.
Okay, 1,000 divided by 4,000 times 4,010.
1,000 divided by 4,000.
That's 1,000. That's 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, divided by the radius at the equator, times the radius plus 10 miles at the equator.
So did I just hear that 1,000 divided by 4,000 then times by 4,000 more or less isn't more or less 1,000? Because
I'll drop the math.
Okay.
Well, if you divide something by 4,000 and then times it by 4,000 again, it's going to be more or less the same as when it started.
Yeah, that's because an airplane at 50,000 feet is very close to the same radius from the center of the Earth as it would be on the ground.
Wait, where do we get 4,010 if we're 50,000 feet?
Yep,
it's 10
miles.
Okay.
So if you think about it, 10 miles is not a very large fraction of 4,000 miles.
That's not yeah, of course. But that's not even the point. I'm not even disputing the number. I just wanted to know how I got the number. So this is obviously going to increase the higher we go. So by the time we get to space, right, 62 miles, then we're going to have a bigger number, obviously. But anyway, so now what we need now is a viable mechanism that can introduce the energy, just the right amount, mind you, to make it speed up that extra 2.5 miles per hour, and really more than that, the higher it goes.
Yeah, 15 miles an hour at space. But like, you mean friction?
Okay, so go ahead. Explain how that somehow answers my question.
Well,
mean, if
I
you
already asked you this like 15 minutes ago. What's stopping the air from moving up there? And you never answered with it.
But stopping the air, you guys claim that gravity holds the air down.
Right, so then it's still moving with the gravity of Earth. So then what's stopping the air from moving? Again, you didn't answer.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So
Oh my God. Yes.
Ed's answer
What's
is
the
that
answer?
gravity just magically keeps it in lockstep.
Yeah, wouldn't friction
So
be
what's the
like,
answer with it?
That's
Wouldn't-
stupid.
yeah, sorry, can I say, wouldn't friction be explaining the basic speed, not the extra speed? I think that's what Witz is asking. Am I
I'm
right?
waiting.
I mean, I missed what you said. Sorry.
So friction explains the basic speed, but not the extra speed, right? So you're asking about
Yeah.
the difference. Yeah. So
Yeah.
what explains the difference in speed?
Exactly.
You can't just say the same thing because that's not an answer to the question.
Yep. Like just saying gravity doesn't help you, like at all.
Well, that's what you just told me. Because I asked you what's stopping the air from moving, and your answer was gravity.
No, I didn't say
So
like.
do you have a real reply then?
Wait,
So we're
isn't that what your model claims?
Now, do you have a real answer? What's stopping the air up there then, Witsit?
Your model claims that it's gravity.
I'm asking your answer.
No, we're not changing away from the globe. We're talking about the globe.
No, he's talking about the resistance in the upper atmosphere. What would hold it back from spinning, from moving?
That's
What
not
would hold it back from spinning?
Yeah, what would be causing drag?
Okay, well, according to Ed, right then, he's saying gravity would do it.
No, that's not what I said.
gravity
Don't lie about what I said. You're not gonna
It's
get
not
away with
drag
it.
anyway. No one's like, even with zero drag, you still aren't explaining the extra movement. That's the point.
The extra what?
There's higher speed than there should be, is Witz's point, right? Which no one wants to address.
Well, I mean, if you really think about all the dynamics involved in the atmosphere from the ground to the top, in the Earth's magnetic field, the energy input from the sun, the jet streams, which are sort of a secondary result of the Coriolis, blah blah blah. All these things have to be considered to come up with a. I mean, it would, and even the answer to that would sort of be gray.
Well, that makes it worse for you, though. That's what you guys don't get. Okay, here's the whole setup, right? Here's the conclusion. When you start to invoke, and I know you think it's a safe bet to be like, oh, there's tons of things as a dynamic system. So we have gravity, and then solar flares, and solar energy, and the magnetic field, and then friction from the lower to the higher, and all this different stuff, right? That doesn't help you, though, because if you have all these different forms of energy that are actually changing the speed of the higher layers, then what are the odds that all of those add together to give exactly the right amount of energy at each altitude increase that it speeds up and then just perfectly is in lockstep with the Earth?
Who says that's what happened?
Nobody says
Again, Ritz, if you neglected to tell us what's stopping the air from moving once it starts moving up there. So can you finally answer that question now, please?
Who said the air stopped moving?
It's a non sequitur.
Dumb question, man.
So then if it's speeding up, then there's no problem then. is
Speeding
there?
up? It's not speeding up. In order to speed up, it has to have more energy.
Right, which it gets from the air moving beneath it.
Okay, so you guys are claiming it's not the magnetic field. It's not the energy from the sun.
I don't care what it is. If nothing is stopping it from moving, then who cares?
It's not that something's stopping it from moving. That's such an
Exactly, which means there's no problem.
No, wrong.
I can
It's
assure
like-
you that you're not going to just get to keep screaming through me. Just so you know.
You're effectively saying that, yeah, you can have the same amount of power to go 90 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour, 110 miles an hour, 120 miles an hour, because, the resistance is the same.
Yeah, and this is the bigger point too, right? It's like, look, you guys believe that what we were told about the Earth is true. All the science has proven it, and blah 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 blah.
No, science doesn't prove things. Don't lie about what we say, and you can't read our minds. Stop
Colloquial
pretending.
use of the word "prove." So, Anyway, that's what you guys think, right? That there's an official model,
You
and
don't know what we think. Stop saying that.
dude, if you keep interrupting me, I'm just gonna mute you, dude.
Stop being dishonest.
I'm not being dishonest. You guys say that the current model of the Earth is true. What we were told when we were 5 is accurate, and that all these scientists work on it, know it, and help provide substantial evidence for it, blah, blah, blah. We know the Earth can't be flat. It's a ball that spins. And so anyway, you guys all defend the current model, and you have all these people that are working on the different details for you. So there should be an official answer for our questions. There shouldn't be a bunch of speculation, doublespeak, contradictions. There should be an official answer. I want the official answer. I'm not going to go wake someone else up to the Earth by saying, well, here's the version of the globe that Kosho, Jesse, and Left Lane depicted. No, it's about what the official model says. So can I get
Well, then go look it up.
I have. There isn't an answer.
Go look at official sources. How about that?
I did. There's not an official
Well,
answer.
then what's the problem? Why are you asking us for the same sources if you already got them?
No, I'm saying they don't exist. There is an official answer.
They
Wake
don't
up and
exist,
listen to
and
what he's
somehow
saying,
you got them already. Come on.
Well, Ed, perhaps he's asking if anyone here has any further information because there's a hole. There's a lacking. There's a component of this physics that is lacking. There's a gap in the physical explanation for it. So
yeah.
Okay.
What is that gap?
Why is that a problem? Even if
Because
it was
I'm
true
saying,
that
like-
there is a gap, why is that a problem?
Because it's a huge deal, and if the Earth isn't moving in lockstep with the Earth, then that's going to have drastic implications. The atmosphere is going to be moving further and further behind the Earth.
We never said it was, because there's such a thing as wind.
Well, I'm talking about without the wind. The wind doesn't change anything. The wind goes in all directions. Doesn't help you guys. It's just a red herring.
No, it's actually relating directly to the thing we're talking about, which is the atmosphere.
It's a red herring because the wind goes in all directions. So that doesn't help you guys.
Yeah, we're talking about the overall consistency, Ed, not the intermittent, inconsistencies.
So what about it then?
Okay, so what I'm saying is I'm actually asking, this is a genuine good faith question. This is why it's so frustrating, right? I'm actually asking if you guys know the official answer or can cite it for me, or if you guys are just having to speculate. If you're having to speculate, it's okay. Just be like, oh, I don't know. I've never seen the official explanation. I don't know if one exists. So we just have to speculate. That's all I'm
Right. Well, we just have to take your word for it then that you actually looked up these things, because you have a record of looking up things that
Ed, nobody
don't add up at all.
Go
So
look it up
who
and prove them
knows
wrong.
what you looked for?
No one's stopping you, dude.
Okay,
No,
so
it's
then
not
you
me,
agree.
dude. It
Hold
doesn't.
on, Witz. I'm gonna make a point. So then you agree that when Witz said, "Yeah, I don't know anything about it," he's correct then, right? He didn't read your mind.
No, I
No.
the other day we were talking about this, and I had made an assumption.
It wasn't a question
about
for you,
the-
Coach Show.
Yeah, you
It was a
had
question-
said you
My
guys.
answer is no.
No,
because
it
he's
was
speaking, he's
equally.
talking about all people, and he doesn't know dick about all people. He's just making it up.
What a poor use of profanity. But basically this is the point I'm making, right? It's like I wasn't able to find it. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but whenever the Globers did give me citations, it doesn't answer this. It just says like, does the Earth's atmosphere move with the Earth? What do planes adjust for when they fly? That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking, what was the physical mechanism that introduced just the right amount of energy proportionate to increase in altitude to make it move in lockstep? I want to know the official explanation.
Well, you can talk like that, but it doesn't matter what you want to know. Again, you can look it up. Just pretending you looked it up and saying, well, the answers aren't there, doesn't mean that the answers aren't there. You make up stuff all the time with it, so
I 100% looked it up and could not find an official answer. So
that means nothing.
okay, but you agree you don't know the answer.
That's irrelevant.
Okay, so none of the ballers know the answer. I couldn't find the answer.
Oh, you don't know what all of the ballers know or don't know.
None of
Ed,
them.
Ed, how about this? Ed, do you have a substantive response? If you don't, it's fine. But I'm just saying, do you have one or not? If you don't, you can just say, I don't have an answer to that.
Well, if he just stops attacking people, I would keep quiet. How
All right,
about
let's get over all of that. And I'm just asking to the point, do you have a response? It's okay if you don't. I'm just saying, can we just get past that? Yes or no?
I
Not at
think
this
Chucky,
point.
at the top of the hour, Chucky posted a mainstream explanation for it.
No, he didn't.
He didn't post it, or it's not mainstream?
It's not actually answering my question.
Well, I'm going with
Yeah, I mean, the
gravity
problem is
and
that
friction.
this is all integral to the physics of what is claimed with the globe Earth. That's why it's foundational. So if you don't have this, then there's just a huge missing hole, and you really can't assert anything about atmospheres and any of these things without it.
This is a freaking like 2-sentence science focus art. It's literally guys 3 sentences. So I want an actual accredited source explaining the actual question I asked, not just saying gravity. That doesn't answer it. Gravity doesn't introduce energy proportionate to altitude.
Seems like when they don't know something about the Earth, they just go, "Oh, it's just like Venus."
But wouldn't
That's
this,
what that article says.
but if an object has
Read that
wi-
part. That's just hilarious.
has weight and it's above a moving surface, and its weight pulls it against that moving surface, then that creates friction and imparts the motion to the object that has the weight, right? And so naturally the
That
weight
makes my
begins
point
to.
stronger.
Okay, so why not gas molecules? If they have weight, they come down, they hit against the rotating Earth. That sends them in the direction of the rotating Earth. They bounce back up, but now they've got a sideways. They've got a horizontal velocity because they just moved against they hit against the surface of the Earth, which was moving. So then they go up, but they're not going straight up. They're going at an angle because they got this transverse velocity from hitting off the Earth, which was moving. They hit more air molecules and gets those more air molecules moving, and eventually the whole mass, just like stirring a pot. Imagine if you had a large pot of water and you're stirring it in the middle with a paint mixer, and you've got somehow zero friction on the surface of the pot. Eventually the whole pot would be rotating, even though you're only stirring it in the middle, right?
So you notice how you pretended to be bringing up a real physical demonstration and then said, imagine there's no like outside. Imagine there's no friction to the outside.
Right, he's making it analogous to Earth. So
It's
can
not
you just
analogous.
answer the question?
It's not helpful. It's just
It is. It's a perfect
unrealistic.
analogy.
Dude, stop interrupting me. Stop it. Okay, so you first of all, what you just said is nowhere in this article that Chucky posted. Like it's not even remotely close to saying anything like you just made it all up. Okay, and I want a citation saying what you just said, Jesse. Or did you just make it up?
Which, about stirring the pot?
No,
That
about
was
the gas particles coming down and hitting the Earth, and then having horizontal velocity, and then exchanging them to higher layers as it goes up. I want an article. I want a paper, accredited source saying that's the cause.
that's just basic physics. I mean, I'm sure there are papers, but
Well, then
you
I'm
don't
just going to
you
find
don't
one.
you don't
it's
like
not
argument.
just basic physics. That's
You
that's theorizing, and theorizing without experiment is not science. It's just fairy tales.
Because in the pot example you brought up, the water on the outside is going to lag behind.
Because it has friction against a pot in real life. But if there was no friction against the pot, or maybe if the pot was on a perfectly free spinning ball bearing, then the leg would become less and less as time went on until it was very, very small.
Have any actual evidence for anything that you're saying? And what's even funnier? No, you don't. The answer is no. And what's even
It's
funnier?
perfectly logical. What's wrong with it?
No, it's not.
Then explain what's wrong with it logically.
Okay.
Don't talk about Jesse. Don't know meta shit. Just go over the logic.
Says the guy who only talks about meta shit.
Just go over the logic,
Yeah, the
please.
guy who never actually makes a point is giving us coaching tips.
I'm just going to have to mute him when he interrupts. So, like, the actual point here is that what defies logic is the idea of a frictionless container. Something that's acting as containment. but void of friction. Can you guys show me an experiment of this in any way? Just in any scale, anyway.
You already solved that by telling you the pot stands on ball bearings. So your contention is nullified. Can you
No.
address the point now?
That doesn't in any way give me a container without friction.
Irrelevant. The container is moving because it's on ball bearings, so it's spinning with the motion of the liquid inside it.
That's irrelevant.
So you can address the point now.
Can anyone offer up an explanation or an example of a container without friction?
That contention has already been addressed. The container is standing on ball bearings and it's moving with the spin of the liquid inside it. You can address the point now.
That doesn't address it at all.
Yes, it does. It absolutely nullifies your contention. Go ahead and address the point, please.
I am. That doesn't in any way address the container being frictionless at all.
It doesn't matter if there's friction because the container is moving with the spin of the liquid inside it. So your contention is nullified. Please address the point.
You're saying it doesn't matter at all, but that it was his entire point was that the container was frictionless. He's trying to say that the Earth's atmosphere. Stop interrupting me, dude.
Hold on. Equally, if you interrupt one more time, this is your last verbal warning. I am going to time you out. You understand?
Okay. So you guys are basically claiming that the gravity of the Earth acts as a container and holds the atmosphere down to the Earth, right? Now the Earth is spinning underneath it. Okay. And that it's pulling the atmosphere with it because of gravity. Now, obviously, the gravity gets weaker the higher it goes. And you are now claiming that it can somehow contain it without any form of friction, which is insane. So what I want is actual evidence. If someone can provide for me even just an accredited source that even theorizes what introduced the energy to the higher layers of the atmos to make it speed up and move in lockstep with the Earth. Or we could just admit that we don't know, right? I mean,
I was trying to say earlier that when I made an assumption of what the energy was the other day when I said it was from the solar winds. So it's true that energy does come from the sun, but I was confirmed yesterday when Rumpus came in and he agreed that what I claimed was happening, but it wasn't solely due to the sun's energy. It's due to that sun's energy ionizing the gases, which are then affected by the magnetic field. He said he read this in a paper, and so I went. I didn't see the paper he had read it in, but I see it in plenty of papers on Google Scholar. So it seems that is the case. That the magnetic field does speed the upper atmosphere up with the surface.
okay, so when you say the upper atmosphere, like you mean like the very top, that they say that actually goes faster than the Earth. That's super rotation. Are you talking about super rotation? Because that's not what we're talking about.
No, I'm just talking about in the thermosphere. So basically, the ionized gases that are up there. But yeah, no, this is not. This is not in the super rotation. I'm assuming is caused by this and other stuff. So it's
The
not.
thermosphere is specifically where they
addressing
claim there is super rotation.
Okay, the thermosphere is very big, so I just know that this mechanism does rotate with the Earth at the same rate. So, like I said, if there's a super rotation on top of that, then yeah, there's X. But the magnetic field itself, by itself, would influence those particles to be rotating at the same speed.
No, the Earth's magnetic field doesn't move with the Earth according to the official model. And first of all, what does that even mean? Like the magnetic field is decreasing in energy as it goes down towards the surface, just the right amount to make the Earth's atmosphere move in lockstep with the Earth.
No, the added energy that you're asking about is coming from the charged particles being influenced by the magnetic field, which is going to add speed in their tangential velocity. So if left alone, they would rotate with the magnetic field, but there's other influences, and so they're not being slowed down like the lower particles, but they are influencing those the particles right beneath them. So
Just the
they're
other day,
adding
you were
it.
telling me that they're
They're adding
influencing the
in.
part.
So what?
You were just saying the other day that it was influencing the particles above them.
Well, yeah, they're influencing both.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. So it's influencing both, and that you're saying that basically the ionization in reaction with the magnetic field is exciting these particles to then go faster, but they go faster in all directions.
No. So that's something different. Just the average speed or whatever. The average speed would be would be what they're doing with the atmosphere. Like you can cancel out their random the random direction speed. I'm talking about the overall speed. Once you cancel out all the random directions.
Okay, so you took a little screenshot out of this military document, and I'm like on page 7, and it's already a 1-to-1 comparison was made between they used a computer model to try to program why the top layer of the Earth's atmosphere is moving faster. Nothing to do with the entire Earth's atmosphere. And it says a 1-to-1 comparison was made between the VSH and the MSIS models and the satellite data. The average relative error or percent difference for the models was calculated for each point and was plotted against their frequency of occurrence. A significant shortcoming in the model was discovered as a result of conducting this validation study. By binning the data in a variety of parameters, we were able to evaluate latitudinal and geomagnetic dependencies of the two models. Initially, the plot showed there were conditions where the VSH models overestimated neutral densities. The data was binned by F10.7 values and was discovered that the area of overestimation occurred during times of high F10.7. This problem was corrected, and subsequent results showed lower standard deviation values by 10% for this particular case, the top of the atmosphere. The study also showed that the models provided the best standard deviations in the low latitude regions and during low magnetic activity, and conversely, poor standard deviations of 15 to 18% in the high latitudes and during high magnetic activity. So this actually summarizes my point, which is that the magnetic activity fluctuates. Yes, the magnetic.
I know, but they're not talking about speeds right there. They're talking about the density of the atmosphere.
And that's all in regard to the atmosphere moving with the Earth.
No, that's just addressing how the magnetic field or how the solar storms are affecting the densities. Because the whole paper is basically about atmospheric densities and variations in them at different altitudes, specifically in reference to satellites and their altitude. But in that, it's describing what's giving energy to the upper atmosphere in order to speed it up.
And if the magnetic field is fluctuating and changing the densities, then your explanation of exchange of friction is going to be affected by that if you're claiming that's the causal agent of the increase in speed of the atmosphere.
I'm not saying that's a causal agent.
Well, you were just saying that.
No, I wasn't just saying that. I literally was saying like the energy comes from the sun. I said that it can transfer energy below it, but it's not what's causing the upper atmosphere to be speeding up. Like you were asking specifically about what is this additional energy and where does it come from? And it's a violation of physics. And I'm saying that this is a source of additional energy for the upper atmosphere.
I already explained that you can't just say, "Oh, I think the sun gives energy. Oh, I think the magnetic field gives energy." Boom, problem fixed. That's not how it works. There has to be a very particular amount of energy introduced, increasing with altitude. So if you guys agreed upon the number you said earlier, 2.5 miles per hour, then we need the amount of energy that would cause the entire Earth's atmosphere at that layer to move 2.5 miles per hour in a singular direction faster. Okay? You can't just say, "Oh, the sun gives energy." That doesn't help. First of all, the sun has all kinds of fluctuations, solar activity. It's not even fully predictable. It's constantly changing. The amount of energy is constantly changing. Then where you are in the elliptical orbit would also change. Then where you are in relation to the orbit and the tilt would change. Then in what side of the Earth you're on would change. And the actual energy itself introduced is constantly changing. And I know this is a major problem for your model because I went and researched what the best explanations for super rotation are. And they explain that's one of the biggest downsides of claiming that the sun causes super rotation is because that the introduction of energy is not consistent. So it doesn't actually explain super rotation.
I tagged you. It's it. 16 past.
What does that have to do with my question, Jesse? Why can't you answer my question?
Well, this is about you were asking how could I have a frictionless pot, and this is how I could have a frictionless pot, because I've used the magnetic field to constrain the semisphere of ferrofluid on top of the glass.
Just a second.
Nice. Good one, Jesse.
Well, it's actually not my experiment, but I found a picture online.
No, that's fine. It's even better than the bottom ball bearings. I wonder how we will escape this.
What has anyone actually understood his actual question about what would cause, I mean, where does the energy come from to get the air rotating 2 miles an hour faster at 50,000 feet? Is he not understanding that air has friction? Or
Yeah,
does he
I
think
guess
that
so.
or does he think it takes continual extra energy dumped in continually to maintain that 2.5 miles an hour of extra speed?
I'm guessing he understands just fine, and it's all a ploy to pretend there's a problem. Which, of course, he has the answers to. The expert of everything.
Of course, in this ferrofluid experiment, they're showing a cube magnet. I would use a cylindrical magnet just to reduce the chances of the magnetic field actually pulling the ferrofluid around. Well, I guess I gotta eat something and get busy helping a friend on his head gasket. I was hoping to hear the answer to this one, though.
Something tells me you wouldn't have had an answer anyway.
All right, what happened?
Witsit got a call, and he left in a hurry, and it's been almost silent since then.
Hope everything's okay.
Yep, everything's just dandy. Well, I hope everything's just dandy.
Yes, yes. Well, I don't want to. I was wanting to ask him. I was hoping he was here while it was quiet. That he was sort of implying that talking about reference frames and relativity when we're talking about motion is some attempt to like speak over people's heads or some way condescending. I'm not qualified to be condescending to anybody, really. I mean, but you can't talk about motion without the motion being relative to something and how it moves through reference frames, especially when you got two different reference frames. I just guess I want to make it clear. I don't never ever try to be condescending or speak over anyone's head at all.
You sound very
That
condescending saying that.
I know it. I try to maintain a level of respect for sure.
No, you do good. I always enjoy listening to you.
Oh well, thank you. Where had we gotten to? I actually departed about 45 minutes ago and went and took a shower and got me something to eat and came back.
He was explaining, or I still don't, I don't know enough about his argument to even steelman it, but he has an issue with the air going 2.5 miles an hour faster at 50,000 feet because it takes energy to do that. And I'm not sure if he thinks that it took energy to get it up to that speed and then it's, reached equilibrium and that's okay. He seems to think there's still a problem. Maybe he thinks that it takes a continuous amount of energy to keep it going faster, and without a continuous addition of energy, it would slow down by 2.5 miles an hour. But I wasn't
Yeah,
able to
and also because there's all these other sources of energy like solar flares. He listed a whole bunch of stuff that supposedly should change the speed or something.
I think his ultimate goal must be somehow to argue that it's impossible for the air at 50,000 feet to be going anywhere close to the surface speed of the Earth on a globe if it's rotating. But he didn't get to the point of explaining why, as far as I could tell.
Yeah, and exactly, he never explained why. He didn't explain what should be stopping the air from moving, what's causing the air to slow down once it has the speed. He also never quantified what changes in speed there should be with all these other energy sources he listed. He's just making up problems and pretending he has all the answers. And we actually addressed all his contentions. He just wouldn't acknowledge it, which is just blatantly dishonest.
I have to be careful how deep we go into that
So
with him absent.
yeah, well, we're gonna let this guy. This is the guy that's gonna summarize Witz's point. I mean, could you,
Yeah, we need to wait for Witsit to
Well,
be
it's
critical, I
recorded.
guess.
slightly more important,
Yeah.
something slightly more important would be perfect.
It's recorded first of all, and second, how often does Witsit bring up people who aren't here? He does that all the time. So we can talk about what has been said like not even 1 hour ago. Just relax.
Well, I got to take off. If he comes back and says something profound, write me a note.
All right, Jesse.
Is there any volume?
What do you mean? How many or how loud?
Well, there's a video posted, but I can't hear anything. Is there someone talking? Because all I hear is silence.
They're very quiet. Just pay attention. Just listen.
There's nobody. There's nobody talking on my side, man.
You were talking all over them. Come on.
Can't hear anybody talking, man.
Yeah. Jeremy's gonna get mad at you.
I'll sign out and sign back in, but I can't hear anybody.
All right, I'm sure you can. I promise you can hear them if you sign back.
I can hear you.
Data's talking all over everybody. What are you doing, Data?
I can't. I can hear you. I can hear the other guy. I can't hear who's talking.
You can't hear the inaudible guy. Yeah. Is that what you say? Is that what the excuse is?
So I can hear
the guy?
you. I can hear
All right.
you.
There's
I can't-
somebody
I
talking
can't
right now.
hear
Oh, they left now. Thanks. Okay. All right. Well, you might as well talk, Data.
They're messing, dude. No one's talking.
You think he already dropped? Is he back? You there, Data?
Yeah, I can hear you, left lane. Yep.
Yeah, we're messing with you, man.
So
it's just,
it's just quiet.
Yeah, it's just quiet.
Since you got Chat GPT up there, have you fucked around with it?
So I see ChatGPT available for phones, but all I can see it that it does, you ask it questions and it answers questions. Is that all it does?
Primarily, I mean, for me, I'm doing bills and amendments and acts and things like that. So, for instance, if I look up, like here in Canada, we've got all these Bill C, whatever, and for me, just to compile them and amend them and rewrite them, it's perfect. It's great for that. So, for like lawyer type application, paralegal type application, it's fast and free.
What if it's inaccurate though?
Well, it is inaccurate, and like for instance, if I asked it to list me off of the upcoming bills that are in Parliament or in the Senate or Congress, whatever, but it's the Senate here, it will actually mislabel some of the bills incorrectly because I already know them. So yeah, it's definitely if you're not careful with it and ask it to double check, which I always ask it to, then you know. It always apologizes and says, I apologize for that. You are correct. Or just always ask, am I correct at the end of your question?
I got it to stumble over its own, I guess,
programming or whatever. So we were talking about something, and he said, "Well, I'm not able to give he." I say he. I don't know why. I don't know why I do that. People do it anyway. It said, it said I can't give subjective responses. I can't have an opinion. I don't have any feelings on anything. That's not how this works, kind of deal. I can't have any subjective input. And I said, okay. So, what would you think about me telling you to go fuck yourself? And he said, well, that's offensive. And I said, wait a second. Offensive is a subjective stance. I thought you weren't supposed to do those. And he said, you're right. I'm sorry. And he corrected him. He corrected himself. That's so funny. Like, it's considering morals, but it's like it's bad at it. I don't know. It's funny.
Hey man, I'm sorry, I didn't even hear that. Did you want to repeat yourself?
Oh boy, I don't know.
I got called away probably when you just started, dude.
No problem. Shit. Hold on. I may not remember. Now I'm just pulling up to my house.
You got ChatGPT to contradict itself and be opinionated, basically.
It did. It gave a subjective response because offense is only taken; it's not given. So if one is offended, if something is to be offensive to something that is trying to relate to the information, and that's subjective. It's being subjective about what is offensive and what is not. I think because I said so. I thought you weren't supposed to be subjective, and then it said, "No, you're right. I'm sorry."
No, but that's why I say every time you ask it a question, you have to am I correct at the end of it? Or because it has no, you have to force it to make a choice and a decision. What it is the ambiguity. It's designed for ambiguity, not when it comes to like 2 + 2 = 4 mathematical calculations, but even some of the calculations that I've looked at, even like, for instance, if I was to calculate artificial acceleration and like, for instance, if I wanted to take a set volume balloon with gas in it, helium, a set size with set volume of gas, and I wanted to hang pennies on it, how many pennies would I need per volume per gas? You know what I mean? The size of the balloon. And so it would give me several incorrect calculations. It took me like 5 or 6 times to finally get it to look at the mathematics to match what I would find from Google. So
crazy, dude.
Yeah, so it's designed to be ambiguous as far as I can tell. So I always push it to make a decision.
Make a decision. Yeah. It's like, are we training an AI, or is it all part of the ruse? I don't know.
Well, it's machine learning. I think that's.
But anyway, I'm home, and I'll talk to you guys later. Sorry if I was breaking up. Yes, machine learning. It's.
Well, I think that's what it's more probable. It's machine learning. Like that's the kind of the real application.
But shouldn't we already have like some kind of Discord, Chat GPT, cyborg like person on the panel already? Like make like a Discord app that does all that. What do you think? Oh, stop beeping.
So what's going on here? Why is everybody so quiet? My excuse is I'm driving. So have you guys figured out how the Atmos moves yet?
In lockstep with your imagination.
Yes, indeed. So what happened? Did Witsit put him to sleep? Did they give up? What happened? Last time I heard, you guys were talking spinning Atmos and this and that.
What's the definition of Atmos?
The gas and air that surrounds us. I heard you ad homing left, right, and center.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, yeah.
No, that's not what Atmos means, actually. I'll post a screenshot of the definition. Hold on.
All right, good. We're getting somewhere.
Here we go. Please stop saying Atmos when you're talking about the atmosphere.
Can you please read it for me? Because I'm driving.
I see. Well, it's talking about standard atmospheric pressure. That's two of the definitions, and then the other says the first element, meaning vapor in some compound words of Greek origin. So I don't think you're talking about standard atmospheric pressure or the first element. And yeah, that's what Atmos means.
Right. Okay, but so you want to hear the word atmosphere, right? That's the word you want to hear?
No, that I don't care. It's just that you're using a word that doesn't fit into what you're trying to say. Means something completely different.
Well, according to what you read, maybe.
But that's the definition of the word atmos. Or atmo, because that's the it's the plural form of atmo.
Well, you can use that definition if you like, not a problem. But us, we want to take you away from your fantasy. So when you say atmosphere, we chuckle and laugh and we say, wait a minute, gas forming a sphere? That doesn't happen. So that's why we cut the sphere out of it.
Okay. You can do that, but then the definition of the word you're using changes. So that means you're talking about something else.
Kind of like spherical triangle.
But hold on, atmos is if you hold on, because it again does do of the definition standard atmospheric pressure. So we're back to the atmosphere again anyway.
Right.
Right.
So how about air? If I use air, would that be okay for you?
Well, does that convey what you're trying to say? If you replace atmos with air, does your sentence still have the same meaning? Because that's what you need to figure out.
Okay, what would you call the air that surrounds us?
The atmosphere.
The atmosphere. You see, you wanna hear that complete thing. The atmos that makes a sphere, the gas that makes a sphere.
No, it's not really about that, because then I'm guessing you'll go when flat earthers then talk about flat earth and they say atmosphere, we're gonna do this word game of haha, it's an atmosphere on flat earth, you admit sphere. I don't think anybody serious is really doing that. So just say atmosphere when everybody knows what it means, instead of using other words that have completely different meaning.
Yeah, but I refuse to. I
You can
refuse
just say
to misgender
Montreal.
the earth, right?
Montreal, you can just say the layer of air that surrounds Earth.
I tried that, but he doesn't like that.
No, wait a second, that's not what you said. That's not what you
I
said
didn't
at all.
say anything about surrounding Earth. That's what they want me to say, right? But I'm not talking about Earth. Right now we're just talking about atmos, like a gas that makes a sphere.
That's not how you define words, though.
So tell
because
us.
if you take atmos, it means something different. So you can't say you take atmos and make it a sphere. That doesn't make any sense, and for two reasons. It means something different, and second, there's already an S in sphere, so why would there be one in atmos?
Oh yeah, like that makes a lot of sense, what you just said. Bro, we have air, right?
Uh-huh.
That we breathe, right?
Yeah, it's also known as the atmosphere.
Okay, I'll let you keep that word for now. How far does it go up?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look it up.
So you didn't hear the conversation that everyone's been having for the past few days? You were here.
The height is not really a problem, I think. What's your point? I'll look it up in the meantime. Please make your argument.
Well, we want to know how far the this atmosphere of yours extends, and when
Why?
this atmosphere of yours stops spinning. Because that's the question on the table.
What do you mean stop spinning? What's making it stop spinning?
What's making it stop spinning in your model? Why are you asking me questions about? Don't re-ask questions to me.
No, you're asking me about at what point it stops spinning. So I need you to clarify what would make it stop spinning in the first place.
Okay, fair enough. Does the Atmos stop spinning at any point in your model?
I don't think so.
So the atmosphere spins indefinitely out into space? Indefinitely?
Oh, well, when you say stop spinning, you mean where the atmosphere stops existing, or where there's still atmosphere but it's just not spinning?
Now you're doing it again.
No, I need you to clarify, because what you're asking me, it makes me think you're saying one thing and mean the other. So do you mean the atmosphere stops at one point and that's it? Or do you mean there at one point there's still going to be atmosphere but not spinning with the Earth?
So you're doing it again. You're trying to play trick pool. No, you said that I asked you a question. Does your atmosphere extend indefinitely? You said yes.
No, that's what? No, I never said yes to that.
Okay, so where does it stop? At what altitude does your atmosphere extend to?
I don't know. I'll need to look it up. But let's just say 200 miles. I don't care.
Wait. Sorry, say what?
Let's say it's 200 miles. Now what?
Okay, so 200 miles, that's the extent of your atmosphere, correct?
Fine, let's go with that. I'm not sure if it's correct. Let's go with it.
Okay, let's just say that distance until you look it up. Now, is that atmosphere a gas into a sphere surrounding your mythical thing? Does that turn in lockstep with the Earth? Because I believe your Earth is spinning, correct?
The Earth's spinning, yes. So is the atmosphere. Correct.
So it's in lockstep. It's spinning in lockstep.
I'm not sure about this lockstep thing you guys keep throwing in. I'm not sure why you keep adding that. It's just
you
spinning
seem to be
with
not.
the Earth.
You seem to be not sure about a lot of things, but yet you're into this conversation.
Because you guys often don't want to elaborate. So it's just I'm telling you the atmosphere is spinning with Earth. If you want to throw in this lockstep thing, you need to elaborate on why that's even relevant.
Oh, it's very relevant for your model.
Okay, why?
It's not a reason. It doesn't matter why. We'll get to the why. First of all,
go for the why so I can understand, please.
I'm trying to lead you. I'm trying to lead you to this, but you're fighting every step of the way. You don't know how height. You don't know if it's in lockstep. So
no, but I said let's go for 200 miles.
Why exactly are you? First of all, why are you cutting me off? Number one. You don't know the height of your atmosphere. You don't know if it's in lockstep. So how could we further this conversation?
Well, you refuse to explain why your things are relevant in the first place. So I'll look up the exact height if you really need it. I don't see why you didn't provide any math or whatever.
Well, we'll get to that.
In the meantime, you can elaborate on why it is important to know if the Earth is spinning with the atmosphere in lockstep or if it's just spinning with it. What's the relevance?
Yeah, that's easy for me to explain to you. That has to do with the Coriolis argument that you've been arguing with. That's why. And we need to know these things in order to progress the conversation.
Well, you're just saying it's relevant because Coriolis. Okay, why?
Did you get the info? I mean, how hard is it for you to get this? I mean, you're a crack wizard at this. You were in the convo before, you were saying how people don't understand stuff. You were in it like deep, but now you don't know these things. You don't know the height of the atmosphere. You don't know if it's spinning in lockstep.
Well, I already told you, let's just go with 200 miles. Who cares? Why is that important? You didn't provide any math.
Don't keep
didn't
saying
do,
the same
you
things
didn't do
over and
anything
over.
with the
I don't think
number.
you're gonna get anywhere. Don't just keep saying the same things over and over.
But you didn't do anything with the number I provided, so why is it even important to get it exactly?
That was step number one. I asked you how high the atmosphere is. You said you don't know. We'll go with 200 miles. Then I asked you, is the atmosphere spinning with the Earth? You don't know, you said. So, I mean, there's no use in talking with you, bro. This is an argument from 2016 or so. So,
If you don't know the exact answers to his questions that have no relevance, then that means that you're wrong.
That's what? No. It just
Yeah, if
means
you
he
don't know the
doesn't demonstrate why the number is relevant to get exact in the first place.
yeah, if you don't know the exact height of the atmosphere, then you don't know what you're talking about.
Who cares? Who cares if it's 150 miles, if it's 100 miles, if it's 200? Just explain, demonstrate why the exact figure is relevant. Show me some math or something you do with the number, because you're not doing any of that.
I'm trying to, but you're fighting me every step of the way. Then there's a second part to that question. We achieved the understanding you don't know the height. We picked an arbitrary number of the atmosphere, 200 miles. And my next question was, is this atmosphere, which you just picked an arbitrary height, is it in lockstep? And you seem not to be able to go back past that point. Why?
What's the lockstep relevance again?
It doesn't matter. Answer the question, and then we'll move on.
So you refuse to elaborate?
No, I will elaborate. I told you it has to do with your Coriolis fantasy, but we need to progress step by step here. We can't just go from A to Z, right? To Z. So the
Exactly.
reluctance
So
of you
I'm
answering my
asking you to elaborate one of the steps in between, which you are not willing to do.
I told you I'm willing to do it as long, and I told you what it has to do with, but you're refusing to answer the question if it's in lockstep. I mean, why is that so hard? You've been in this game how many years, Ed? Is it because maybe you know what my question after that is going to be? Are you anticipating something I'm going to ask you after? Could that be the reason?
Well, I'm actually already anticipating word games, which is why I'm specifically telling you the Earth is moving, the atmosphere is moving with Earth. And if you want to throw in some arbitrary word in there to make it a game, that's fine by me, but you need to elaborate. Which you're not willing to do, which means you can't win this game you're trying to play.
It's not a game, it's reality. You're playing the game. So finally now you admitted that the atmosphere is spinning in lockstep with the Earth. You finally
I
admitted
never
that
said lockstep.
in your
I
way.
said the atmosphere is moving with Earth. I never said the word lockstep.
So is it trailing behind? Is it going ahead? What's the speed of your atmosphere in relation to the Earth?
I'm not sure. There's a lot of wind on Earth.
You're not sure.
Yeah.
So a lot of things you're not sure about, but yet you feel.
All that stuff.
Sorry?
There's a lot of wind currents and stuff like that. So
We're not talking about the wind currents. We're talking the atmosphere as a whole, right? That's how you guys talk when you talk about your
as a
model.
whole, there's wind on Earth everywhere. So.
Oh, I know that. That's part of our argument.
Okay. So then why are you hammering on this lockstep thing when you already know the answer?
No, I want you to answer it. I know what the answer to your model is, but I'm wondering why you're reluctant to say it. Is there any
I'm
particular
not reluctant
reason?
to say anything. I'm just asking you to elaborate on this lockstep thing, which you refuse to do. Which
Nah, you
means it's
can't
just
play these games.
which means it's just a word game and you're trying to trap me into some silly word game, which I'm not falling for. And now you're trying to say, well, you're just not willing to answer, blah 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 blah. Just elaborate and this will all be over. Go ahead.
Ed, Ed, no matter how you try, no matter how times you say it, bro, it's not going to change it, right? The games that you're trying to play right now, everybody sees right through them, right? You're unwilling to answer a simple question because you know I have you cornered, and you know you anticipate what I'm going to ask next. So there's no way for me to talk with you any further. I mean, it's useless. It's like
Right.
you
Well,
can't
after
answer.
what I just told you, you must realize that what you're saying now is pure projection, right?
No, you're the one that's projecting a simple question for you that
No.
everybody here don't interrupt me. That everybody here knows the answer to, right? Everybody here listening to right now knows the answer to the question of your model. Is the atmosphere in lockstep with the Earth? Everybody here listening, doofus, everybody knows the answer, but you are refusing to answer it.
So again, the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. And if you want to throw in this lockstep word, you need to elaborate on why that's irrelevant. Why that's
No,
relevant.
you gotta answer. Is it going faster? Is it going slower? If it like what's the relationship here?
Well, again, there's a lot of wind currents and stuff on Earth, so you know.
Wind currents, huh? Mm. So yeah, like you're just you're a waster, bro. You're just a waster of time, right? And you know, unfortunately, I have to say this. This is what you do. You can't have a constructive conversation. It's like you're gonna ad hom. You're gonna not answer the questions. I mean, it's
I never
fruitless.
ad hom. I'm
Well,
just.
maybe this time you didn't ad hom. I'll take that back. You didn't ad hom.
Thank you. But it's not about me not willing to answer. It's that I can't answer because I don't know what you're trying to ask me.
Everybody here knows, bro. Everybody here knows. I mean, I'm not even gonna waste my time anymore. You know, if you don't want to answer, you can't go past that question. Then we can't continue here.
You refuse to elaborate, so how can we continue?
Elaborate. I did it. I mean, I did elaborate. I told you it concerns the Coriolis, and we need to know the relationship between the atmosphere and the spinning Earth. This way, we can continue. I can go to my next question, but you don't want to do that. It's okay, bro. I understand. I understand why you don't want to do it.
Except it has been answered multiple times. Though.
Okay, this is fruitless. I mean, everybody sees what's going on here. Refuses to answer. If anybody else wants to, you know, bring up another topic, feel free.
Look, SE, what's going on here is I'm not following your script, and you don't know how to deal with it.
Well, how about hold on? Why don't you guys? I just sort of got back. I wasn't listening to. I didn't hear everything what led up to this, but I was away for a bit. But maybe could you? I mean, if you want to try one more time, Esty, just to restate the question and then see if he can respond to it, if that's where it's at.
Yeah, sure. I'll reiterate for you, Joe. We started off with me asking him, your atmosphere, how high does it extend? And he said he didn't know. And then after a while, he got to say, let's say it's 200 miles. He gave an arbitrary number. I said, okay, for this instant, we'll go with that, and I'll agree to call it an atmosphere because he didn't want the atmos word. Okay, we got past that. Then I asked him, is the atmosphere spinning in lockstep with your model Earth? And he doesn't want to answer. He says it's spinning with the Earth. After a while, I got him to say that, but he doesn't want to say the relationship between how fast it's spinning in relationship to the Earth. Is it spinning faster or slower? That's where we're at. And we're just going over and over in circles.
Well, actually, he admitted that the wind would be pretty much the same thing as the atmosphere, right? Isn't that what you were saying, Ed? Like, well, we know the wind's going all directions, so we can't say the atmosphere is in lockstep, right? Isn't that what you were saying, Ed?
He didn't exactly say it like that, but he said wind. There's wind. That's what he said. There's wind. Yeah.
See, the thing is that even if the atmosphere were in perfect lockstep, it still doesn't work for him. It doesn't make it no Coriolis if the atmosphere is in lockstep. It wouldn't push the plane. Bro. I know you don't. I know, but I'm saying that they want to make it seem like if the atmosphere were even close to being in lockstep, then it would work just like being on a stationary Earth, and you could just fly straight to your destination. That's not the case. because your destination on the equator is moving faster than your original tangential speed. So the path would be longer if you were catching up to it, and there would be no way to fly to it straight ever, right? Now that catching up path would also be shortened if you could fly straight to where the destination is rather than curving down and around.
Well, in terms of what SC was asking Ed, I mean, it seems like this has been coming up the last couple of days, and I'm not trying to. This is not like a dig on globe earthers, but it sounds like they don't really know because the model doesn't really tell them. Basically, like there's not. Even Rumpus said yesterday. He said, "Oh, I don't know. I was looking into it. It's very complex. It's very complex. There's solar winds and it changes and it's variable and there's." But and he even said he's like, and we don't really know exactly what it is. So that's kind of where it's at. It's sort of this nebulous, like they don't know, and so for someone like Ed, who's kind of going with the globe model or however he would describe it, believing or whatever it is, these guys, they don't have kind of anything. So it's they either like wing it or they kind of detract or whatever is needed because they don't have that. They don't have like intended. They don't. I'm not trying to make fun of them. I'm just saying they don't have like a thing for it. Like, they don't have like the information, let's just say, that's given by the professionals, quote unquote, or the NASA's or whatever, that say, hey, this is exactly what it is, and then you can go debate it or whatever. They don't have that with it.
You know what's so funny about that though is that if you were actually a pilot and you were like had a plane load of people and you're depending on this atmosphere to somehow magically make you in lockstep with the Earth so that you could treat it as stationary, that would be a pretty big like dependence on that atmosphere doing exactly everything perfect every single time, and it still wouldn't work because you would never be able to fly against the atmosphere then, because as soon as you fly against it, you're losing momentum, you're not gaining it. And if you're going west southwest, you're going to have to gain more momentum by the time you get to the equator, but you can't because you're losing your momentum that you originally had just from going the opposite direction your momentum was in. You had 500 miles eastward momentum, you're going to lose it just by traveling west. And then if you go west-southwest, you're going to need more eastward momentum, and you'd never be in sync with the Earth. So it doesn't work no matter what they say. It debunks the globe. Like I have no claim that fixes it for them. The atmosphere moving in lockstep doesn't fix it for them. Because not only do winds go in all directions, but then the plane would never be able to fly against it. I don't know how many times I have to repeat it. I don't know. It just seems like it's one of those things that it should have been like the end of the globe a long time ago.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to show with Ed, right? I don't usually speak with Ed because we know what Ed does, right? No disrespect, Ed. But I just wanted to show the fact that when you corner them, when you ask them specific questions, they don't have an answer. They have nothing. Yeah.
Esther, you're just projecting again because I asked.
Projecting. That's really clever of you to say the same thing over and over again. You're the one not answering, bro. Why is he? You're saying that he's the one not answering. Why is he projecting if you're the one not answering?
Well, I was explaining that, but you got triggered and interrupted everything I said.
What are you talking about? I was asking you, and you were silent. I was actually giving you credit. You were saying that the wind goes in all directions, so we don't know how fast the atmosphere is if the atmosphere is in lockstep. I thought you were saying that. What's the difference between the wind and the atmosphere, right? You can't have like a prevailing atmosphere moving the plane, and then winds go in the opposite direction, right? So wind and the atmosphere, how could they be different? If it's pushing the plane, it acts like the wind on the plane. It can't just like carry the plane without it pushing the plane in an eastward direction. From tip to tail. Like it's just so stupid to even think. So you go up in the air, you're automatically going 500 miles per hour sideways if you're facing south. You have to assume you're going 500 miles per hour in a sideways direction, but 0 in relation to the Earth because you're spinning with it. But that's going to wear off even if you're just going south. But if you go west, it's going to take away from that eastward momentum. Basic laws of physics. You can't keep 500 miles eastward momentum
suddenly. Why would you lose
because
your
because if you had
if you leave the Earth,
man, you gotta let
the atmosphere is also moving with the Earth?
Because if you took off, like if you're at a 500 mile per hour tangential velocity when you take off, and you assume that you're moving with the Earth, right? then if you go in the opposite direction of that eastward momentum, you're going to lose that eastward momentum because you're flying west. And if you go towards the equator, west-southwest, you're going to need more eastward momentum to be in sync with the Earth, with the city there that's moving at 1,000 miles an hour rather than 500 that you started with. But you've lost some of your 500 rather than gaining more.
Oh my god, but an airplane uses the atmosphere to move, which is also moving with the Earth.
Yeah, so you're saying that it would have to, that if it went west-southwest, that it would be flying west, but actually moving faster east than it started out with. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't work. You can't be flying faster in the direction that
I
you started
said none
off
of
with,
those things.
flying the
What I
opposite
told
direction.
you is the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, and if you're moving with an airplane, you're moving with the atmosphere since you're using the atmosphere to move.
Right, but you understand that if you're flying against the atmosphere, against the spin, the atmosphere isn't going to move you faster in the opposite
Why would you
direction.
be flying against something?
West, if you're going like Chicago to LA, that's a west-southwest direction against the spin.
But everything's moving in the same direction.
Yeah, but then it
Including the
doesn't
thing
work, bro.
you're traveling through. So
Because the plane's in a separate reference frame than the ground. That's the problem. You can't treat it like a train track on the ground. The plane's in a separate reference frame, so it's independent, just like a bullet, even though it's got engines, right? It's just like a projectile, right? That's independent, and that's the reason it would be off course from Coriolis if it went straight, because the destination that it's going to, let's say you shot it towards the equator, the destination's moving faster than where the bullet started out. So that's where the deviation of Coriolis comes from, because it's going straight. Now, you could fly the plane straight and demonstrate the same thing. I'm sorry, what?
a bullet is not the same as an airplane, though.
Right, exactly, right. So
right, so don't
exactly.
make
So the engines.
analogy of bullets
No,
and
no, no.
airplanes.
I'm walking you through the steps. I'm walking you through the steps. I'm not saying the plane's the same way, right? The engines can do whatever they want. The plane can fly wherever it wants because it's independent of the ground, right? Just like the bullet, but it can go wherever it wants. It doesn't make it in lockstep with the Earth just because it's not like a bullet. It's freer than the bullet, but it's not locked to the Earth in the way that you want the atmosphere to magically make it. And even if it was, you couldn't fly against the
moving with
spin.
the Earth, and your airplane is moving with the atmosphere. So there's no issue.
There is an issue because you can't.
No,
do, you
only
can't,
if you make an issue up.
No, you're not picturing it. No, it's okay.
I understand perfectly, but there is
don't.
just no issue unless you purposely misunderstand or just do not
No,
understand, which
there
can
is an
be the
issue.
case.
All right, are you one of the ballers that says that if you were flying west, I mean, if you're flying south, like straight south towards the equator, that the pilot or the airplane would have to bank east to catch up to the tangential velocity that's faster than where it started from?
It's not really about what I say, it's about what's being measured.
Okay, so would the pilot have to bank east to catch up to the city?
What do the measurements say?
Well, that's what a lot of ballers would say. It's like 0.001. They make it sound really minimal over, you know.
I don't
every
care
mile.
what anyone says, I care about what's being measured.
Well, that's the thing, is they don't measure any of that because the Earth is stationary and they just fly straight to their destination. That's the fact of the
Okay,
matter.
well, you have to demonstrate some evidence for that and not just blatantly
Well,
assume.
that's how they fly it. All pilots fly it as if it's stationary level. That's how all flight
Evidence,
simulators are.
please.
You know, so that's the measurement right there for you.
Yeah, that's not evidence, it's just you claiming it again.
No, that's just what the pilots. That's what they're told. That's how they're trained. That's just basic facts.
Seems a bit strange and or disingenuous for someone to purposefully, willfully get onto a Discord channel and then talk about how much they don't care about what anybody says in the way that you're doing. It's fine if you want to say that people saying something doesn't prove it. That's true. People saying things don't prove it. But
yeah, that was what I meant in the context of
because I
when
absolutely did
said it.
not finish what I was saying. What you're doing so far is only saying things and not offering anything yourself. So why should we listen to what you say? You just said you don't care what anyone says. Why should we care what you say when you're not offering any measurements?
I'm not saying anything. I'm asking questions.
Well, okay.
Asking a question is saying something. Are you not aware of how a question works?
Ed,
I'm
do you
making
know?
claims,
Wait, hold on.
genius.
Ed, are you aware that all flight simulators assume a stationary level Earth? That's how they train the pilot. Are you aware of that? Or do you think they use
I
a moving
don't
Earth?
care about simulators. Come on.
Okay, if you don't care
We're
about
talking
simulators,
about
then
reality.
you're ridiculous because that's how they're
Why
trained.
are you talking about simulators? We're discussing
Because that's how the
reality.
pilots are trained to fly with a simulator.
Saying
That
there
assumes
is
they're
no
stationary.
issue is not a question. So now, did you just lie about not saying things, or were you just misremembering
not.
what you had said?
You're not worth it, Ed. You're just trolling, dude. It's like you don't even want to have a conversation. You don't want to like go
I
back
would
and
like
forth
him to
about it.
answer that.
I
He
want to
said
have a
that he wasn't
conversation,
saying
but
things,
we
he was
were
only
talking
asking
about
questions.
reality, not simulators. Why are you bringing it up?
In reality, are pilots trained through flight simulators that assume a stationary and level Earth? Yes or no?
I don't see how that's relevant.
You don't see how that's relevant. Then that's
No,
ridiculous.
we're talking about Earth.
Just as SC
reality,
Montreal
flight
stated
path
earlier,
in
Ed,
reality.
you get exposed for what you're doing. So SC Montreal told you how you get exposed. That is one way right there.
Oh, please. Go write another book.
Ridiculous. You seem like you're
Are you
more in
going to
denial than
answer the
willpower.
question, Ed, there? Whenever you said there is no issue, was that a question or was it a statement?
So,
yeah, it was a statement. It wasn't a question. So you were incorrect whenever you said you were only asking questions. So were you lying when you said that, or did you misremember what you had said?
okay, thank you. So, a new perspective.
Why don't you seem to be
What
responding
do
to my
the
question?
hold on, Bobby, you're interrupting. So,
Oh, he's choked for words.
Oh,
well, not really.
He's obviously a waste of time.
I don't need people
I
for
don't know
millions
why
of
we keep
quotes
letting
for a
people
Your
book.
confidence is gone,
So,
buddy. You can hear
It's like letting
all your confidence
kindergartners
is
in
gone
or
in your
something.
voice,
It's
dude.
kind of ridiculous.
Okay, that's very cute. So
All
is
right.
everyone
Yeah, I
just
got him
gonna
muted.
talk
That
at the
guy,
same
he's
It is
not worth
indeed
listening
cute,
to.
Ed. It is super cute. Yeah,
Yeah,
indeed.
yeah.
Ed,
Okay.
Ed, I'll give you a chance. You have a question for me. What's your question? Last chance.
Yeah. What do the measurements say about the flights going south?
The measurements
As you
say
mentioned
treat the
earlier.
Earth as if it's stationary and level. That's how all the measurements are. That's how all the flight training is instructed for the pilots. That's how all the simulators have them assume. They treat every runway as stationary. They never have to try to catch it. That's how it is. That's the measurements. But they say somehow the atmosphere fixes it or the pilot corrects for it, depending on who you talk to.
Okay. So what do the measurements say?
The measurements say it's
You
stationary and
mentioned
level.
simulators again, which I don't understand really.
Well, when they train a pilot, before he actually goes up in the air, he flies in a simulator so that he knows how to fly the plane and land it. So that then he doesn't scare the fuck out of himself when he's on a fucking plane flying on the earth. Now it would be even worse if he got up there and the ball was it was a spinning ball rather than a stationary level earth, the way that the fucking simulator would have him assume. Think of how dangerous that would be.
So again, not talking about simulators, talking about reality.
Yeah, reality, that's how they're trained. That's all I'm saying. And if you're not aware of that, then it does matter. It matters if they were trained on a stationary level Earth with a simulator, because that's how they assume to fly when they get in the air. That's reality.
That's why we can simulate reality that's stationary and planar. Numbnuts.
Ridiculous to say that's not important or
Well,
not
you
relevant.
can model Earth as that, but it doesn't mean it's
I mean, another way
really,
to say it is that when
doesn't
work
mean
needs
it's
to get
really
done, the
flat and
Earth is
stationary.
planar and stationary.
You do understand that, and you do understand you're gonna get a distorted map, and
Hey Ed,
basically
what
that
hacking?
map
Ed, what
goes.
hacking are you doing today? Ed, what kind of hacking are you doing today?
What's that? You need another quote for your book, buddy?
Oh God.
That's right. Stay in mute.
All right, so you're useless, I guess. Ed, it sounds like.
Well, not really. You didn't
We've
provide
gone over
me.
this argument. I think I've argued with this with you.
He didn't say that
I was
very
in the middle of a
confidently.
sentence. Can you at
You
least
didn't
let
say
me
that very
respond?
confidently. Try that again. You're not much of any use. Try that again.
Okay.
Your response wasn't very
I'll
confident.
just do what I did to other gaslighters. Your volume has gone to 20%. There you go.
Why 20%?
Okay, so
You
again,
can
you
just go
didn't
right to
provide
zero.
any measurements or any data for any of these flights and whatever. You just asserted they don't have to account for anything, and they do this on a flat Earth and whatever, all this stuff. It's just claims, and that's it.
Well, it's reality. That's how they're trained. All right, let's move on. I muted him for a minute because he's not really contributing to the conversation. Anyone else have any questions about the whole thing about west southwest? Because that's the most important point that I hope that all flat earthers also start using, because it fucks their whole thing up. You guys get what I'm saying about that?
Every single latitude on the Earth has tangential velocity, right? So you're supposed to apparently adjust for that? No. And then,
Right.
hold on top of that, if there is no air, then we would have to account for deviation. But because there's air, the deviation of Coriolis is negligible. That's really the position it's at. So it's almost like we invoke atmosphere, therefore we don't count for Coriolis. But if there is no atmosphere, then there would be a deviation between 2 points because of the Earth rotating under the inertial reference frame, right? So these people, like with their this is what makes flat earthers, in my opinion, is and I think that might be a strategic thing in itself, is to purposely misrepresent things or be combative or be misleading intentionally, right? Because at the end of the day, they don't hide their claims. What modern science says, it's only in this particular dark corner of the web where they, exploit their sophistry, if you will, or incredulity, but at the same time mislead people, turning them into flat earthers.
Well, yeah. Exactly. But you understand, like, so even if the atmosphere were moving in lockstep with the Earth, the fact that they take off from 500 mile per hour tangential velocity, and that's eastward, right? Now, they're flying.
But each latitude has its own tangential velocity, right? So you have to talk about latitude change. And here's the thing you want to mention is that if you go and look at latitude change in the tangential velocity, maybe this is part of your argument, I don't know, but I know your argument very well. The point is that there's a position where there's only 2-degree change, and the latitudes are going from like, let's say 600 miles an hour to 800 or almost 9. So there's like a 300-mile change in tangential velocity between latitudes. I think it's actually even a bigger distance. So that's not accounted for at all, right? Any of these physical effects due to that change in velocity, right? Versus increasing increasing, and then you're trying to adjust for that increase.
Let me just concisely state what I'm saying, though. Okay, so if it's 500 miles per hour eastward momentum that we assume it has, even though it's zero in relation to the Earth, because you're spinning with the Earth when you start out, and you're going eastward. Now, just by flying west, you're going to lose that momentum because you're flying the opposite direction that your momentum is going in, right? And they'll say, "Oh, we don't lose conservative momentum; it goes off with friction and it's transferred to the atmosphere." It doesn't matter if you're moving in the opposite direction. If you're going west, right now, you're going west southwest towards the equator, where you need 500 more miles per hour eastward momentum, right? But you've lost it by traveling west, right? So you're not going to gain more momentum if you're only going strictly west southwest. You can't be going faster eastward when you get to your arrival, when you traveled west all the way there, west southwest. See what I'm saying? The contradiction, it doesn't work, because that means that you'd be traveling faster east, 500 miles per hour faster in eastward direction by the time you got there, but you flew west southwest. So it doesn't work. It breaks the globe. Zanuck was just going crazy with this. He was saying bank south to go east. That's the best he could come up with. Like banking south is going to give you more direct eastward momentum to be in sync with the Earth.
I would like to suggest a new rule for the server. If somebody attempts to unilaterally decide that something is irrelevant to the conversation, instead of just answering the question or engaging in the conversation, they should get an automatic timeout.
You can take that up with Geo. But yeah, it's like hard and fast rules are kind of hard to go by. But Ed is a special case where he doesn't really have much to offer. He used to have more to offer, honestly. He used to engage more, but now he seems like he's just like in this steady state of like, I'm not going to answer any questions, but I'm going to like just troll you on everything you say. And then if it comes back to me for a conversation question, I'm just going to like act like it's irrelevant. And,
Kind of like a blase
Boy,
resignment to a self-defeating argument, and not even sure why he's here.
Yeah, that's Ed, right? That's always been Ed's position.
He used to be better, honestly.
Yeah, it was more. I think he was more more willing to entertain it, rather as opposed. Now I think he's got no, like he probably realizes that the arguments are now, he has no new arguments to present, and I think we've gotten to a position where we've looked at the arguments thoroughly and you know, have a decent counterclaim. At least we can present a decent counterclaim just by even the you know, the behavior alone, and not wanting to willingly follow through with the questioning, right? So just that alone, there's no reason not to follow along with the line of questioning, right? So when you do follow along with the line of questioning, and they, like you said, use the tactic as Ed likes to use, I wouldn't be happy and have much to offer if I realized that's where I ended up. So I wouldn't be surprised that's where he's at. If you've offered everything, you've given all your explanations, and they fail, then where does it leave you?
So, Data, do you understand that west southwest they would not be able to be going faster eastward?
Well, you wouldn't be able to sync up. You wouldn't be able to sync up to gain your momentum. So you'd always be losing. You'd either be catching up or slowing down.
You'd be losing momentum, not gaining it, and you would need to gain it by the time you got to the equator, where you need 500 miles more